know you were watching GAESS back during that rotating roster, that 10-man roster, that we're all kind of wondering where players were going to end up, and GAESS winning out at the starting spot. I think the big thing for me that's been so impressive is how he's willing to play the same kind of counter pick heavy style that Bin is.
Seperti biasa gue.
It just creates such a firework. And talking about these players individually is one thing, but I think the best rivalries in sports happen when there is both a really great level of mutual respect, while also being like, no, I'm the best. No, I'm the best. And we actually get it in a final today.
And 5 games at that.
I mean, it's just insane, right? It's like almost no one will even argue. It's the best 2 top laners in the world.
Yeah. We'll see if it comes out if there's no shenanigans where they never actually get to lane versus each other. No!
Swaps are banned!
Who knows? Hey, let's talk a little bit about Bin a bit more in depth. How has Bin been doing this World Championship? Because I seem to remember when we were watching the Swiss stage specifically, I mean, granted, BLG wasn't firing on all cylinders. I was like, okay, where's my top lane WWE? I slap everybody. Where is he? Has he ramped up?
Somewhat, but
gue paham kok.
Intinya ibarat kayak nonton RRQ lawan Onyx gitu. Gak RRQ lawan Onyx, kayak RRQ lawan RRQ lawan apa yang paling gede itu ya di Filipina tuh. Apa sih dah lah? Emang gue lupa di M5.
Aduh, gue tahu namanya. Tapi gue tahu orangnya.
Pedu siapa?
Yeah, I think the big thing to realize again is Ben was so good this year, right? So good in summer. I think it's like it's almost unfair to him because we're comparing it to his like
sama
best
Faker nih,
iteration
yang
of
kiri tuh
himself.
Bin.
It's kind of insane to think there's a whole other level that Ben has not yet reached. Just from what we've seen at this
And he's in the World Finals.
He's already in the final. I mean, we laugh about it.
Bin yang mana? Kiri.
We laugh about it, but actually when you put everything into context, what we've talked about already with T1, you know, you were all very highly educated
kalau di ML tuh XP laner paling kuat.
Whatever happens to T1.
Lu suka sama siapa? Maksudnya kayak top
dukung siapa gitu.
Iya, dukung siapa?
T1 lah, jelas 100% lu. Faker. Kenapa? Karena dia tuh udah menang Worlds kayak Championship dunia League of Legends 4 kali.
Sumpah?
Dia tuh serius. Dia tuh sampai dinobatkan sama game League of Legends sebagai the GOAT. Bener-bener dinobatkan.
Sumpah, anjir 4 kali. Maruk banget, Cok.
Lu nonton ini kan video yang Heavy is the Crown? Ya.
Iya, nonton.
Nah, dia tuh yang waktu keluar panggung, keluar apa sih? Kerajaan itu. Dari pintu tuh yang tiba-tiba kayak raja gitu.
Oh, itu dia.
Ya itu dia.
Lah itu dia.
Iya.
Gue baru tahu, gue kira tuh dia yang ini loh, yang kacamata itu loh, yang jadi thumbnail lagu itu.
Jadi thumbnail lagu, yang kacamata. Gue lupa lagi.
Iya deh.
Yang kacamata, yang jadi thumbnail lagu. Oh, yang di awal-awal banget.
Iya, di awal-awal banget jadi thumbnail lagu. Kalau misalnya lu cari lagunya, itu thumbnail kan ada.
Kalau itu tuh Bin yang jadi lawannya tadi, iya.
I just think it makes perfect sense when you think about it. Both these players know that they are the top 2 top laners in the world.
Bin lawan Faker, guys. Oh my god.
Are the best top laner in the world. How else do you prove it? You beat the other guy that's in the running on the world final stage here in the O2 arena and you
top laner terbaik dan mid laner terbaik. Anjir.
Anjir. Emang boleh sih terbaik ini?
Terbaik ini, Wi. Makanya gue gila banget sama game ini. Nontonnya sih, nonton doang. Gue gak bisa main gamenya anjir. Susah banget.
Kenapa gak mau main lah, cobalah. Maksudnya
pernah gue nyobain sekali dan gue stres. Malah gila aja. Apa ini game? Sialan banget.
Bejir.
Jauh banget jadi dari ML, serius.
Serius? Sejauh itu kah?
Movementnya doang sih, sebetulnya in game-nya mah sama kan, cuma yang bedanya tuh cuma pergerakannya itu yang susah.
Oh,
Kalau di ML kan di HP tuh layar sentuh kan, pakai jempol doang beres gitu.
ya kalau di PC beda sih ya.
PC mah gak ngotak anjir, movementnya aneh banget.
Asli, gue pernah nyoba pakai PC kan. Itu nyoba ML doang, kayak telecok.
Susah itu anjir emang.
Susah itu kayak pengen gue banting aja PC gue.
Future match up anjay. Mungkin 4 tahun yang lalu 2020 itu gak sekuat itu gue. Tapi langsung lewat lagi. Tapi aku masih inget kalau musuhku di Grand Final sekarang Showmaker tahun 2018 sama 2019 LPL dapatkan titel championship dan Showmaker waktu itu dapat statement, gua bakal ngegang responsibility untuk LCK to hold this glory again boy. Ngeri banget sih tong sampah ini, bin recycle bin.
It's all something that you take in your arc and your career that will make you stronger for the next time, and that's kind of the difference between the two teams. One that has to again jump over that both internally as with their
recycle bin
team
anjir berani banget.
a couple of times before.
Belum kasih paham sama goatnya nih si Faker baru. Yang dikasih ini, dikasih skin kayak skin ML gitu, khusus untuk dia sendiri yang harganya ratusan dolar.
Sumpah,
serius gua.
Enak pisan anjir.
Segoat itu emang. Segoat itu anjay. Gila. Dia tuh setahu gua mulai main di e-sportnya ini League of Legends si Faker nih dari tahun 2013 cuy.
Anjir sepuh.
Iya makanya. Yang dulunya paling muda sekarang jadi yang paling tua.
Sorry. The hell bro.
Yo oh ini opening ceremony nih pasti gokil nih.
Mana? Mana?
Ini nih sekarang nih.
Anjay.
Ini nanti suaranya gue gedein ya biar full immersive. Gue gak akan ngomong selama opening ceremony ya.
Santai.
Soalnya bagus banget anjir, gue gak bisa cuy. Opening ceremony tuh selalu gokil anjir, words tuh.
Kocak.
Tahun kemarin siapa ya? Oh si ini New Jeans tahun kemarin kan, datangnya New Jeans.
New Jeans yang jadi ininya gestarnya.
Tahun ini gestar. Lu nonton juga opening ceremony-nya?
Nonton.
Gokil. Ya udah. Ini Linkin Park nih aja, Linkin Park, let's go.
Gue suka banget sama Linkin Park.
Iya,
sorry.
Dari SD ya?
Enggak dari SD juga sih, baru-baru enggak terlalu baru tahu. Ya semenjak Covid sih gue tahu Linkin Park, cuman kayak bagus anjay.
Ntar gue ngubah dulu dah. Let's go. Oh my god.
Into the mood for what should be an unbelievable best of 5. I want to pull up the bracket from 2023, the playoffs bracket where famously T1 went through the entire LPL stack to win their championship. And this is so important in the context of today, because if you see who didn't they beat their Worlds, Maurits?
It was BLG.
Yeah.
Lihat tuh T1 3-0, 3-1, 3-0. Brutal banget.
Minimal +1 lah. Jangan dibantai bajir.
Pembantaian ini kuat banget emang.
Yeah, I mean, and it is becoming such a rivalry between these two teams because they do meet time and time again. It is now 4 straight international events that these two titans have been matching up, and it has been going best back and forth. You know, BLG has been winning out in the best of 5, but it's been T1 often winning out in the stage, and it's kind of Worlds versus MSI.
Tapi ini kan 2003 ya tahun kemarin. Yang sebetulnya kalau gua jujur tahun kemarin permainannya kurang seru sih.
Kenapa?
Soalnya terlalu kuat anjir T1-nya.
Serius?
OP banget anjir. Pembantaian.
Jadi agak boring gitu ya karena udah tersapu duluan.
Iya, 3-0 kan waktu itu.
Anjay.
Pembantaian. Beda sama yang tahun kemarinnya lagi yang waktu T1 kalah di final tuh. Lawan KRX. Itu tuh 3-2. Bener-bener waktu apa? Dua-duanya tuh di game terakhir. Wah itu lama banget anjir, sampai 1 jam.
Sumpah.
Iya, 50 menit apa berapa gitu. Sejam
Itu
lah.
beneran sengit sih.
Itu brutal banget anjir, gila.
Anjir sampai sejam itu tangannya apa kagak kaku ya?
Makanya anjir. Gila.
Such an opportunity I think here for BLG today because there really is no sure path to the top than through the team that is already sitting on the throne, right? You have the opportunity to make history, taking down, the best roster in League of Legends history, taking down the undisputed greatest player of all time in the mid lane. There's no better chance for BLG to establish themselves amongst the very best ever.
Gua salpok dari tadi sama kumis host live ya. Mirip Mustafanya. Maaf ya.
Kan beres, itu ada. Aduh gua nunjukin lagi di bodo amat.
VTuber ini tidak ada privasinya sama sekali ya.
Lupa gua nunjukin Fugitek gua. Gua enggak punya dual screen anjir, gimana lagi.
Santai wae, santai.
One of the things I love to do when I'm watching these international
Faker
tournaments
I name my god after you. Anjay.
When you see players really nervous, really visibly shaken
Ya
by
apa
things
sih
going
cincong lu botak. Udah tak. Mana Linkin Park?
Tunggu Linkin Park ya kurang ajar. Ini jangan bilang yang nanti muncul suara doang. Gue tabok sih.
Gila sih. Gue juga tabok tuh. Si botak. Gue gosok.
3 kali gosok margin. Buset.
Kira ini lampu ajaib. Aladin sebelahnya tuh kumisan. Timur Tengah banget orangnya.
It's not always about that, Emily. There's so much more. There's so many more demons you have to overcome.
Yeah, I think my favorite player to watch on BLG is actually Shun because he's always just there vibing.
He's vibing.
Halo Nata Manata, Angzai Nobar, welcome. Kita mau nobar League of Legends Worlds, bro.
Betul.
Meskipun gua gak main gamenya, tapi gua nonton setiap ada Worlds sih. Emang segokil itu Worlds sih. Soalnya orang kalau main gamenya lu gila.
Asli, weh. Demi apapun kayak ikutan gila.
Asli. Bahkan rank rendah aja kayak ada streamer tuh namanya si siapa namanya lupa gue. Si Ludwig lu tuh Ludwig ya?
Kurang tahu sih.
Nah itu dia waktu main aja kan dia kayak streamer paling sabar ya. Ya kalau main tuh bercandanya ada aja gitu. Ya waktu udah main League of Legends tuh anjir marah-marah mulu. Dia hampir nyerah gitu. Udah berhenti main game ini sialan.
Anjir sumpah.
Iya. Itu mulu brutal. Jui tumben gak bobowi. Yoi, kesepahami.
Demi Nobar menonton Linkin Park ya bisa.
Yoi. Yang penting Linkin Parknya ya.
Iya, yang penting Linkin Parknya.
Prediction. Buset, T1 sampai 4 orang.
Kalau tim-tim itu makan biasanya atau berapa yang kalau di sini?
Apanya?
Tim per tim itu berapa orang?
Per tim ya 5 ML 5 versus 5.
Anjay.
Tuh, prediksi kan ada 3 ronde gaming tuh. Lu prediksi berapa dah kemenangan?
Lu prediksi berapa tadi?
Kalau gua sih kayaknya 3-1 ya untuk T1.
3-1.
Yoi.
Bejir. 3-1.
Iya. Gue nggak yakin BLG bisa menang lawan T1. Maksudnya satu ronde mah oke lah, tapi 2 ronde ke atas gak bisa sih, gak yakin gue.
Gue denger cerita lu sedikit sih ya. Ya sebenarnya mau naruh 3-1 juga, cuman ini prediksi aja ya, woi, jangan dianggap serius ya, Wak ya. 2-1 lah, 2-1 lah. Kita tidak boleh meremehkan lawan.
Ada 3 ronde, bejir gimana sih? Maksudnya sampai angka 3 tuh menang gitu.
Oh iya ya.
Jadi
lupa.
3-1, 3-2 atau 3-0 gitu.
3-2 deng, 3-2.
3-2 ya. Boleh. 3-2-nya siapa nih? T1 apa BLG?
Ya sesuai cerita tadi sih T1 sih palingan 3.
Iya, kocak ya. BLG anjir, orang Cina. Gua maksudnya ya gitulah.
Jangan racing dong. No way. What the hell, bro?
Ya.
Really?
Bing chilling.
Wah, anjir parah banget.
Bercanda. Ya. Balapan doang guys, ngeng, udah malam nih. BLG lawan T1 3-1. Soalnya kalau dari segi formasi T1 sekarang tuh kayak Faker, carry ya, Gumayusi,
bagus
Zeus.
Agak
udah terlalu OP sih, kayak
OP iya.
Terus taktik mereka tuh lebih ke late game biasanya. Jadi mainnya kayak farming dulu tuh, lama biasanya di awal tuh. Jarang langsung main gebrakan di awal gitu.
Jarang terabas gitu kan.
Yoi.
Nge-build dulu mereka.
Nah kalau BLG gue nggak terlalu merhatiin sih. Gue cuma tahu Bien doang sih, yang apa top lanernya itu. Tapi emang kata orang-orang tuh kuat banget juga gitu si BLG nih.
Anjay.
13 detik, 12, 11.
Lu kalau main game waktu lu nyoba game itu lu di mana, mid apa
gua waktu main
di line
game
yang
itu,
mana?
Gua mah kayak main ML aja biasa, top lane. Kayak si Bin. Gua nggak bisa anjir main mid, susah. Oh iya, Arcane season 2 anjir. Seminggu lagi, lupa gua.
Seminggu?
Iya. Oke. Gue gedein ya suaranya ya.
Iya.
Oh my god. Opening ceremony, let's go.
Let's go.
Let me show you how I evil. Oh, you think I'm difficult? I'll show you how my devil. Sharpshooter, lethal top of food chain like an eagle. Whack-a-mole, your whistles, I'm a machine. Diesel, gotta crush you all beneath me. You bitches in my pubs, you're drooling for a squeaky. Squash you like a bug. Battlefield grease, stick my nails into your peach. Dead, done, deceased, like wow.
Rambut tuh penuh.
Iya, asli kocok.
Ya,
dang. Ini kayak di opening season 2 nih.
Oh my god.
Ada aja gebrakannya.
Anjir.
Switch my mind up like I want it, then I don't. Heads explode, my little blue clones. I blow this place up, now these ashes fall like snow. I'm no good, I'm right to the core. Stimulate play when the bleed's on board. Trigger warning, yeah, blood and gore.
Gue pengen bikin lagi kayak gini, Giri.
Bisa lah, itu bisa. Gelo, iya kan kata gelo memang.
Ini beatnya nih. Siapa nih?
Nothing ever stays.
Oh my god, Jinx.
Oh
my
god.
Oh my god.
Emang boleh skece ini anjing?
Anjir, bagus banget.
Terus gue pengen deh cosplay jadi debu di situ.
Iya. Tadi siapa aja lupa gue namanya. Siapa aja namanya? Aduh.
Ayo lo.
Ada lupa kan.
Hanya lu dan Tuhan yang tahu.
Champion pemegang hidup dan mati.
Pemegang hidup dan mati. Gua tahu kok. Malah ini anjir dari tadi otak gue mikir kayak anggarannya habis berapa ya IO mereka sewa di mana?
Iya ya.
Set panggung gini tuh sulit ya.
Oh, Kindred.
Pusing liat LC sono. LC apa tuh?
Anjir, suaranya jelek banget.
Pikiran nenek-nenek gitu ya? No way. Jadi keren sih, IO-nya berhasil banget, Cuk. Event mereka kayak anjay. Keren.
Lihat koreografi sebanyak itu, anjir, sekelas itu. 2 kelas tuh.
Iya. Makanya itu tuh pusing ngatur panggungnya gitu gimana, tapi mereka berhasil, Wak.
Serius dong. I'm still here.
Live chat. Oh, LC live chat, oke.
Live chat, no way. Sorry, gue juga gak tahu.
Gue kira LC yang kaprah satu lagi.
Iya, gue juga mikir ke sana. Oh my god, Iwan, Faker, let's go, Faker. What the fuck, man? Gue bayangin aja di salah satu mereka dihadiahin orang sebanyak ini buat joget. Buset, gue mayu sih biasa aja mukanya. Anjir.
Gue kalau jadi koreografernya udah menangis sih. Ngatur orang sebanyak itu.
Asli.
Latihannya berapa lama? Biasanya kalau untuk event gede gini sih 6 bulan.
Kayaknya dadakan sih sehari doang. SKS mereka.
Kagak aja dia kan bukan orang Indo ya, maaf.
SKS.
Oh my god.
Gila, bagus banget.
Bisa banget, Cok.
Itu penuh anjir satu stadion. Itu penuh, coy. Dan harganya mahal. Banget.
Pastilah, ini kan event besar.
Yoi. Final lagi kan, itu final. Kalau ada T1 nih pasti rame.
Iya sih.
Face-nya gang otak banyak banget di mana-mana.
Karena the face yang orang-orang tahu kan T1 memang.
Anjir! Linkin Park.
Wah,
Linkin Park. Let's go Linkin Park.
Maaf ya guys, cosplay jadi monyet sebentar. Gue pengen misterius.
Woo! Let's go. Wuhu, menyala Linkin Park.
Ya.
Anjir. Oh my god. Gila.
Gila sih.
Chorus. This is what you asked for. The crowd.
Telek bagus banget. Benci banget gue yang bagus-bagus.
Anjir, Linkin Park. Udah 1000 tahun ngeliat Linkin Park, coy.
1000 tahun gitu.
Asli hilang.
Plus gue pengen kita suara dia.
Scream mulu ya.
Iya coy.
Wow.
Dia kagak pernah sakit tenggorokan apa ya?
Let's go. Wow.
Fire banget asli.
Anjay, oh my god. Semua regala aja sampai teriakin ini.
Gila, sumpah.
Gila, keren banget, wih. Gue jadi fans sana gitu. Tahun depan lah. Puluhan juta
paling anjir.
Bin.
Oh.
Aduh, ada trash bin, recycle bin.
Dukung yang mana ya? Kamu dukung yang mana-mana aja boleh kok, sayang.
Dukung yang ganteng sih, Bu. Tenang, Faker ganteng, nih.
Kenapa harus gitu, Cok?
Who are you sih, digacet?
Support and
Carrier, lihat, wih. Kayak bocah, wih. Plus kesukaan lu nih.
Kayak bocah anjir.
Ini pasti nih. Faker aja, let's go. The goat himself, boy. The goat himself. Oh my god.
Anjir kali ya.
Let's go. T1 BLG T1. Gila. Thank you Nata yang udah nonton ya. Buset dah.
Iya.
Kita berdua. Yang ganteng kan cuma kamu, Au. Kamu eagle.
Aku ganteng kok memang.
Ya, aku ganteng. Pesona cewek apa? Cewek ganteng. Oh yeah, my man. Recycle.
Itu kalau gua yang ikut turnamen anjir, pialanya udah gue colong sih.
Serius? Di depan mata ya?
Iya,
Gua
depan
bawa
mata ya kan. Kagak ada yang gatel gitu tangannya.
Iya, makanya. Udah gue bawa. Buset, ada merpati. Drama dulu, drama.
Anjay. Iya wih ganteng. Iya saya ganteng. Kiu.
Yoi, wih ganteng. Yo. Chinese LPL. Gak tahu nih soalnya kemarin tuh LPL lawan LCK WBG tuh yang tadi yang gue lihat itu 3-0.
Anjir, sekosong itu.
Sekarang LPL lagi nih lawan T1. LPL lawan LCK.
Pengen bilang kosong lagi tapi nggak mungkin nggak sih? Pasti mereka berkembang, Wak. Jadi ya satu taruh satu.
Yoi.
경기 전에 하는 영상은
Iya.
제 머릿속에 생각들이 어떻게 떠오르는지 그걸 좀
Kalau
바라보는
Uwi yang
느낌인
ikut
것
hancur
같고
itu anjir.
저 자신이 어떤 생각을 하는지 조금 더 잘 알게 되는 것 같습니다.
To understand myself better.
哪些瞬间让你念念不忘？
一瞬间的送上冰淇淋。
哎，
上性冰淇淋。
就是小时候家里就一个电脑嘛，然后我们就一人玩一盘。然后有时候我看他打不过别人，我就会帮他操作一下。
Begitu ya kurang aja.
对英雄联盟这个游戏产生了非常大的兴趣。
Min 1000 aura.
我觉得不管是谁站在决赛的舞台上，都会承担很大的压力。
Bin, lu bahasanya Cina, nggak bisa gua.
Ada Inggrisnya anjir, udah capek-capek di translate, kurang ajar.
분노인 것 같습니다.
아니, Zeus.
여태까지 해왔던 것들이
안자이.
뭔가 허무하게 무너지는 기분이라서 두렵습니다.
Oke, nonton drama
哪些
kalau
回
bahasa
忆
Korea.
又让我们惶惶终
Kalau
日，
Cina tuh kayak
惴惴不安？
在瑞士的时候就
Kayak
没想过
historical.
我们会是怎么回答，因为那个时候感觉大家对外界的舆论压力受挺大影响。
Yang biru nggak berkembang Bangkawi anjir.
좀 두려운 것 같아요. 사람들한테 잊혀진다라는 게 그만큼 임팩트가 좀 없었다라는 뜻이기도 하니까.
Oh
去年我
dia
觉得世界赛非常可惜吧，因为我们也是赢了一整年，其实就输了 T1 的那个 BO 我，所以印象非常深刻吧。
어둠 속에서 갈 길을
Semoga aja
잃었을
owner
때
pakai ini lagi nih, pakai Kindred
所
lagi.
思何处能见到斑驳星
Soalnya keren
光？
banget ultinya.
Anjay.
儿子，一晃你们已经去国外快1个月，
Bapaknya Bin ya. Oh ya bapaknya
一
Bin.
定要注意身体，
Buset.
吃好睡好。
Bejir.
事隔4年，你又一次站在了世界赛决赛的舞台，
6,000
爸妈真的为你感到骄傲。
Buset.
민석이 삼촌, 롤드컵
Anjir,
결승하게 된
Korea.
거 축하해요. 내가 삼촌 경기 영상 잘
Setnya
챙겨보고
bagus ya, Wak.
Baik banget
大
kan.
家好，我是艾尔克的爸爸，
我是艾克的妈妈。决赛战绩精彩也
Hyper apa tuh Nata? Hyper.
Itu jungler.
그냥 오늘 가족이
맞아,
영화를 함께 했다는 거 잊지 말고
알아.
누나 런던에서도 열심히 응원할게. 화이팅! 사랑해.
Anjir kamu sih. Adanya tadi adanya ya bukan pacarnya.
Iya, 축하해요.
在伦敦一定可以拿下 S1，为 LPL 争光添彩，也圆自己多年的梦想。
Fighting, ya.
네. 결승 진출 축하하고 아빠가 현장에 없지만
Berwibawa buat
한국에서
bapak.
열심히 응원하고 있습니다.
Udah bisa lu salpok situ ya.
无论最后结果怎么样，勋
Mau
长们
Bapak
心
Wan
里都是
Chanking.
值得尊敬
Nata.
的选手，加油，红军！
Win 1000 aura kan.
我也会为他们
Tidak sedih di toilet.
뒤에서 응원하고 있을게. T1 문현준 화이팅!
Fighting.
金德，祝你在决赛场上敢于拼搏，展现风采。
Kali pimpang siang.
Lu sama ya, kurang ajar.
Owner.
Mirip JYP. Hey, no way.
Siapa dia?
Ini CEO agensi gitu.
Apa? Mau kecil dah. Apa?
CEO agensi.
Agensi siapa?
Agensi ini agensi girl group, boy group gitu.
Oh. Anjir, sampai orang-orang terkenal. Soalnya T1 Faker ya, bukan T1. Faker tuh sampai dikatakan national treasure sama Korea.
National treasure?
Iya.
What the fuck?
Treasure Korea. Ini emang di Korea tuh gede banget anjir League of Legends. Gede parah.
Iya sih. Iya emang gede banget, segede itu.
Segede itu jadi. Sampai setiap gua baca manhwa ya. Terus kalau ngomongin game pasti gamenya League of Legends, pasti.
Iya. Itu udah pasti.
Itu udah pasti. Gua bingung game apa sih? Ngomongin apa gitu. Nah ini anjir tadi tuh, wah gila itu tadi. Gokil banget Faker.
Kira-kira tangan jari mereka tuh terbuat apa sih jadi bisa sesat-set itu, Jir?
Gak paham. Apalagi pernah lu kalau misalnya lihat ada tuh kayak orang ngevideoin kamera monitornya ini si Faker. Dia kayak apa ya? Kayak nge-lag anjir PC-nya tuh. Jadi kayak
What the hell?
Lu kayak mindah kamera nih. Kan game League of Legends atau ML itu kan kayak bisa pindah-pindah kamera gitu kan, lihat map lain tuh. Nah dia tiap detik dipindahinnya tuh. Per detik malah, bukan tiap detik.
Anjir, demi apa?
Gila. Nanti gue kasih videonya nih.
Kayaknya lebih cepat tangan mereka aja daripada otak gue.
Aduh, wih, grafik. GAESS Aurora.
Tangannya ada chipnya Ju, anjir. Ngechip dong.
Iya ya. Five di band, oke. Five favoritnya owner nih.
Cakep banget ya set mereka di sana.
Lu dengerin aja nanti dah waktu in game ya. T1 berisik banget. Ininya apa?
Berisik apa sih?
Apa tuh namanya? Cheerleadernya apa sih namanya?
Pendukungnya lah,
supporternya. Kuat banget.
Oh, gua kira yang main anjir.
Ya enggak lah, yang memang diem.
Ya makanya gua kaget emang, gua kira yang bising pemainnya.
Tapi kadang nanti tuh di akhir game tuh ada di Twitter suka ada nunjukin kayak obrolan mereka gitu.
Oh ya, ada. Iya, direkam.
Skarner. Yone pasti dipegang sama Faker nih, Faker Yone. Ngeri nih. Oh benar, oke. Lu main ML kan? Pernah main ML gitu?
Pernah.
Lu tahu ini kan? Hanzo.
Tahu.
Nah, itu. Yang Yone itu yang paling pertama, paling kiri yang dipilih. Nah itu Hanzo. Jadi bisa kayak jadi hantu, jadi kayak apa? Ya gitu kayak hantu gitu.
Oke.
Nah ya gitulah. Ini tujuan nih. Oh, smolder cuy, hero meta beraninya. Ini apa nih dia?
Yui dark system. Kurang aja, jangan dong.
Tenang kawan.
What the hell bro, dark system.
Kalau misalkan owner pakai sejuan ini jarang dipakai sih, gue nggak begitu paham kayak gimana bentukannya. Tapi yang pasti kalau Skarner dipakai berarti team fight banget nih mainnya.
double protection bands. They actually do the Renata
Kalau
themselves.
misalkan BLG main team fight, berarti mau nyimbangin cara main kayak T1. Wow.
It's also something that really stuffs heavy engage comps, since T1 are showing a lot of dive, a lot of heavy engage, a lot of melee. You don't want to play
Oke, paham. Saya mendapat ilham.
Ilham sedikit.
Iya. Walaupun agak nge-lag ya otakku, tapi nggak apa-apa, dapat lah.
Tinggal god lane sama support. God lane sama support.
The Camille you were talking about is still available alongside that, something like the Rumble that has had, although at the start of Worlds was having a very high presence, kind of fell off a little bit, but still
Kota gitu ya, Wi? Enggak dong.
struggles a little bit when you get into lane swap situations though, and so perhaps
Enggak dong.
Ini jadi acara roasting dulu ya.
Gue sabar kok.
Ini main si apa sih, lupa gue namanya. Virtuoso. Lumayan sih, pilih apa nih? Caitlyn, serius Caitlyn, anjir Caitlyn diambil coy. Gila.
Why kenapa dengan Caitlyn?
Caitlyn tuh tipe, kalau lu tahu ML mah mirip kayak siapa namanya lupa gue. Punya yang sniper gitu, jarak jauh. Terus mainnya tuh kayak finisher gitu. Jadi kalau misalnya ada yang sekarat terus kabur gitu, bisa ditembak sama dia. Bisa di kill. Tapi jadinya gak begitu teamfight T1 ini mainnya. Teamfight sih teamfight, cuma lebih ke kayak apa ya, main counter gitu, counternya BLG. Karena karena god lane-nya itu BLG ngambil Ash tuh kayak Mia lah. Jadi kan otomatis kayak full fokus main team fight kan kalau Mia tuh. Dia kayaknya ngambil Caitlyn biar bisa dibunuh di awal, di early, sebelum mulai main team fight, jadi nggak bisa ada kesempatan untuk team fight BLG-nya. Saya kuat banget ini sebetulnya, tuh ada Skarner, terus ada Rumble sama Silas tuh udah kayak tebal-tebal gitu. Tebal semua nih musuhnya. Sementara kayak si itu Yone sama siapa tadi anjir namanya, Sejuani nggak begitu tebal gitu. Baik Caitlyn kan, Caitlyn mah bot laner. Apa namanya kalau di sini namanya duo ADC.
Oh, di sini namanya duo.
Namanya ADC. Kalau di ML kan namanya MM Marksman.
Iya. Oh. Ada, gue baru tahu sih.
Beda-beda namanya.
Walah weh.
Terus god lane tuh di sini namanya dragon lane. Soalnya itu apa namanya? Kayak turtle-nya gitu, naga. Terus kalau misalkan di XP lane di sini namanya baron lane. Baron tuh monster yang ngebuff. Anjay, T1 Faker nih, ngeri nih biasanya kalau udah T1 Faker pakai Yone. Baru mulai langsung mau ngejar Faker. Biasanya Faker tuh jadi incaran utama nih, pasti langsung diincar.
Kasiannya jadi orang hebat, diincar pertama.
Aduh.
Curiga iya tapi nggak ngerti. Nata, tenang aja Nata, jangan khawatir.
Aduh, Caitlyn, ini nih, misalnya Caitlyn ngedes. Ada nggak ya? Nggak tahu gue. Lumayan situ terkenal ini Jir, terkenal deathless, gak mati-mati. Tapi ini baru early langsung mati. Tumben banget. Blunder.
With the Silas in game 1 of this series, and I mean, off to a confident start.
Hobi manusia adalah blunder.
His side of that AD carry.
Iwan biasanya mainnya late
Looks
game.
like it's going to be normal lanes. No lane swaps coming out from either of these teams. Shun wasn't spotted on his initial pathing.
Gimana dengan BLG, kawan-kawan BLG? Kalau dari mapnya Bin menang ya.
Full clears down to the bottom side of the map. One thing we've seen a lot in T1 games as well is Carrier specifically roaming mid to Faker, especially in these melee matchups. You know, getting time for the Braum is going to be more difficult now that they lost Guma's flash early.
Tak, gue sangat jelas sekali ya melihat saking jelasnya.
The strength of the Ashe
Invisible.
getting that early level 2 as well. And I mean, when you make that point about Carrier as well, usually he does that on things like the Bard, like the Pike, Rakan, Renata. On the Braum, it's going to be much harder to do.
It's why you love to see really good level 1 prep coming into series as big as this. Because Elk, starting with the first blood, the extra longsword in your inventory just feels so good. And completely changes how the early map looks in this matchup.
Now BLG have already dropped pings down onto Owner. They know that he's on the bot side of his map, and the risk of a dive is very real. With Faker's pressure in the mid lane, it's going to be hard for Knight to potentially roam down and look for a dive.
Nanti main besok kita.
Already setting his sights on the bot.
Meninggal gue yang ada.
Main game sialan ini.
Available. There's always the possibility. Notice as well, Zeus walking back to top lane has the TP available in the event of an early play.
Gue meninggal.
Si Faker beli item ini, item jungle. Aneh banget.
Tidak apa-apa, mungkin dia punya rencana di baliknya.
Iya, maksudnya lagi mid lane.
Positive thinking aja dulu. Bentar, tinggal dulu. Iya, nggak apa-apa.
Iya, nggak apa-apa Nata. Mangga, kalau mau makan aja dulu.
You get the earlier recall there.
Ini aja dikit lagi. Faker, what the fuck.
Bottom side scuttle crab because of the pushing bottom lane.
Sabar atuh, sabar.
Gokil banget, baru main udah ngasih damage gede. Langsung pulang tuh berarti.
In terms of early skirmishes, you can see how the Yone is often able to get those advantages in the 1v1, but doing a fantastic job in terms of farm. Has that slight lead over Faker, going to commit the TP towards mid lane, having grabbed a few early items. Remember, you've always got to remember, Knight famous for his Mejai's purchase on pretty much every champion that he's plays. Only the Dark Seal for now, but depending on how well the game is going, he may very well look to upgrade that item.
Let's talk about how the game might go from here. We're only 4 minutes in, but we do often, in about the next 30 seconds to 40 seconds, see that swap for grubs. Knight and Faker trading in the mid lane. Faker down to half HP. He'll snap back to his soul.
Kalau Silas ini ceritanya dia bisa nge-copy ulti orang.
People have gone wild for how
musuhnya
confident
Faker
Faker has
ini
been in laning at this tournament, and him eing in there, taking the trade that Knight.
Jadi kalau misalkan tiba-tiba bawa apa gitu, ultinya sekarang atau apa kan susah tuh meninggal. Wih, gila dikit lagi tuh. Anjir disiksa. Ngeri.
Agak pedas ya, Wak.
Agak pedas liatnya nih. Pedas nih. Gokil banget. Tapi gini seru nih, biasanya potensial ada perlawanan.
Iya sih, benar-benar.
Gak kayak tahun kemarin terlalu menang.
Emang seboring itu kan tahun kemarin?
Seboring itu, gak ada perlawanan. Bener-bener gak ada perlawanan.
BLG started with weight at this tournament.
So Bin, look at all the work he does. But the hop off Bin's head right into the waiting arms of Shun. Nicely played by them. Bin really setting him up. Harpoons in, gets the slow, gets all the damage done, and they collect.
And it's a very awkward situation for Zeus to be in just because of the state of the wave. Now Owner is covering to help him get that push out. Bin still looking to try and trade as he often does, but now the swap's coming through. We know that the grub spawning in 10 seconds on, already back out onto the map with his AD carry Elk right behind him. They're looking to contest this objective, but Carrier looking to match in the mid lane.
It's going to be 5 players on the top side for both teams right now as We do see Ona starting up the grubs, might just look for a smite on one here to delay the full stack. Keria caught out though, does still have the flash and the ignite, locked against the wall for now, trying to get away, the unbreakable is not exactly that, On secures the kill. T1 did manage to sneak away a grub, but BLG will happily accept 2.
Such a smart call from BLG, from Shun and On to go for the engage on the fight.
While
T1 are split, going for the objectives as well as trying to rotate from mid.
The idea there from T1, because they had a nice stacked wave in mid lane. Going for a bit of a trade, has his AD carry behind him.
Nice juke.
Faker unbinds his soul, dodges away from the abscond. Ona coming in from the side as well, but it looks like BLG just want the pressure in mid. They're looking towards the top side though.
Yeah, BLG constantly looking for these fights. Let's see, Keria's on the roam, you can see him on the mini-map.
Berarti benar, jangan meremehkan musuh ya guys ya.
Soalnya langsung team fight semua nih.
BLG continue their pressure on the map, securing 2 grubs,
Jangan pernah
finding an
meremehkan
additional kill,
lawan.
now converting that pressure into plates on the top side, denying Zeus as much as possible. You look at the bottom of your screen and it's just all red in favor of BLG.
T1 bisa bawa gebrakan di akhir-akhir.
Ini
menit 7.
Gue kira udah berapa menit, ternyata baru bentar.
Bentar ini, biasanya tuh sampai
Standar lah ya.
Setengah jam. Worth itu setengah jam. Tapi ya itu paling cepet tuh setengah jam tuh.
Iya, standarnya mereka lah ya. Gue main 7 menit aja udah kaku anjir kan, gue pagi 20 menit meninggal kayaknya.
Kalau ML mah 7 menit ini tuh udah beres turtle langsung keluar biasanya.
Iya.
Udah mid game, ini masih early tuh mainnya. Awal baru keluar dragon pertama.
Here in game 1, it feels like that you'd expect them to have the pressure with the reigning world champions T1 on the other side of the stage, with the audience in favor of T1.
Mah
But
baru
they
3 menit ya udah keluar turtle.
just like they often do, playing well in the early game, playing off the advantage they have.
Lawan tetaplah lawan, iya betul.
Straight from even champion selects.
Bagi BLG guys, ada Bin chilling.
The
power of
Bin. Bercanda guys, bercanda.
Let's see if they can keep it up as the game goes on, though. You know, T1 are very notorious for being difficult to actually finish off in these games.
Berarti awal-awal main ini masih agak santuy lah ya, tidak pedas-pedas sekali.
We're ready to fight the 5v5 incredibly strong, and T1 they're going to have to find ways to either usurp that or navigate their way around that, because they found a lot of success with pick comps, but with the Braum, Caitlyn, they're going to very rely on Ona to be that initiation point, find good fights angles, which is going to rely on good vision control, which right now BLG is not giving them. Look at this vision setup on the bot side of the map. The river is very much in control of BLG, and they're putting extra pressure onto Ona's jungle.
9 minutes in, it's already a 1.4k lead for BLG. They have 2 grubs, they've got a Drake. T1 have only been able to pick up a single grub
misalkan
from the map.
Taktik permainan gue hormatin dua-duanya. Karena BLG juga gokil mainnya. Oke, Silas.
BLG here obsessing the apple cart, so to speak.
Knight has just been exceptional
this tournament. Ya sama sih kayak lu, kalau taktik BLG emang bagus sih. Tapi T1 juga bagus. Udahlah, menang dua-dua boleh nggak sih?
Iya jelas, T1 bagus lah. T1 bos, tidak bisa diremehin.
Iya, tapi jangan remehin lawan juga dong.
Iya, ya udah.
The mid lane pressure here kind of spill over into other lanes as well for BLG.
You're also just seeing it on the map, right? Because Knight just then, after pushing it in, hovered into the top side river and he's just moving into fog. He's creating that extra point of pressure, which means that Ona might get invaded on. Maybe jungle plus mid is going to come and put pressure on his jungle. Bin backing in a brush. Where has actually Bin gone? Just those subtle bits of pressure on the map that force T1 to hesitate before they make a decision. That control at the entrance on the top side to try and spot out some of these.
Baru awal, kata lu kan akhiran mereka.
Iya, emang gitu emang baru awal. Biasanya war tuh mulai war besar mulai di menit 15 biasanya. Waktu udah ada udah ada barang pertama.
And has his teleport ready
team fight.
If they decide to fight this grub fight. Currently, Faker as well collecting the minion wave now. His teleport ready to answer. if they do want to throw down. This brush that Carry is standing in is incredibly important for those team fights, but he's going to have to give it up.
Shun gonna try and chase him down, throws a rock into his back. The TP comes in by Knight, who just finished his rocket belt, and on goes in. Owner's locked up, and gone down. Dirty flash to the wall. Goes wide, but BLG get everything they want. They force the enemy jungler away, and they can turn their attention to the
jadi dia
Grubs.
udah positif kayak udahlah mati gue udahlah.
Anjay, maling satu. Gokil gua.
I know it's the Grubs right now, but he always manages to steal it.
Whether it's a Varus or a Caitlyn, Guma's got the skill shots to get your
Lu coba main lah Pak sama Cisil Pak.
Ini nggak bisa. Game ini terlalu bisa. Gue emang aja udah tersiksa. Lagi game ini udah gila.
Gak apa-apa, Kel kan menguji adrenalin.
And they will secure themselves that second plate as well.
Wait, Guma.
Coming in as well with the Winter's Bite. Shun's on the chase with that Ishtal's
Pakai dia akan
impact.
mati.
Locked up with the Glacial Fissure will be slowed.
Oh.
Carrier protects his AD carry.
Look at the confidence that Knight is playing with right now.
Anjir, nyuri ini
someone on his screen, he's going
nyuri
in for a
Bisa-bisanya.
I love the fact that BLG they spot out
ultinya
in the river, isolated, and immediately all collapse onto him. They tried to stagger that CC as well to keep him locked down as long as possible.
Hey, Zeus
should be
kaget tuh.
fine.
He's going up towards Mega as
Jump
well.
scare kayak gitu tuh anjir.
TP coming in.
Anjir! Anjir! Let's go Faker. Bantai. Satu lagi. Anjay, let's go Faker. Gila.
Strikes here. Wait, Shun is trying to hold off
until
jiwa dan raga betul.
Gila,
gokil banget. As well as the kills here for T1.
I mean, just great awareness from Zeus, recognizing that in the face of the bot lane, he was actually stronger.
Tiba-tiba ada aja gebrakannya gitu. Early game kalah ada aja gebrakannya.
Iya, ada wae gebrakannya emang ya.
Ini makanya. Tiba-tiba aja teleport, tiba-tiba aja apa.
Very good use there.
Setiba-tiba itu.
And recognizing that they're going to need some money to be able to fight in these fights
that are
upcoming because the early item completions had already started to come in for BLG. So
ada aja gebrakannya.
The double recalls here, and then they make the call. Teleport in. I've got Mega Nar. Perfect timing. Flashes forward against the wall. Beautifully done.
And I mean, even without the TP, he likely could have just gotten on by himself. He
Srot,
gets the summoners out
beres,
from Elk as well. And those are going to be crucial as we set up for the second dragon of the game. T1 should feel a lot more confident about being ready to fight for that objective.
As you're seeing on the mini-map, though, extra gold going back there on the side of BLG as Knight is able to push in and get another turret plate for himself.
Udah mulai agak seimbang.
So remaining slightly ahead there in his matchup.
About 1,000 gold between the two teams right now. Only a 200 gold lead for Knight. Guumayushi, the only spotted blue in that sky at the bottom. It's only 20 gold ahead now too. Really not an advantage at all.
And gold is one thing, but really it is about the item completions.
True.
And before Faker does get his Blade of the Ruined King, you know, already Knight sitting on the Proto Belt, that play-making item for himself, gives you a lot of that confidence to be able to make the play.
Right now,
Main ekonomi
bit of setup
snapshot,
around that
master
topside
card.
objective. You can see
Gede
Faker
banget
fishing for
jauhnya.
information. Looks like that no one's going to be sounding on the side of BLG. Dragon is available, but really no setup on either side towards that objective. Resets have come through, items looking to be further completed. And as you rightly said, Kobe, I imagine that Faker is incredibly close to that blade completion. On his next back, he should have it, and it is crucial. It is a game changer in terms of your ability to fight on the sideline.
Another thing that is oftentimes hard for, as we start up the Rift Rail here, seems like they should be able to get it though. Another thing that's kind of hard for fans to track usually is information that the teams have, because it's not necessarily shown on the scoreboard, but it is critical to the success of these types of teams that they have set up here. And so without the extra vision, looks like it is just going to be the trade. Dragon for Herald, no problem. But I will say, Knight staying on this outer turret and getting the outer turret gold himself again more.
Kalau seearly ini Herald lebih berharga daripada Dragon.
Yeah, notice that again. It
Tapi
kind
Dragon
of
tetap
while
gokil
T1
dari
did
segi
find
gold.
that TP play, now they're behind in terms of TP. The arrow connects mid.
Apa nih? War nih war. Anjir. Gokil. Aduh, 2 mati. Faker jadi mati, Faker. Mati juga Faker. Enggak anjir, gila gokil.
Kok bisa? Ya bisa lah.
Ngeri. Oke juga Elk.
Tipis ya, tipis.
Enggak anjir, 2-3 orang mas. Ini enggak tipis nih jauh.
Maksudnya yang tadi kan mau kira mati tapi ternyata enggak.
Terus kehilangan botol. Wah. 3.
Ini jumlah turretnya sama kah? Kayak permainan sama ya?
Sama. Cuma di dalam ada lagi.
Oh, di dalam ada lagi.
Di dalam yang banyak di base. Ada tambahan 4 kalau di base.
Anjir, maruk banget.
Oke. Ya, ini berarti melindungi dong tadi.
Insane opener here in game number 1 from BLG.
Menarik.
The undisputed best team in the LPL coming out firing on all cylinders. They are not giving T1 a moment.
Wajar gak sih emang se-hype itu? Karena emang gimana ya, walaupun agak ada persamaan sama permainan lain, tapi kan memang dibedakan beberapa poin.
Anjir, gila.
Oh my god,
bantai, let's go. Recycle bin mati. Anjir mati. Anjir Faker dibunuh pakai panah jarak jauh. Gila ngeribet Elk. Buset. Apakah T1 bakal kalah Charlie ini?
Faker bilang, serius gue diginiin sama panah doang.
Oke, saring ancur-ancuran.
Aura-aura.
And we're only 18 minutes into the game and BLG have already opened the doorway into the T1 base.
They do lose a tier 2 in the bottom side, but BLG are in the driver's seat and they are not letting go of that steering wheel.
T1
find some way back into this because now their inhibitors open in the
top
side.
T1 championnya nggak meta.
We've seen T1 sneak them in the past to get back into games.
Yang meta cuma benar Yone, Caitlyn sama Brown nggak meta sih.
You look at the champions, and while you wouldn't typically in the past associate Bin with his Rumble, it has become a staple part of his champion pool. And here in the 1v1, he realizes, I think I can get this solo kill onto Faker. He has no way of getting out of this situation, so they're forced to TP to collapse. Guumeeyushi comes down, GAESS comes down, but on the other side of the map is BLG.
Exactly, you could see the counter attack from BLG on the minimap. They immediately beeline straight for that.
Damn, gila si Elk. Gokil banget Elk.
That's insane.
Keren banget.
The sniper again.
We weren't looking at the arrow. That was our job. Oh my god, beautiful arrow, and then the collapse comes through from BLG.
That is just beautiful. Even though Bin went down, they saw the last bit of vision of Faker, of the recall spot.
He used the hawk shot to spot it out. The hawk shot comes in, then the arrow. That is sublime from Elk. He's 5-1 now. And it's just such a dominant performance for BLG. T1 trying to get anything they can on the other side of the map. But look at that explosion in terms of gold advantage for BLG past the 15-minute mark.
Kan kita juga bukan player League of Legends, bukan player League of Legends, orang gila.
Asli.
Lo tau ini nggak sih? Lo tau Keisha nggak sih, Keisha?
Keisha yang mana?
Keisha yang suka ngomong we win dong.
Oh tahu.
Nah, orang gila kan.
Iya sih, gua akuin iya.
Dan itu disebut biasanya kayak average League of Legends player.
Bejir. Jauh
colongan
iya jauh. Iya sih jauh sih.
Game League of Legends bisa dibalikin. Karena tergantung juga tergantung strategi.
Iya.
Kalau misalkan biasanya nih,
salah mah
kalau misalkan Elk bisa dibunuh di sebelum war, biasanya bisa menang.
Serius?
They don't have
Kalau
the
misalkan war
ability
nih
to
5
fight
versus
you, so
5
deny them everything.
atau gimana lah gitu. Elk dibunuh duluan. Biasanya bisa tuh dimenangin warnya sama T1.
Anjay.
Tapi ya berarti juga tergantung situasi. Karena T1 nih darahnya tipis-tipis. Yo, darahnya tipis-tipis anjir. Yang tebel cuma ini apa? Benar sama Brown.
BLG at MSI this year, they beat T1 twice in best of fives, and last year at MSI. They definitely have shown that they have what it takes, and they are definitely showing that in game number 1.
I mean,
waktu turnamen kemarin juga kan menang.
When Ben beat him on RNG in the MSI
T1
finals as well. I mean, T1, the World Championship has definitely been their tournament. But when it comes to MSI, that is where the LPL have been able to find those advantages. Now, though, here at the World's first game, BLG 4K gold up, 2 dragons to their name. Baron is now an option. And this becomes a big point of contention. It's an opportunity for T1 to turn the game around. They have had some spectacular Baron plays so far at this World Championship, whether it be whether it be finding incredible team fights around this objective. It is a point in the game that BLG will have to be.
CT1 just trying to get towards those second, third items, lock it on owner. But the Blade of the Ruin King yet to see second item for Faker comes online. When you get up towards 2, 3, the Yone is so powerful in teamfights, so powerful in side lanes right now, but he can't even step past where his clocks would be because he doesn't know if BLG are on that bottom side of the map, so he has to accept the pressure much deeper on towards his side of the map.
Look at that, Knight even hovering in the brush, waiting until he collects all the information. The rest of BLG here, just keeping tabs on the Baron as we wait for Elk to arrive on the map. He hex skates out with his 3-item power spike already completed. His Lord Doms, because they're so far ahead.
Ini kagak ada yang gatal gitu langsung mau terabas anjir.
Yang nonton gatal ya sebenarnya.
Iya, yang nonton tuh gatal kecil pengen terabas kayak.
People said he has got Jomong fever because he would just throw games from time to time. We haven't seen that in years. He has been so consistent for BLG. And now with 5 kills to his name, you have to expect that BLG will protect him in these upcoming team fights and just allow him to rip through T1.
So far, his arrows have been great as well. Sniping ZEUS in the hop in mid lane. Of course, the kill onto Faker as well. And it looks like, again, you don't have to give T1 anything. BLG are so far ahead and they have so many pick tools. Not to mention just the arrow, but also Shun and Og, and they're going to look for it.
Shun going in with the Ishtal's impact, can't quite land onto Ona. Does have that passive as well to avoid that slow.
Yeah, they're just going to chase them out of that jungle. Make sure that the entire pathway leading to Baron.
The cleanse out from Gumayushi. You'll notice as well, Elk quite happy to solo push on this mid-wave at times just because he knows the only real threat is if Ona and ZEUS are collectively diving on top of him, because if the Sejuani ult comes out, he has the cleanse. And that's really the only initiation tool unless Faker is able to find that angle. This ward offering a lot of value for T1. They'll see that it's going to be started off. The pings are coming through, but can they really get access into the pit?
Well, they're definitely going to try. Very curious, the one to face check that mid lane bush. Shun still tanking up the Baron. It's at 9,000. Knight with the back.
Hey, anjir, gila
is down. BLG use the Baron as a bait and immediately kill off the enemy AD carry.
Knight with an extraordinary Sejuani ultimate connecting to the AD carry. Guma does not flash away, and this leaves the Baron wide open for BLG.
Beautiful positioning from him on Silas too, coming from the mid lane. T1, they don't expect it. Now without Guma, they try and fight them.
So almost spotted as he walked towards that Razorbeak pit. The Baron down to 2,000. Knight on the front line. Ona trying to get in. Seal goes in as well with the Magus Storm's already locked up 2 members.
Anjir, bantai ini.
Grabs 3 and then burns to a crisp.
Kalah ini.
The ammo has to be flashed away by
Ronde
ZEUS.
pertama langsung kalah.
BLG are taking everything and giving T1 nothing.
It's complete annihilation! BLG are going to try and chase him down as well!
ZEUS able to jump across the wall just before he got hit with the Shadow and Stripe, but now with the
Ayo recycle bin, kau pasti bisa.
BLG can advance down mid, the TP in from Knight as they look to close this one out.
I mean, they're knocking down the inhibitor towers, the Baron buff BLG. The respawn time is still about 10 seconds. They're going to respect it, they're going to back away, but the damage has been done to the base of T1. And I mean, The kills are going to Elk, but the plays from Knight are phenomenal. Keep track of this angle. He's staying in the fog of war. He's trying to circumvent what Gumayushi can see. He finds the good angle. He connects the ultimate onto the AD carry, and he finds that execution. And later in the Baron, he also body blocks Ona. Look at the position of right here. Gets in the way of the engage. Make sure that Ona cannot get into the pit. He sidesteps Faker's ultimate.
Si owner dapat aja maling. Gokil banget. Faker, kalah item.
BLG are on fine form today, and T1 just can't keep up.
The golden left hand of the LPL strikes down the GOAT in the side lane, and BLG will collect their third dragon. They might collect the entire base before we see the fourth.
Knight has had an incredible tournament, and he's not going to slow down here in the finals. BLG have steamrolled T1 here in game 1. They're looking for another inhibitor, and they're looking for the game.
Gumayushi, Ono, and Kevin are trying to defend the arrow once again from Elk. It hits Guma! He's got flash, but he's still stuck. The Impel comes out, and Guma falls under his own Nexus towers. T1 still trying to defend. Zeus doing everything he can to keep Knight away. But BLG continue to advance. The first Nexus tower's down. Faker's back up. Trying to find something out of this game. Trying to find some defense against BLG. But the oncoming masses are just too damn strong. And now into the wall. Faker's fate is sealed as he dives the backline and dies for it. BLG come out swinging and take game 1.
Respect Bin.
Coordination from BLG in this first game.
Menang Bin Chilling ronde 1, let's go.
I mean, what else is there to say? Just
Aku random banget nih, hidung tiba-tiba meler. Telek ah.
Just absolutely phenomenal.
All right, for the TFT players, the Teamfight Tactics Macau Open, this year's biggest TFT event, is just around the corner. And Chonk is already celebrating at the China Regional Finals in Wuhan.
Bejil sekali, bejil.
We are heading to Macau.
Seperti aku sudah tahu harus pilih yang mana, Hayo yang mana, Natas.
A new set featuring Arcane is on the horizon, promising big game-changing moments.
FT set 13 Arcane, wih. Ini gue main sering deh.
Anjay.
Arcane season 2, gokil dah. Ini mah gue tiap hari main cuy.
Baru season 2.
Ini apa? Arcane. Kalau TFT-nya masih season 12.
Oh, kalau TFT season 12.
Kita tahu harus beli yang mana. Silahkan. Nata Menata, BLG bejir langsung gelo. Itu juga kuat sih. Jujur gue respect sama BLG.
Iya, kayak
gue tetap pilih T1 di hati.
Gue boleh ini nggak sih? Boleh menyimpang nggak tuh? Boleh berbelok nggak sih?
Ya gas aja kan pilihan lu.
Untuk saat ini BLG sih.
Saat ini BLG ya, BLG emang gokil tadi tim fight.
Yes.
Early langsung gokil. Udah gitu langsung dar der dor anjay.
Langsung jeder gitu bah.
Yoi. Jangan otak mainnya. Aduh. Ini skin ini nih, wih skin tadi tuh 200.000, $200
mah murah banget anjay.
$200 tuh berarti nyampe
8 juta nggak sih?
Iya, lebih anjir.
Iya, maksudnya
100
segitu lah.
100 tuh 2 enggak 1,5 deh. Oh enggak, cuma 3,5an lah $200 deh.
Sekarang emang berapa sih?
Apa?
Oh enggak jadi. Oke. Iya ding 3.
3,2an.
Tetep aja jir
3 juta cuy. Terus gue kayak skin ML aja paling mahal cuma 200-300 ribu biasanya. Sampai juta.
Iya ini bisa Wak. Tidak cocok untuk orang pengangguran ya. Jangan pernah top up.
Emang brutal, emang berduit banget.
Di awal kuat round 2 belum tentu. Nah itu dia.
Nah itu betul. 2 round 2 udah 200 juta. 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 2 round 2
udah ngeliatin potensi ya kan, tahu round 2-nya aduh nggak tahu dah.
Iya. Gak apa. Biar ada serunya, lu dukung BLG, gua dukung T1 kan, jadi kayak anjir T1, anjir BLG. Oh, kita dukung T1 dulu kan guys. Ini apa ada WWE anjir. Anjay, mana John Cena? Gue pengen lihat Bing Chilling. London UK Monday November 4. Tiket tuh WWE tanggal 4.
Anjir. Tapi katanya ini fake gak sih?
Apanya?
WWE.
Iya emang fake, emang acting.
Makanya nggak pernah nonton gua.
Kan kayak nonton drama, itu kan nonton drakor. Cuma bedanya fisik.
Drakor males acting mereka masih jelek.
Tai. Kan banyak tuh mantan pemain WWE langsung jadi aktor.
Iya, termasuk siapa tuh yang badannya gede itu? Aduh, siapa sih?
Rock, terus kayak
The Rock sama
Triple
sama
A,
ini ya.
Terus yang main drugs tuh.
Nah, iya. Kacau banget sih itu kayak males jelek banget actingnya. T1 masih malu-malu. Iya, masih malu-malu, belum dikeluarin ultinya, guys.
Belum. Masih santuy.
Santuy dulu nggak sih pemanasan?
Yoi. Jujur aja kalau nih udah kalah sekali lagi nih T1, gue panik nih. Waduh.
Panik.
Waduh. Dark Skin. Ini lagu League of Legends banger semua ya. Gokil semua aja.
Lagunya nggak gokil, mana main?
Yoi.
Dibayar mahal untuk membuatnya gokil.
Playlist Spotify gue salah satunya League of Legends anjir. Seru banget sumpah. League of Legends, Valorant.
Tapi serius sih, gue awalnya cuma ngumpulin lagu-lagu gitu yang bahkan turnamennya nggak pernah gue lihat gitu kan. Cuma pengepul lagu doang gitu.
Iya.
Tapi akhirnya gue kepoin kayak gue nonton tipis-tipis.
Iya kan. Setiap opening seremonial tuh selalu bagus gitu.
Iya.
Selalu gokil.
Gak pernah gagal, please.
Apalagi yang 2019 tuh lu lihat ya, yang ada naga terbang pakai.
Lihat. Gua lihat.
Anjir itu gila keren banget ya. Anjir lah kata gua.
Sih itu pecah banget.
Pecah banget anjir. Gila itu gimana caranya? Itu hologram atau apa gua nggak tahu anjir, nggak paham gua.
Pasti holo sih.
Kalau hologram mahal banget sih itu, mana siang lagi.
Ya kan mereka sponsor boy.
Gila sih. Wah gila sih.
Iya, sesuai kepercayaan masing-masing anjay. Iya bener sih, nggak salah Nata.
Anjay. Oppo. By the way HP lu apa?
HP gue tetangganya Oppo.
Apa? Vivo.
Iya.
Betul HP gue musuhnya Oppo.
Siapa? Realme.
Naon.
Apa?
Naon
apa naon?
Naon, Oppo, naon, apa?
Anjing.
Si. Cia.
Bapak-bapak gini banget ya. Males banget ya. Kelihatan banget ya lu udah tuanya.
Iya, aduh. Sapi apa yang bisa nempel di tembok?
Anjing.
Apa Yowi?
Sempet-sempetnya lu gambar sapi.
Nggak salah sih.
game.
Tapi gua prefer Spiderman.
final when you have
Anjing.
that Summoner's Cup looking at
Gak
you
prefer di
as
zaman
you
gua.
are playing.
Gua males banget anjir kalau lu udah ngeluarin jokes bapak-bapak.
So convincing and maybe
Gua serasa bego gitu loh nebaknya.
Yoi. Naon teh naon. Untung Samsul anjay. Samsul berdak LCK dong. Berdak Korea, berdak T1. Kita berdak LPL, berdak BLG wi. HP kita
barudak Opa.
Iya, HP kita HP punya bin. Recycle.
Punya bin. Recycle.
Lu tau gak sih yang itu yang masak apa sih? Kangkung sih.
Oh ya, kangkung siapa?
Kangkung sih. Dia kayak apa sih, gimana sih, kayak awalnya tuh kayak masak apa? Kangkung recycle apa coba?
Kagak nyambung tapi nggak apa-apa lah ya, masuk lah ya, masuk.
Iya. Tiba-tiba recycle.
Aduh jokes bapak-bapak. Wah tidak bisa. Saya jiwa muda guys.
Alec was on his Ash, and we love seeing that. I want to take a look at our HyperX reflex replay because there was one moment where he got the arrow on
Tuh orang pada
Faker,
nonton
and
di
we actually
mall
got the
anjir.
pro
Coba kalau
view
misalkan
to see
Indonesia ya masuk,
exactly what happened.
pasti
Perhaps
mau
the
Jakarta seru
mastermind
nih.
was masterminding too much.
Yeah, I can't wait to
Anjay.
see this 'cause I actually
Nobar
have not seen the
Indonesia.
preview from Faker yet. But this is where it starts.
Tapi jarang
right?
nggak sih
Because they're
Indo
gonna try
yang
to
mau di
get
mall gini?
the collapse onto bin. You can see on the minimap
Indo nih
where
mall ya.
BLG are pushing
Kayaknya
in
M5
on the
ada
top
dah.
side. Scout is it out, and then Elk hits this arrow. Elk on this Ash.
M5?
So
Waktu M5 ada nggak sih?
absolutely
Lupa
deadly.
gue.
He's flipping through lanes.
Nobar M5.
Well, not
Nggak.
yet. He's in the game.
Gue
He
tahu
does
tuh.
not see it coming, and then
Enggak
he's
maksud
dead.
ya ada tapi jarang gitu loh, karena emang ngurus penyewaannya apa segala macam agak sulit kalau di Konoha mah.
Being on this Ash pick,
Oh,
I
iya,
feel like
bener.
if you want to see,
Gak akan di mall
sometimes
ya
people
berarti ya.
overfocus on Ash arrows, right?
Bisa
You
di pos
Iya.
ronda.
good Ash
Anjing nggak di pos ronda juga ya,
must go
kocak lu.
further than Elk, 'cause
Iya
he's
lah pos
phenomenal.
ronda. Orang-orang.
What I really want to highlight here is
Nenek
how
so iye.
BLG reads T1. T1 is a
Kurang
team
ajar
that
lu,
wants to
Nata.
do this
Yoi.
overloaded part of the map, really go aggressive
Nenek.
on these turrets to try and gain map control.
Bos
And
apa
they are
yang
so clearly not ready for this collapse.
Gua tabok lu,
We saw
sumpah.
T1 stabilize a little bit after the rough early game. After this point,
Bos apa
BLG
yang
was never in any danger.
They really weren't. I mean, there was just
Bus
so
apa yang
many
nge-stream?
avenues
Bus
of attack where
pariwisata,
BLG had
Anjui.
Oh
the
my
shoutout
God.
night. He played incredibly well in a matchup that is supposed to be advantageous for the Yone in the
Cisil.
one.
Kapan lagi
He
lihat
was
Bus nge-stream?
dominating Faker from the word go.
Our upper player of the game was Knight in this one. We focused so much on the matchup before this Cisil, but just outplayed.
I mean, straight up, you know, he
Si
was just
botak so keren
dominating in
banget
the
ya.
1v1. Faker did chunk him down early, but even after the TP back, he was
Lu
winning
salpok
every
sama
single
botak
trade
ya, gue salpok
thereafter.
sama yang
He made
berkumis
Faker
cuy.
base with low HP, with
Lu
no
mah suka
teleport,
ini ya,
lost the full
film
wave,
India,
started to fall behind
bapak-bapak
in
India.
experience. Knight really
Iya, benar.
showcased his skill in this 1v1.
Pantesan suka yang kumisan.
Both. New word.
Tapi negaranya tidak ya, mohon maaf.
In the intro, right? Like he wants
Artisnya
people
doang ya.
to remember
Si
Iya.
his name
siapa sih
as
yang joget-joget
LPL
itu tuh
mid.
namanya?
What a
This was sick.
phenomenal
Cara
Caya,
showing
Caya,
from
Caya.
Knight in this first game. Insane Sejuani,
Itulah
all
pokoknya.
making prep, and this is what allowed a lot of
Lupa
these
anjir zaman
BLG
SD.
collapses was
Zaman
Knight's
gue
Gua
pendek.
message
kalau
and
untuk
his positioning.
gua kalau untuk aktor, aktris suka sih, tapi kalau untuk negara dan street foodnya no.
No way. Mana pakai ini ya? Pakai bumbu rahasia terus setiap masak.
Iya lagi.
Well, there's only, only one can be done.
Bumbu rahasianya
Maybe
sesuai
BLG
kepercayaan
of all teams
masing-masing
know
ya.
about the
Itu
Iya,
higienis
first
apa
game.
tidak?
I do want to highlight though that
Betul.
T1 selected
Bumbu
blue
rasanya
side,
daki.
and I do think again this was not
Anjir.
a game where you go like this was unplayable from drop.
Yeah.
This was just gameplay. I do think though that T1 in the next
Terus,
game
tapi
has an
kenapa ya?
opportunity to set
Hewan
themselves up
apa yang
better
cuma
because
2 huruf?
we gotta talk about it. When that Braum was locked in, I can guarantee you that
Hewan yang
every
dua
single
huruf.
T1
Dan
fan
G.
left out
Ah,
would select
si.
Braum. Because this player
Apa?
on the Braum
Udang,
doesn't have the
udang.
magic he does on other
U dan
champions.
G.
Absolutely, and they did have that Yone gambit that we've
Udan
seen in
G.
so many different series.
Dua
Where when you
huruf.
go on red
Iya.
side, if you are not playing against a mid laner who is
U
known for
dan
this
G.
melee champions,
U
or
sama
dan
G.
G.
Yone, you can say, all right,
Iya.
let's give it over to
Iya.
Faker.
Tapi kenapa
Let's
jadi
see what
udang,
happens in game
kocak?
number one.
Ya kan
Now
Kan
udang.
udang banyak
so that
hurufnya.
can put the pressure
U
on T1
dan
to have
G.
to ban Yone
Udang.
on blue side, which
Nenek
really is a
nih.
disadvantage
Gue
for the
kasih
rest
tau
of the
ya.
series, and it's something we've seen happen
Hewan-hewan
Apa
apa yang
sih?
punya
The
satu
people
huruf?
really want
What do they
to
want?
Apa?
hear us talk a little more
Ikan. 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 Ikan.
Ikan kan 5 huruf.
Ikan.
Maurits, because
this is
kan? Actually something we saw just last week as well. The exact
Apa sih? Oh, baru dapat U dan G ala tai. Gue baru dapat
we always said about pushing the meta forward, about making
ikan satu huruf. Ikan cuma satu huruf.
Iya, emang
ikan.
Which team this is? This is a team that has particularly domestically, even though they haven't won, they win a whole lot. So this really isn't by itself already a great foundation for that problem. But it's when you look at the actual gameplay, compare this
Hidup gue sibuk banget ya kayaknya.
Hewan apa yang cuma bisa satu huruf tapi sekarang ukurannya gede? G aja. Hanya G. G aja. Gua mah G aja.
And I also think in the context of this match,
Nenek nggak nyambung ya, maaf cuy. Gue lahirnya sebelum Masehi.
The expectation was that Keria has been having a
lahirnya Gen Z soalnya Gen Alpha. Jokesnya udah skibidi.
Iya, jokes skibidi gue tahu, tapi kalau jokes gen bapak-bapak gue gak tahu, Jit.
Gen milenial.
We saw this out of Keria in game 1 specifically. We saw how cohesive BLG played with on making sure that he's with his jungler, with his mid laner, wherever he needs to be, is a good sign for the series for BLG.
Yeah, and that's why I'm really curious to see what T1 end up doing in this draft, right? Because they did
Sapi apa yang bisa nulis?
And Rakan coming through on 4-5 in their bans in the first game. And then Yone test, as you already mentioned.
Salah. Spiderman.
For Keria though is that
naon eta sapi naon?
T1 and the
Sapi
level 1
dol.
kind of ruin this. I did expect T1 to be going for some swap, not want to face BLG in standard
Otak aku yang musuh
and that's why I really love to see Keria unlock. Like obviously everyone's gonna
Nata
talk
juga
about kite games
bapak-bapak nih. Kita bapak-bapak berdua.
If he's able to affect the mid lane,
otak aku emang sebapak-bapak itu ya, iya. Otak kamu sebapak-bapak itu, Nata.
In lane, that's an important part
Aku
too.
segala
I like
jok motor
seeing
masuk kok.
when he can also be unlocked
Sapi
from the
dol.
bot lane in some early
Sapi dol.
Jadi gue nemu tawa
I
tai.
always just think that when the meta is flexible for supports, Keria is the best player in the world. This guy can play so many different styles. He affects the map really well. He can have counters for 2v2. He can do so many different things. So I'm really curious if T1 has that in store.
Yeah, I think that's why we really feel
Nigerianya.
Right when it comes to this best of 5
Ibu-ibu
now. As we all know, we are here with
di pinggir laut. Ibu hamil di pinggir laut.
Is a global phenomenon. There are so many watch parties all around the world. We have Thailand, Wuhan, New York
Bahasa
City,
Nigeria.
and many more. And that is so cool to see because sometimes I feel
Apa?
like we are
Woi,
kind of in our
help,
bubble,
SOS,
right? And we don't see what's
SOS.
happening right here.
Ibu-ibu di
But,
pinggir
to
laut.
know that all
Ibu-ibu
of
hamil di
Korea and
pinggir
all of
laut.
China is watching as well as everywhere across the world. People care so
Oh, belum anjir tenggelam kocak. Kasihan anjir.
Gue tanya, kalau tenggelam emang bisa ngomong?
Enggak sih. Kan beda. Kan itu jawabannya salah.
Apa jadi?
Kukira kura-kura.
Hah?
Kukira kura-kura.
Maksudnya? Anjir, otak gue gak nyambung.
Ibu-ibu hamil di pinggir laut, pinggir pantai. Dikirain kura-kura, soalnya lagi hamil melendung.
One key word that we need to see from T1 as I toss it to the casters, Maurits, that you need to see for them to bring it back in game.
Nih, Nata ngasih pertanyaan nih.
Parah banget anjir dikira melembung
Nata, buah apa yang bisa digoreng? Ayo, gua tahu jawabannya gampang.
Apa anjir gue gak tahu?
Lo nggak tahu?
Buah pisang.
Salah. Ya nggak salah sih. Bener juga ya. Tapi jawabannya buah-buahan si.
Oh iya ya. Buah-buahan.
Dia bisa goreng juga bisa sih.
Iya.
not looking either an AP jungle or an AP bot laner, it kind of limited the options that T1 actually had on the bot side of the map. Now, do I think that they lost?
Pisang nggak bisa digoreng ya, pisang
no, I mean, I think BLG really just outplayed them in the early game. But I think what T1 is good at, or at least what they've showed at this World Championship, is their ability to come back into games, whether it be through clever barons or fantastic picks. This comp didn't really give them any options to do that. So I want to see them have those options available to them and showcase the playmaking power that this roster does have.
Yeah, I think the big issue here for T1 is not only did they get outplayed in game number 1 on the map, but also it's going to be even more difficult now for them to draft versus BLG. BLG already calling the Yone shot and then
bahasa Arabnya cebok.
Apa silit?
Arab kocak itu bahasa apa? Itu silit banget.
Apa cok? Bool.
Berak cebok.
Bool. What are you going to look to remove is Night
bahasa Arabnya
something
nggak tahu taluk lu.
Or perhaps something like the Kalista once again is something you think is worthy taking
iya, jawabannya bahasa Sunda. Nih gue kasih tahu ya.
Apa?
Ana antaina.
Silas was insane. Maybe they would even consider first picking and stealing it away.
Tahu nggak artinya apa?
And Kalista are both available. This is an important choice for BLG. Ban away the Ashe and then give over the
artinya apa, Wi?
Kalista.
Ala antaina.
Why we see the Varus ban is a solid answer into the Kalista. They're going to take away the
Pak,
Varus.
bahasa Arab remet, Wak. Maaf aja.
Bahasa Arab remet bukan bahasa Sunda itu. Kalau di bahasa Sunda ala antaina itu artinya ini apa? Ngorek-ngorek
Will they immediately pair it, you know, with like a Renata or something like that, or are they going to try and grab their jungle first?
Bayang lu dikorek-korek.
Bukan di WC-nya. Bukan di WC-nya, weh, di silit. Bing silit.
Oh alah. Oh di silitnya.
Iya.
Gue kira di toilet.
Ngapain kan kerjaan.
Gue kira kan di toilet ya anjir, udah dikeluarin dikorek. Aduh anjir gue lemes ketawa.
Renata. Oh my god. Renata gelas. Gelas hijau. Maaf. Ini jokes bapak-bapak. Ini bahasa Arab lagi nih. Bahasa Arabnya ngerebus batu.
Ngerebus batu.
Well, some signature picks.
Oh, gue tahu. Gue tahu. Goblok.
Bisa sih. Tapi bukan itu jawabannya. Garele tinggi Gusti. Maaf.
Maaf Natal. Maaf.
He can still just play like Zinzao or something. I don't want to overcook, but there's always the role that Rumble goes bot lane and then there's still a counter pick top for Bin.
Bagus. Tapi bukan itu sih. Tapi bagus. Gua terima.
Apa jadi jawaban realnya apa?
Jawaban realnya tuh bahasa Sunda lagi sih. Nih gue kasih tahu.
Apa?
Lillahi puna. Lillahi puna artinya ketika lu manggang batu, ngerebus batu, nggak lembek-lembek, nggak hipu. Lila itu lama, hipuna artinya lembek. Jadi ante manggang batu ya nggak hipu-hipu, wajar.
Gue capek ketawa sih, gue lemes aja.
Sunzao. Betul Sunzao, lu tahu ini kan si
Mama bener munda hartong ningali HP. Maaf atuh.
Si mama
Maaf.
Salah sendiri.
Siapa suruh tinggalin?
Selamat datang di channel Lord Michael. Kejorokan luar biasa. Nocturne.
Maaf ya guys.
Oh my god.
Anak opus kalau nggak ngebahas sesuatu yang nggak penting, bahas tinja.
Yes.
Biar beda.
Gumayusi pilih Orn, sama Keria pilih Nocturne. Kalau main ML, Nocturne itu seperti Aldos. Sementara Orn itu bikin lu bisa beli item tanpa pulang.
Iya.
Yes. Kalau ML kan gak usah pulang ya dari awal, tapi kalau ini kan harus pulang tuh, harus ke base beli itemnya.
Gak mau pulang, maunya digoyang.
Gak mau pulang, gak mau bye-bye. Bilahi punah batu mana nutiasa hipu yo. Kira ada pada hipu upang di dagoan eta batu gila. Sadarwi.
Jawab Kel.
Apa? Ini sekalian angin apa yang bagus untuk kesehatan?
It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. That it is, and it's going to be the 50th Worlds Finals game ever. Here in the O2 Arena, we've been blessed to be able to watch a best of 5 between these two teams. I think a lot of people in the audience, even if they're not T1 fans, are hoping that T1 can fight back and take this all the way.
Enterwin. Kalian semua bikin sakit, kocak.
Reject win. Tolak angin, reject win.
Reject win.
First in spring, first in summer in the LPL, and here in finals, up one game already on T1.
Apaan bahasa Sunda?
As well. It was a team that was, when it was originally built, wasn't expected to have this sort of success.
Gak tahu. Gua menyerah.
Taluk gak tahu.
Gua menyerah. 30 second on the minutes point. Taluk. I'm taluk as fuck. I'm very taluk right now.
Taluk apa?
Oh my god, langsung ini, buset, ngeri banget ya. Gumayusi jangan mati lagi, please. Anjir, buat lagi, gila. Gokil banget emang. Elk. First blood lagi dipegang sama Elk, bos. Dipegang Elk seperti kemarin. Tapi sekarang Faker yang megang Silas.
They were just trying to get some vision, get a bit of early information, maybe even drop a ward into BLG's bot side jungle. But the collapse from On and Elk, the chase down of the Ashe, means that BLG draw first blood.
Elk flashes forward so he can get the slows onto Guma.
First blood yang sangat
Kayaknya ini apa sih kebiasaan Gumayusi main di mid lane kalau kayak tadi kan. Terus BLG udah tahu strateginya, jadi waktu dipakai strateginya langsung di counter.
Udah kebaca gitu.
Oke sih. Ngeri. Itu apa sih? Oh si Rakan, anjay.
BLG tackle dong gitu kira-kira.
Hitut angin kentut ya bah si
anjir
capek guys.
Astaga.
Udah bapak tapi udah ayo Vega let's go.
FYI Michael ini udah bapak-bapak ya guys.
Yoi, umur gua 750 tahun. Udah aki-aki, uyut.
Lo kan immortal Bejir.
Iya, kan gua nggak jutaan tahun juga. Gua umurnya berapa sih lupa gua.
Lah, lu yang gak tahu gua. Lu kagak pernah spill umur.
Tapi seingat lu tuh gua cerita kan waktu awal-awal free to gua spill umur aja 700 Zeus disiksa nih. Oke, Rakan jatuh satu. Aduh, Orn mati juga.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade. Let's go. Kiranya dia waktu di ini nggak langsung mati.
Ini kalau bisa ngebaca pikirannya T1 ya, si BLG ini keren banget sih.
Iya. Latihannya nggak sehari doang nih guys, KS.
Bener. Sistem kebut semalam.
Oke, ada TP datang. Apakah 3 lawan 2? Oh, langsung taunted. Gumayushi mati. Enggak, anjir. Apakah bakal dibunuh? Anjay, let's go. Double kill. Enggak. Oke.
Tentu tidak dong.
Lanjut, let's go, Faker. Oh my god, let's go, Faker. Woo.
Kita bisa melihat top 1 di hatinya Michael adalah Faker, guys.
Itu saja the god himself, boy. Itu tuh ininya apa sih, si Galio tuh kayak skill 3-nya si Fredrin.
Oh.
Guma as well in that skirmish recognizes on, tries to get that last auto attack, takes a quick side
Buset, biasa aja bang. Iya.
Santai bang.
Mukanya sama banget. Yang menang siapa, yang senang siapa ya? Kebiasaan. Apakah Keria akan nge-carry malam ini? Atau Honor? Atau Zeus?
Kalau gue dukungnya Zeus sih, karena dia koordinasi langsung dengan Papa J.
Beda server, what the fuck? What the hell? Itu Nordic, Greek, itu Greek god.
Dianjain dia memikir.
Kejar-kejar,
kejar-kejaran. Aur-auran. Itu lagu gila sih dari Bang Windah.
Kamu jangan suka bohong, jangan suka lawan orang tua. Oke, 2 grab versus 2 grab. Seimbang.
Big Ornn ultimate coming through. BLG don't want any part of that. It's going to be the one of the kind of hang.
Apa kalau masih dukung BLG?
Sayangnya masih.
Oke, gokil.
Kan kita ceritanya mau bentrok-bentrokan, Wak.
Gaskan. Aja
Zeus.
Yoi, gue T1. BLG bisa apa? Dia botong sampah kemana-mana. Recycle.
BLG strateginya oke ya.
Cih. Hanya karena recycle bin. Cih.
Daripada tim Allah pertama apa pemanasan doang, kok nggak langsung diterabas?
Namanya juga panas-panasan, gak usah banyak gaya, panas-panasan mah.
Jumawa sekali ya.
Oke, datang gak nih? Bin turun ke bawah, berarti dia mau split push. Yang lain pada di atas 5 versus 4.
Sehati gitu, iya kita kan memang sehati sayang.
Sehati aja. Yang penting Nato juga dukung BLG. Oh my god. Let's go. Faker. Oh tidak.
Please banget BLG, semoga kamu menang. Soalnya kalau kamu menang, Michael traktir aku 100 mie ayam.
What the fuck? Sejak kapan? Oi, let's go. Let's go Gumayushi. Anjay, Zeus kagak masuk. Let's go, mantap. Double kill.
No way.
Mantap. Oke. Dia mau nyampah. Ini bisa dibalikin nih. Bisa dibalikin nih. Gumayushi. Oke, dapat satu. Gumayushi mati, dibunuh sama recycle bin.
But they do find kills in the top side. I do feel that this game BLG is just running around the map trying to keep up with T1.
Udah mulai berani mereka, wah.
In the mid lane, the fact that Zeus had already ticked over to level 6 and they were bleeding
Tadi habis
so much
panas-panasan, sekarang main serius.
Connects onto Zeus, meaning that he can't follow up with his ulti, but he gets a flash away and nice spell shield from Ona.
Langsung CC gede.
From Zeus was crucial, allowing Guma to just free fire.
BLG.
Damage-nya tidak main-main ya.
Crash. Yoi. Padahal masih menit berapa coba? Early. Karena main tim kan gede tuh damage-nya.
Iya.
Anjay, bikin faker tuh tulisan.
Right now, I feel like T1 have a big advantage. Level 7 on the top side, so Bin has been able to catch up. In the mid lane, Knight has also been able to close that gap. Elk, though, with actually a full level lead over Gumayushi, while Keria has now ticked over to level 6. So BLG have done a good job being able to close
dua
that
god nih
experience
lagi
gap.
bertempur.
But in terms of
Faker
the
dan
goals,
Bin.
you can see big advantages on the side of T1 thanks to these
Apakah
kills that they've been able to grab.
Apakah recycle Bin akan menang atau si God, si kambing
masih tanda tanya.
Tapi jarang sih mereka berdua satu persatu. Jarang banget.
And it should be T1 collecting the
Soalnya
next
Shinzo
pack of
juga
grubs.
lagi
BLG they know they don't want
lagi
to
bunuh
fight that,
Drake
so
kan,
they're just trying to pick up
di
Dragon
atas
right
lagi
now.
bunuh.
Shun working away on it.
Enggak
See if Knight, how quickly Knight can push this
Infernal
bottom wave
Drake
though for the
didapatkan oleh
Galio.
Shinzo.
His teleport is ready.
Sama lagi anjir
Ultimate will
Cina.
come up soon.
I don't really know if he wants to join this.
Okay, Nocturne yang
tried
ambil
to take a fight
grabs.
around the top side and lost out pretty heavily on that T1 now with a 1.8k gold lead. They'll get their fourth grub and they're looking to make it 6.
Yeah, Bin uses the Rumble ultimate for the wave, so they're just gonna make the call. We will pay for this with some tower plate money here onto the side of Knight. It is quite big to get the full 6
Potensial T1 masih sekarang nih.
Again, going back to Champion Select.
Saya kalau misalkan T1 kalah gue panik.
Wah ya. Kita lihat nanti ya, jangan meremehkan lawan dong.
Maaf. Gue meremehkan. Itu lama banget sumpah itu ultinya anjir lah. Stunnya itu lama banget.
T1 get another plate on the top side 3 minutes before those fall off, and they're investing a lot of time in making sure this top lane goes low.
I mean, right now T1 is playing a very heavy 4-1 style, but they're forcing BLG to respond to the top side of the map. They keep dragging BLG up here, and every time they do, BLG is losing a little bit more on the map. Ona secures level 8, gets another plate in the mid lane. And T1, they're not going to alleviate that pressure. Look at the positioning of Carrier here. Something he often does on this Renata is he just walks in your face. He is not afraid.
Faker bagian nge-push kok. Tadi pas pertama-tama kok nggak nge-push bang?
Soalnya ya landing pertama, landing phase masih awal banget.
Iya, gue ngejokes anjir. Ya Allah.
Gue kira nanya beneran.
Tidak ditanggapi jokes dengan Michael. Maaf ya guys.
Oh iya, maaf.
Now it's going to calm down a little bit.
Karena Faker adalah goat.
The outer tower
Anjay.
Buat apa nge-push? Apa sih? Random sih jauhnya.
Kenapa sih?
Satu tower didapatkan oleh T1. Apakah BLG akan melakukan Keria? Turun satu, dia akan mati. Tidak.
Para
Soalnya ini dua-dua tank nih, Knight sama On, dua tank ngambilnya. bisa bunuh Keria langsung.
Tank lawan tank jadi apa guys? Masih jadi tanda tanya. Tapi jawabannya adalah tank.
Tank. Aduh, sorry. Denger gak tadi?
Kita dikontrol ya, Wak. Aduh.
Sorry. Efek asam lambung nih guys, sorry.
Lu biasan banget sih anjir, tapi gak apa-apa, santai.
Iya, ini kebiasaan. Udah bisa dikontrol anjir. Dulu mah gua apa sih namanya kayak bukan jawir apa sih namanya? Jaim kok jawir sih.
Tidak bisa jaim ya guys ya, tidak bisa.
Dulu mah gorengnya jaim banget kan kayak sendawa apa segala rupa ditahan. Sekarang mah udah lupa aja. Apa ya? Ya udahlah. Lu nonton ini sih?
Apa itu jaga image?
Lu nonton ini enggak? Rick and Morty.
Gimana itu?
Yang apa? Film kartun Amerika yang
nonton.
Yang om gila, ilmuwan gila sama ponakannya. Kan tiap hari dia sendawa anjir. Hampir tiap detik. Dikit-dikit sendawa.
Cepet ya.
This game, limited start up the Rift Herald. Her patience is going to run out and she'll scuttle her way back towards the pit for now.
And in payment for that, GAESS is able to again push another top wave.
Anjay, Mastercard. Let's go.
Just how different it looks from game 1. In game 1, it was only Gumayushi who I think had a 40 gold lead.
Apakah T1 sedang memasak?
Ya berarti ini kayaknya bakal kayak tahun 2022 kemarin nih.
Pakai taktik yang sama kah?
Bukan, lebih ke arah sampai 3-2 rondenya. Lama mainnya.
Bejir.
Kayaknya sampai 3 jam nih nyampe kita nonton ini. Nanti kalau misalnya mau tidur duluan tidur aja, Wi.
Oke. Sip. Aman.
Oke. Aja faker, gokil.
Jangan dong.
Oke nih, strategi tier 2.
T1 still looking for a bit of a battle around this Rift Herald. The question is, will BLG acquiesce to their request to take a fight towards this top side?
Siapakah akan mendapatkan? Ding.
Sun, ada owner juga. Jungler lagi berebut nih. Anjay, let's go. Enggak, tidak let's go. Anjay, let's go. Wuhui. Gila, Faker. Ulti.
Malas.
Gumayushi, let's go. T1. Inilah dia T1 kawan-kawan. This is T1. Tuh dengerin. Anjir, rame bener. Tapi emang tadi sisinya gede banget sih Keria, gokil banget. Langsung ulti tuh Keria, ditarik, kena tuh kan.
Ditarik langsung kena.
Terus tuh Keria ulti, pada rusuh semua musuhnya gak jelas. Terus kena sisi, langsung beres. Oh my god.
Sangat
cerdik sekali. Memang Keria nih dari segi main CC-nya gokil banget. Tapi tadi si BLG on tuh gokil juga tuh. Atau di awal early kan Gumayushi kalah terus langsung first blood. Itu emang gokil juga. Sekelas World Champion cuy. Ngeri mainnya. Kalau gua main ML aja udah kadang miss terus anjir. Nggak kadang sih sering.
Serius.
Game ini BLG nggak kesempatan nih.
Becomes pretty problematic for BLG on those sides, and so T1 they're just going to force down the dragon, immediately rotate everybody over to this outer tower. Wait, lying in the fog of war. If anyone from BLG steps up, have to be a little bit careful there. So sacrifice the tower initially. And then as you said, they have the Rift Herald still in pocket that they can then use for the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to deep push out this bot wave to kind of keep Knight on the map a little bit longer. The resets can now come through. They can reset back out into mid. It's an easy setup and an easy siege thanks to the Ornn ultimate that can be used to zone them away from the tower.
Jadi kalau gue sama lu jadi apa host live-nya pasti yang dibahas GBD toilet min 1000 aura. Oh my god, no way, faker.
Faker, bing chilling, recycle bin, anjir. OTW. Anjir, gila. Maju nggak?
No.
Oh enggak. Itu faker aja tadi nyuri ultinya
And look, Knight can't actually afford to push out that bot wave, even though he knows that the play is happening in mid. If you overextend, the thing that Kopi's been talking so much about is the threat of the side lane play, and now on the top side of the map,
faker lawan B nih, 2 goat.
Dua
datang tidak akan maju.
But he's crucially drawing members to the top side.
Ih,
Now the bot lane play becomes an
sorry.
option for BLG. They have the push in mid, they have another wave that they can catch on bot, and then they can start putting pressure on the tier 2 tower.
Gue dipapangin.
Ya.
Both these teams so good when getting ahead, and we're seeing it here from the opposite side.
Kocak nasihatin kucing lu.
With 6 scrubs, remember how quickly they
Sumpah
can
sih
take these
dia ada
towers.
masalah apa sih sama gue?
Siege up at this turret, try and spawn those grubs, and they rotate Faker down after pushing topside. Again, you see Bin having to collect those minion waves at the tower.
Oh, game ini mau push tower aja harus
Again, the
info
power
aja.
of Nocturne here lurking
Beda
in the
banget sama
jungle
ML anjir.
means that BLG constantly have to
Kan
defend
biar
their towers.
That's the thing you've got to be careful of.
biar tertantang.
Nyender anjay.
Locked up towards the top side. The Rift Herald did
Apakah
charge in
akan
half
ada
the tower.
war?
Has been a loss, but BLG able to
Oh,
hold on to the
Apa
rest
ada
of it
war?
for now.
So that's an example of what we're talking about with the Ornn ultimate, just using it
Gue
as a
ngincar warnya
zoning
doang
tool.
anjir
I
yang
got a bit ahead
gokil.
of myself, expecting there to be a full-on dive. Tier 1
Seru.
show a lot more respect than that. But what I was trying to say earlier is that it's not the 4-man stack you've got to keep an eye on when it comes to T1. It's actually just the individual sitting on a side lane, whether it be Guma,
Anjir,
Owner,
Bin,
Faker,
mukanya
or
lucu banget.
Zeus. They'll just push out that extra wave to get it deep.
Kayaknya
Force
gue
BLG
mute
to both
bentar.
respond to the
Okay.
2 pushing waves, and then that extra member comes and pushes in that 3rd one to then catch you off guard
Faker
and
mengambil
then get
ulti
away on this
Shinzo.
chip damage on the tower.
And the 6 grubs is so nice for them.
So powerful.
When they're
Emang
constantly
gokil sih.
rotating between these towers,
Orang-orang
even though
ini
T1 have a very short
world
range
class
composition,
boy.
they just
Ngeri
gonna
banget.
go up into range, spawn their little grub mites, and get little bits of chip damage on those towers. Meanwhile, On trying desperately to get the first step of a play, the early vision, the advanced warning, the extra information for BLG to try and craft a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, BLG have potentials to find pick. Ash Arrow is famous for catching you off guard, and that's ultimately what they're looking for, and why that highlight was so good, Kobe, because On's vision is going to be crucial to allow them to find those picks.
T1 agree with both of you. 5 sweepers. 5 sweepers and a paranoia. They're putting as much darkness on this map as they can for BLG. They realize the only way BLG really get back into this game is by finding a few of those picks, a few of those team fights where they have a numbers advantage, and by stopping them having vision anywhere, they're stopping them having that advantage.
It is something that
Gila,
T1
gila.
has shown
Wah, gila
so
sih.
much success at this
BLG
tournament.
juga belum ngambil
Just
tower
denying your
satupun.
opponents a vision and then making
Tower bawah
picks,
udah mau hancur tapi
making
belum
these
dihancurin.
plays, being very quick in their active thinking here. And so, step number 1 accomplished. Step number 2 now, try and draw out BLG into the dangerous open area of the map. Dragon
4
will arrive
versus 1.
shortly,
Apakah bisa
of
menang
which they
owner?
can try and utilize that.
Team
But
fight
once
dari
again, you see
BLG.
T1 first on the side waves, pushing those ones in, and they have their double teleports ready. plus
Gila sih,
Nocturne.
gila sih banget sih.
Again, the side waves are so annoying for BLG now. It's constantly catching and catching and catching. It's T1 that always get that push out onto mid. Holding this mid tier 1 is so valuable as well. Dragon, 20 seconds. Of course, the threat of a soul not quite there yet for either side. T1 set their sights on the enemy camps. And they're looking to suffocate BLG out from more.
All right, BLG.
Oh, the flank.
Zeus.
Anjir, Onar, let's go. Oke. Faker ngejar. Ada Galio tadi kabur.
Bagaimana perkembangannya? Saya kembali.
Mati lagi BLG 1, terbunuh oleh tim fight. T1 yang gokil.
What's the point? And he's rather save it for the upcoming fight. He knows that there's still Wasteland to come back into the game. Knight, I think, is a little too tanky to fall to this little skirmish in the mid lane. But it all comes back to what you generally
kayaknya emang karena BLG sekarang terlalu tank banget sih.
Kemungkinan iya.
Ya tadi tuh kan tadi si S-nya tuh damage dealernya mati kan, udah nggak bisa nyerang lagi.
Iya sih.
Kalau damage dealer sekali mati udah susah majunya untuk buat BLG.
Agak real. Agak real ya.
Again, Faker here, hide on Bush. This is going to chip away at Knight. Knight, as you say, very tanky. Has that Bramble Vest as well to try and reduce a little bit of the healing. Coming out from T1, the arrow comes down.
Wait, nggak kena. Oke, Faker disiksa 4 orang. Apakah dia akan mati? Oke, ternyata
mati dong. Mati dong, masa nggak mati?
Faker does have the
gaskeun, bunuh Faker, bunuh Goat. Kemarin ini apa, tim Eropa tuh G2 kan, ada satu bunuh Faker langsung bang, anjir, bantai Faker. Faker hidup. Bagaimana kelanjutannya?
Mati dong.
Anjay, Owner, let's go. Terlalu kebiasaan, terlalu. Oh anjir, gimana sih? Double kill. Anjir, masih hidup Faker, gila sih. Triple kill, let's go.
What the hell?
Faker does not fall that easily. His team is quick to react, and just like that, 4 members down.
Cuma tinggal sisa recycle bin doang sendiri. Dan Faker gak mati tadi.
Dia only.
Faker gak mati, setipis itu tadi, setipis itu dia masih hidup, gila.
It's just the one player that is so hard to catch, and that is not because he is an individual.
Tapi emang kayaknya kebiasaan ini sih World Championship tuh ngelihat Faker tuh kayak nomor 1 untuk diincar, dibunuh gitu.
Iya sih.
Tapi kelemahannya
dia udah dapet titel ini, titel ya pemain hebat lah.
Yoi. Jadi kayak selalu jadi ini apa, umpan Faker itu. Strategi T1 sekarang tuh umpan, jadi waktu musuh pada nyerang Faker nih, nah teman-temannya datang bantai-bantai.
Alah,
bernafsu sama Faker.
Faker
mati, Faker.
Iya betul. Ada poin plus atensi ke semua, tapi poin
iya
juga.
Selalu nge-lag tadi di robot. Ini udah beres 10.000 nih, 12.000 nih, susah nih. 12.000 cuy, seharga ayam geprek.
Saya meninggal di.
Wih, 2 lawan 1 pun gak kuat. Udah 12.000 gini
mah.
Kok
gue jadi pesimis gini ya? Kan gue dukung BLG. Pesimis ya.
Kalau item soalnya BLG tadi recycle bin gak maju. Coba kalau misalkan si recycle bin maju, langsung dibantai binnya.
Ojay. Michael, titip salam ke Sing Astin di samping kamu itu.
Oke. Owner double kill.
Salam doang.
Gue isi double kill. Owner double kill. Oh my god, 3 orang mati, 4 orang mati cuy.
Titip salam doang ke Sian.
GG everybody.
BTW selamat datang Sian. Mari kita nobar.
Halo Sian, welcome. Anjay, T1 menang. Wuih, ronde 2 untuk Tian. T1.
No way. Ya nggak bisa ngelak sih, emang bedanya jauh sih, bedanya. Duh, berapa ribu itu?
Udah 20.000.
BLJ aku tetap mendukung kamu kok, walaupun aku emang agak pesimis.
Titip salam ke Seng Acu yang di samping kamu itu. Wih, Juwita Bahar, ambil aja, bes banyak bukan gue. Jadi titip sayang juga Seng Uwi.
Boleh.
Ser plafon lu Wi, sedikit sangseng.
Plafon aja.
Apa sih namanya? Asbes. Plafon ya, beda anjir.
Access a dedicated riot corner for tournament news.
New coach. Plafon.
Wi asbes. Dikit-dikit Seng. Si Cisil juga sama Cisil asbes. Wi asbes, Cisil asbes. Ini set 13. Team fight taktik set 13 itu di arcane. Into the arcane, bos. TFT. Let's go. Their stories are yours to tell. Anjay, bye. Their battles not yours to fight.
Aduin apa? Jeremuk gua ada bilang apa? Astaga. Oh, tidak bisa. Aku kan orang dalamnya ya. Dugong.
TFT November 20. Siapa dugong siapa anjir? Banyak dugong anjir.
Rea.
Oh, Rea. Eara.
Nggak bisa Ciar, aku kan orang dalamnya Eara.
Anjir, gue liat di Twitter ya si Eara dibikinin ini anjir.
Apa?
NSFW.
Iya anjir.
Gila kaget gue. Siapa ini tiba-tiba kata gue. Buset. Eara. Oh my god. God damn. Tapi bagus Dir. Iya betul. Artnya gokil sih. Dari segi proporsinya bagus ya. Proporsi gambarnya.
Asli.
Lu kenapa gak bikin NSFW juga Wi? Buat Eara. Buat gua juga dah.
Gua gak bisa anjir. Gak, gimana ya bilangnya, tidak bisa membuat yang sesugoi-sugoi itu.
Sesugoi des.
Tidak bisa membuat yang umami gitu loh.
Umami aja dikira pecin. Anjir, umami basreng available now new dark stars. Oh my god.
Nggak, maksudnya kan kalau di dunia VTuber ada orang yang bilang gambar yang kayak gitu tuh lezat gitu loh, kayak lezat gitu. Gue tuh nggak bisa. Iya.
Iya sih. Ada nuansanya ya.
Iya, gue nggak bisa. Bikin juga kayak gitu Om Mekel. Bikin ya
pakai 3D. Mati gue.
Minta sabi erim Kel.
Ya nggak usah sabi erim. Ngapain sabi erim gitu-gituan? Dia bisa bikin cowok. Tuh bikin gue telan. Jangan dong. Jangan dong.
jangan ya deh kamu ya.
Ini bagus banget nih. Kursi beliin Wi 2.000 kayaknya nih.
Aduh, jual ginjal kanan kiri ini mah.
2003 gue beli dah.
Anjir.
Oke, gorengan.
Ini mah namanya gue jual paru-paru, jantung, ginjal kanan kiri baru gue dapet nih.
Kursi doang ya, gocek.
Kursi doang. Didudukin belum sempat udah dipanggil Rahmatullah.
Kursi favorit. setidaknya nyobain lah 1 detik 2 detik mah kan udah seneng tuh
Sedetik
seneng
apaan
sedetik 2
anjir?
detiknya gitu tiba-tiba
Lu kira habis operasi kagak disuruh ini recovery kocak.
kan recovery di kursi langsung seneng. Oh my
Pala
god,
lu recovery di kursi.
langsung pakai kursinya. Tak. Jir juga jadi pengen bikin lagu.
Bikin,
kita bikin lagu yang banger. Lagu banger sebanger mungkin. Lo emang ini sekarang jam 11 loh, Gak ngantuk apa lo?
belum.
Kayaknya sampai jam 2 malam nih, serius gua.
Anjir sampai jam 2.
Iya. Masalahnya baru 2 ronde soalnya. Kayaknya punya
emang nih baru 1.
Iya, 1-1. Kalau misalkan BLG T1 menang lagi kan 2 ronde lagi tuh 2-2 contoh.
Oh iya ya, iya.
Kemungkinan sampai 1 jam tuh, sampai jam 12. Terus biasanya di ronde terakhir tuh lama gitu. Antara jam 1-an.
Kerahkan semua energi.
Yoi. Malam-malam banget. Besok Minggu sih, aman sih. Aduh, gua tugas banyak banget lagi, lupa gua. Si balsek ya.
Anjir, gua belum ngerjain konten gua. Bye.
Tugas gua. Aku harus kuliah ya. Konten apaan, Wi?
Ya dubbing.
Oh, dubbing. Anjay.
Iya.
Mang dubbing sama ini, sama Cisil. Sama siapa?
Enggak. Sama brother kemarin pertama kali gua dubbing si Numa.
Oh, anjay. Oke. Jadi pengen dubbing tapi kapan ya? Gak tau dah. Tugas dulu. Kuliah dulu guys, sorry ya guys ya. Ini alasan kenapa gue susah banget bikin konten, bikin apa. Kuliah dulu.
Iya guys, soalnya baru fokus kuliah semua.
Iya. Sibuk sendiri, sibuk real life semuanya.
Iya, sibuk relay.
Wah.
Tapi tenang aja, kalau untuk stream bakal disempet-sempetin kok, ya enggak?
Yoi, betul. Ini juga udah nyempetin banget nih BTW. Harusnya gua nugas nih, tapi ya udah enggak apa-apa. Mumpung lagi T1 kan. Ada itu sampai gila sih Abah. Buset.
Apa
lihat itu Faker seganteng itu lu gak suka apa? Lu bisa suka sama Korea-Korea? Tuh lihat Bin, beda banget Faker sama Bin.
Gue memang suka Korea, tapi yang gue suka kan negaranya kurang ajar.
Tuh lihat tuh Faker, lu nggak bisa buka mata apa? Ketampanannya yang luar biasa, the goat terus tampan.
Iya gue tahu sih, ya gimana anjir, masa lu maksa gue suka sama dia?
Ya nggak apa-apa, kan suka Korea.
Ya kan gue suka negaranya.
Absolutely. I mean, it's two of the teams that have the highest kills per game of any team in the world. They're both early aggressive teams. They know how to
jangan bilang lu juga suka sama Faker ya. Aduh, lu belok lah.
Sukanya nggak sampai sana ya. Paling sampai
mengagumi idol.
Make them believe.
Both teams subscribe to the theory. When you're ahead, you have the advantage.
Sian, gimana kabarnya Sian? Udah makan belum? Mandi atau apa kayak gitu?
Apakah kamu masih ada di sini, Sian?
Oh iya.
And I sure
Berarti masih nonton
for
kan?
everyone that is inside of
Tanya
Toronto
dulu.
is never worried.
Takutnya tidak.
Back to game
Ini ada
number
Bobo.
1. And
Bobo cakep.
this to me
Bobo
felt
ganteng.
like such a again
Bobo
credit to
ganteng.
BLG for the
Oh iya
amount
bener
of
kan
work that they
cowok
do
ya,
out
Bobo
on
ganteng.
these level ones. They clearly have done a really good job of knowing what
Terus kalau
they
Bobo
want for
cantik
T1.
dia boti.
Tapi dikit-dikit Chan itu kan ngomong ke lu, ke Cisil, seng, plafon, asbes, mana mungkin dia kayaknya apa boti.
Kan tidak mengatakan kalau dia boti. Lu mah gimana?
Enggak kan siapa tahu. Kan tadi spekulasi doang. Apakah Sian boti?
Spekulasi lu jelek.
So, here we go. This is XP difference, right? You see,
XP difference.
this is pretty much from that level 1 that we just did, but look at this. Carrier almost up 1k ahead of their opponent. They made BLG have to respond to them on the map. They set up to get 6 grubs, which T1 is so good with their grub usage when they overload to try to attack turrets. We saw it from them in their last series as well. 13-18. That's special because that's around the time that On got level 6. He was so far set behind, and it really looked like BLG didn't necessarily know how to respond particularly well in certain situations in this lane swap. So
kayak tiba-tiba mata gue ke si botak
Kayak
menarik perhatian.
Apakah ini dinamakan jatuh cinta?
Jatuh cinta anjir, kepleset itu mah. Licin banget anjir. Wah, jatuh.
Exactly. I actually thought this was going to go really bad for T1 because when Faker
tapi kalau kata lu ini sampai jam 1, lu serius stream sampai jam 1?
Masih iya, saya nggak bakal nonton. Meski nanti gua diem doang.
Destroys BLG. The re-engage from T1 was immense, and to me, this was the end of the game.
Totalitas sekali ya VTuber satu ini.
Ini worth cuy. Nah dari awal-awal knockout session juga gua nonton. Cuma gua Lu tahu ini nggak VTuber
Kurohiko, yang mana tuh bentukannya? Gua kalau nama
rambutnya biru, dia main MOBA.
Mohon maaf, rambut biru banyak ya.
Cisil juga biru ya? Ya, pokoknya dia sering main ML, Wadrift, Hauka.
Yang main itu juga banyak ya.
Iya sih, kayak apa ya? Itulah pokoknya. Sudah, gitu dah. Buset bah, santai bah, jangan tusuk gue. Oh ini sih itu, player Shaco, anjir siapa namanya cuy? Konten kreator tadi. Tadi yang bawa pedang 2, joget-joget, tusuk-tusuk.
Enggak tahu gue.
Nah, pokoknya itu dah. Konten kreator, player Shaco.
Walah.
Let's get into it. 1-1 both slaughters so far. I would like a
close
game. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's
we
deserve one. You know, both teams have been like
kena ini ya time screen-nya.
It's a close one. We don't really mind who wins.
Fair is fair. Each got to stomp once. Now we get to see a close couple of games.
Ya kemarin juga streamer ini Ludwig, Atriok gak kena kamera gitu.
Ya itu kan namanya juga strategi strategi ngasih tahu penonton ada konten kreator terkenal yang nonton juga di sini langsung gitu.
Ya maksudnya tadi yang gue sebut tuh dia kan paling gede di Twitch ya, Ludwig tuh. Tapi nggak kena kamera. Kena kamera tahun lalu. Kata gue.
I'm interested to see what their priority is based on the sound effects.
Gokil orang-orang
ini. Sound like a different first ban and it is.
Varus wae sama Aurora. Dendam apa? Oh Ash sekarang. Oke, Ash di ban, Yone di ban. Oke.
Yeah, because T1 kept on giving BLG the Ash, over to them when they were on red side. So
ini kalau gue ikut turnamen ya anjir, udah dipastikan sebelum lomba tangan gue udah getar sendiri. Soalnya kan diliatin banyak orang kan.
Ketremor ya?
Iya udah ketremor duluan. Gue ketemu 20 orang manusia aja, gue udah geter-geter anjir badan gue.
Recycle bin. Recycle.
So I imagine, well, Vi is left available.
Kenapa ya tiap lihat bin tuh kayak gue jumping gitu. Gue jumping tiba-tiba. Recycle. Niko, oh my god. Niko nih. Itu di mana sih? Gue lupa udah lama.
Gue lupa yang panjangnya gimana. Ada pokoknya ada yang kayak Niko nih. Lupa gue.
Dari apa sih anime apa sih? Idol project gitu dah apa ya?
Itu udah lama banget, tahun berapa tuh?
Udah tahu gua. Anjir wibu gua tau begituan. Renata diambil, Jax anjir Jax cuy. Bahaya Jax diambil. Jax nih dia meta.
Meta seriusan.
BLG punya kesempatan menang. Rumble? Bakal pilih Rumble? Kayaknya gak ada kesempatan Jackson Rumble. Anjir diambil Rumble. Oke. Gimana strategi?
Sebenarnya tidak ada kesempatan.
Soalnya Rumble ini kan mainnya bakar-bakar gimana sebutannya. Ya gitulah pokoknya. Sementara Jackson ada brutal. Menyala. Oh my god, gila Blitzcrank cuy. Gila sih. Ini gila banget sih. Ini gila banget sih.
Sepertinya mereka sudah mulai serius ya guys ya.
Ini kayak ibarat lu main ML nih di turnamen besar tapi lu malah pilih Layla. Hero yang sangat biasa banget di Blitzcrank.
Tapi kan kita nggak tahu di tangan dia jadi biasa atau luar biasa.
Ya gitu. Blitzcrank ini
semua itu tergantung skill.
Blitzcrank ini kayak ini. Franco tahu kan?
Oh tahu Franco.
Dia kayak narik.
Wonder what else they could be thinking of. Maybe the Syndra, even a possibility. The problem with Knight is he has such a deep champion pool. At least he showcased. Like, do you also ban the Ahri away? We've seen Sylas used from both mid laners. Isn't even an answer.
Ya kan tadi lu lihat tuh kan, kayak belum pernah selama acara Worlds ini yang ngambil ini Blitzcrank.
Yes.
Nol pick. Jadi nggak tahu nih, benar-benar nggak tahu. No one knows.
That is something that owner has played a lot at this tournament. Most at this tournament.
Padahal gue pengen lihat Faker Akali lagi cuy, keren banget Akali. Wow, ngambil Vi kah? Oh, wow.
The thing that stands out to me was that Draven ban from PLG recognizing that what's a good pairing.
Anjir, Kindred, let's go.
It was banned out in the second round of
Kindred, oh my god. Anjir ini pick paling gila. Wih, gue kasih tau ini paling gila.
Oh, mulai seriusnya sekarang ya Wak ya. Tadi pemanasan kedua kayaknya.
Iya. Masalahnya tuh ya Wi ya, kenapa disebut gila? Karena susah banget gameplaynya. Jadi sebetulnya
tapi damage-nya oke juga kan?
Damage-nya lebih ke Kindred ini bikin semua orang nggak bisa mati. Bahkan apapun, bahkan kayak minion, kalau misalnya dia ulti, dia nggak bisa mati. Kena ultinya Kindred. Semuanya jadi immortal di beberapa detik doang sih, kayak 10 detik doang.
we'll see how they perform.
Oh, ya sepadan lah.
Yoi betul. Jujur aja Siwi ini gue lihat BLG kayaknya ngeri banget sih ini. Soalnya gue jadi pengen dukung BLG soalnya dia pakai Kindred. Soalnya susah banget, serius susah banget strateginya. Ini ibarat kayak T1 nih bisa auto win. Soalnya hero-nya kuat-kuat banget.
Auto win gak sih?
Auto win. Tapi kita lihat aja, apakah BLG bisa menggunakan Kindrednya atau tidak? Kalau Kindrednya
bisa, apakah tidak?
Kalau Kindrednya gokil, udah sih gua wah respect banget gua, respect BLG. Ya gua tetap pilih Faker pilih Silas lagi anjir, gak yang lain apa?
Ya nggak apa-apa, mungkin dia jatuh cinta.
Silas mulu lah, bosen gua, hero meta.
Dia yang main, kenapa lu yang komplain, kurang ajar?
Iya, capek gue liatnya. Mana file lagi ownernya, wah ini mah udah menang sih. Easy win. Tapi nggak tahu sih, kita lihat aja. Apakah dia bisa pakai Kindrednya? Itu yang gue penasaran, sumpah dah. Kalau Sun jago main Kindrednya gue respect parah.
Iya. Respect parah ya.
Respect.
Kalista plus Blitzcrank up to the top side here. Meanwhile, rotation over to the other side, and it looks like
udah Pak, udah jangan kumur-kumur.
It's gonna be Kindred actually starting on technically their weak side.
Can just path up towards the top side. Last time we saw a lane swap, both the junglers could just do full clears. We didn't see that in vain. You do see Elkin on here going to be able to deny Zeus away from the wave. He immediately goes back just to help Ona with the Krugs. Gumayushi going out this wave. Knight going in already, hit the level 2. Faker takes a chunk of his HP for the pleasure of stepping up in the lane.
Look at the positioning of Ben in the bot lane. He is hiding just off in the fog of war, but close enough to actually get a bit of experience. He's about half a bar towards that level 2. Carrier, though, going to spot him out, actually walks up and says, no, I'm going to deny that experience and try and mitigate it as much as possible. This is different from the typical lane swaps we've seen a lot at the World Championship. Similar to what we saw in the previous game, rather than splitting the map, as you guys were highlighting, it is going to be these jungle full clears, pathing away from their weak side of the map, which means the threat of a dive is a little bit lower. But I'm keeping my eye on Ona right now. The pings have come down from Jun. Ona is likely on his wolves. With the pressure the Knight has in mid lane, it becomes harder for Faker to be able to roam down.
Ini perasaan yang ketularan tidur cepet gua, kenapa yang gua halu dah?
While T1 actually just the last hitting, just the slowly building, pushing wave, and so this one crashing a bit later into
gue juga kayaknya duluan ding, jam-jamnya setengah 12.
Monggo silahkan. Berani 3
Ntar kalau misalnya salah satu menang kabarin gue ya.
Aman.
Gue tetap ini kok BLG.
Oke, BLG di hati, recycle bin di dalam rumah.
LPL Summer Playoffs, it was Wei who was the first pick jungler for BLG. Coming into Worlds, it was Wei who was the first pick jungler ever since Shun came in.
Jangan lupa buang sampah pada tempatnya, Wi. Ngomong
ngasih
tahu aja.
Lu gue tabok ya, sumpah.
As long as the other Scuttle Crab already taken there, you just wait and it will pop up eventually here on your Scuttle Crab as well. Just don't rush it down, but Zeus goes down for a little ward on it as well.
Nice land here onto Carrier. You can see the damage already going down into him. Gumayushi putting the feathers out. The Blade Caller doesn't connect with the root onto Elk.
Now we're going to see an interesting skirmish around that scuttle, I expect, because a ward was placed by Zeus to spot it out.
Gue ingat lagi, gue teriak dari tadi sebelah rumah gue ada bayi. Aduh, kebangun gak ya?
Knight has the push, and here we go. The mark is there.
Can he burst it down here? He has smite.
Tapi
merasa
gue gak kedengeran. Anjay.
Apa?
Anjay. Gue gak kedengeran ini. Oh my god, first blood dipegang oleh Bin. Oh my god.
Recycle Bin.
Recycle.
And I love this trick for Kindred players because you're like,
sedap,
oh no,
sedap.
you technically stole away my first mark. Guess what? You were marked. And we got the kill on you. So he still got his mark.
Beautiful start for Shun. First blood, third game in a row now for BLG. This time Gumayushi will avoid that advantage for BLG. But a small gold lead now. I guess you could say unfortunately it does go onto the Kindred, but Bin, I think, putting that kill onto him, definitely a good place to get that gold.
I just love to see that too.
Tarik
You
on.
know, everybody in solo queue when you're playing against Kindred, you always focus so much on denying them their marks and stealing them their marks. But in this scenario, you actually give over even more than if you had just let him grab the scuttle. Mid lane prio, that's what it really comes back to. Knight there on the Galio, enabling.
Siapakah yang menang? Apapun hasilnya. Ya udah.
Ngaruh hidup gue juga gitu. Gak akan dapat duit gue.
Iya, dia cuma bereaksi doang.
Iya.
Ngobar doang, ngobar.
Yang penting Linkin Park ya.
Yoi.
Linkin Park boys.
Jatuh cinta banget sama Linkin Park.
Oke, 3-1 Faker mati nih udah.
Secures the kill. We get to see some blitzcrank value there. Goes in, immediately makes the play while Owner actually yoinked away one of the grubs. That's all you really need out of the first pack to at least put the threat of 4 on the second pack.
I mean, the good news from Faker's perspective is the kill went down to On. Bit of a missed timing on the rend execution from Elk, meaning that he didn't quite have the damage to get the kill, so the ignite ended up finishing it off. And Faker also didn't burn any cylinders in that trade. He's now going to path up towards top, catch that wave as the bot lane of T1 transitions over to
minum
mid lane
kopi,
to
ini
match
melek
that
ya.
Elk and On.
Kagak, ini gue sebenernya lagi minum kopi kan. Gue harus minum kopi hitam nih kayaknya.
Jir, gue kopi apapun sekarang udah gak mempan, Wak, mental semua. Kayak kalau gue minum kopi, ya gue ketiduran gitu.
really negates the ability for Faker to flash away. If you flash outside of the auto range, it's still going to connect, you still get knocked up, and then the grab comes out afterwards.
Mungkin karena seringnya juga ya lu ya ngopi.
Iya, termasuk sering sih gua.
And so I guess the good news as well is that BLG didn't have a wave to actually push the mid tower, so they were able to get a single grub, which is definitely still an advantage because
actually
on the next grub spawn you can still look to try and contest, maybe even get 3 grubs for yourself, bringing you up to potentially 4. In any case, we turn our attention towards the dragon as the next major objective. 80 carries have moved towards the mid lane.
Kadang suka ngerasa menyesal wi.
Kenapa?
Masuk DKV.
Yeah, should be them finishing it off as
susah banget tugasnya anjir. Capek.
Awalnya cuma mikir di cafe itu cuma gambar-gambar gitu doang kan.
Iya, masa tuh nggak bisa pakai chat GPT gambar tuh anjay.
Anjir, what the fuck?
Soalnya teman-teman gue yang di matkul lain tuh udah hidup tinggal chat GPT lulus.
Iya. Enak bener. Tapi apa iya sih, gue selalu dapat gue jenengan ya selalu mikir juga kayak pas lihat teman-teman gue masuk di cafe juga kan sama kayak kalian tuh kayak wah semua ini dipelajarin nih, animasi, gambar, pokoknya semuanya itu dipelajarin, jadi gue kayak agak mikir-mikir lagi kalau cuman sebatas gue cuma bisa gambar mau masuk di cafe, tidak mungkin.
Yoi. Makanya kan.
Ultimately,
sekarang tugas gue
nih
pengen menyelam ke kedalaman laut Palung
Mariana Jerawan Palalu.
At around the 10-minute mark in both the previous games, this was about the gold lead as well, Betty. So until we get past 15 minutes,
I'm gonna be optimistic, Medic.
Cool. You want to be optimistic? I can understand that. It is relatively even right now, but often the game starts to explode around that 15-minute mark.
First items are going to be crucial. You'll notice they've been looking to rush his Leandries, get that
kulele
as quickly as possible.
Kenapa?
Kulele sekarang. Whereas the early prioritization competition on the Merc Treads from GAESS makes a lot of
Ukulele.
sense. Both the Galio and the Rumble, very valuable things to have Merc Treads against. But no major items completed just yet. The Grub spawning in about a minute's time. And Knight continuing to trade with Faker on the bot side of the map.
Both the teams just willing to have this push and pull between the It's about getting towards those first items, getting towards the next neutral objective that's spawning. So although it looks like it's in action, it's just these small microcosms of action happening in each lane to try and find those minute advantages.
And now you got to check those reset timers actually just before the second pack of interruption there. And now Faker cancels his recall on the bomb side, so he's not going for space. Preemptively.
What the fuck, serius?
Iya Pak, kaget gua tiba-tiba dia ngomong di grup.
Dia ngomong di grup gua mau jadi VTuber gitu.
Enggak. Ada pokoknya ngomong-ngomong apa gua belum baca. Terus ada yang balas. Jadi VTuber perjalanannya agak panjang ya. Iya katanya. Jadi gua baru tahu dia VTuber.
Dia cuma basa-basi aja kali, apa beneran dikonfirmasi itu dia VTuber.
Nah itu dia kayaknya iya. Maksudnya kayaknya beneran jadi VTuber, tapi untuk ngebeberin dia VTuber namanya apa kayak nggak bakal dibeberin dia deh.
Faker disiksa, Keria disiksa. Anjay, sedap.
Kasian banget ya Faker, di mana-mana dikejar.
Bisa dicari mana nih Faker nih. Anjay, masih.
Still seeking Faker.
Oh, but he didn't spot him. He doesn't actually know if he interrupted him or not. He's fishing for him.
Buset, muter-muter. Buset, kejar-kejaran sampai tahun depan.
Kejar aku dong.
Ya dia mau bunuh diri
kejar,
deh.
gitu.
Dia beli bunuh diri.
Oh maga.
Ya kena hit. Diambil orang.
Five kills now for BLG. 11.5 minutes.
Tadi kalau misalnya dia langsung bunuh diri, dia nggak akan.
And it was such a well-executed dive on the top side, converted into a nice setup on the grubs. The BLG are once again outplaying T1.
Bisa gitu ya?
Highlight how BLG did it. They took over the jungle first. They're positioning first towards the objective, and then they got the early route through your jungle with the extra wards there.
Oh my god, BLG nih apakah menang untuk BLG?
Nicely done. I have to say though, fellas,
are we in store
for a third stop in this game?
This is why you don't talk in 10 minutes, Benny. 12 minutes in, it is a massive lead now for BLG. 1,000 gold ahead. They're getting those first items complete as well. It's an opportunity first for Elk. Faker has managed to get himself a rocket belt.
Kalau misalkan teman lu beneran VTuber,
iya kau bener VTuber.
Seriusan?
Iya.
What the hell? Oh my god. Gila.
Dia kawan-kawannya bilang gini kan, lu nggak tahu apa? Dia ke klub bukan clubbing ya, dia ke klub apa? Congratulations tapi menang dia jadi VTuber. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Menang jadi VTuber maksudnya gimana?
Iya maksudnya kayak mungkin VTuber asal gitu loh. Kalau menang bisa jadi VTuber dibiayain gitu loh.
Oh, dia menang.
Iya.
Anjay.
Gue baru tahu lagi.
Teman
gue VTuber cuy.
Anjay. Sekarang ada 2 VTuber yang sedang berteman. Belum teman lu.
VTuber ya.
Kan lu VTuber kocak lu lupa. Lu di sini ngapain? Lagi berak anjir, lupa sama diri sendiri.
Sorry banget, gue lupa anjir karena udah terlalu sering menyembunyikan. Sampai sekarang gak tau gue VTuber.
Iya sih. Soalnya kalau gue sendiri kan gue terbuka ya sama temen-temen gue gitu.
Iya. Gue kayak malu gitu sih ngakuin diri gue VTuber. Ntar dibilang wibu.
Gue mah udah menyatakan diri, gue gak peduli. Gue wibu guys, I am wibu.
able to
bisa
clear things
dibalik.
out. T1 quickly adapt though. They convert their pressure into mid. They're able to unlock that tower while BLG actually keep the
Buset.
tower alive.
Siapa tadi yang pulang?
Knight doesn't quite interrupt the
Faker
reset
anjir
from
gila
Faker.
kena.
And now T1 can convert this into a dragon, but I think BLG is still more than happy with how things have played
Tapi udah
out.
beda 4.000 susah nih Faker.
Get the
T1.
rift tail, keep on taking down these towers, open up
Mana
more
dapat
space
kill
on
lagi.
the map for you to position so aggressively with these blitzcrank plays, backed up by the threat of a Galio ultimate. The invades
Asli
coming
ini
from
mah kayaknya
Kindred so much more
bener-bener
fearsome
sampai jam 1
when you
kayaknya.
have that defense of a Galio ult come through, or even in the long range
banget
of
ini
Rumble
kayak mainnya
ultimates,
nih.
being able to follow there. So BLG again resetting after the Rift Herald as Knight pushes up once again, but they can immediately send that
Apa lu
Rift
ada
Herald
niatan
into the
untuk
lane to try and pressure and knock down the
main
domino
bareng
line
apa
of
sih
outer
namanya?
towers.
Collab, kok main bareng sih? Collab, aduh anjir gue udah lupa istilah-istilah lagi. Kelamaan kuliah anjir.
Gue kayaknya nggak bakal berani sih.
Berani minta collab gitu?
Collab ke dia kan, ke teman gue yang gitu kan.
Iya.
Gak bakal berani karena kayaknya dia bakal tahu deh.
Bakalan tahu, bukannya dia udah tahu ya? Atau belum?
Belum, dia belum tahu. Teman-teman gue nggak ada yang tahu gue VTuber.
Oh, masih belum tahu.
Feels like
Gue
that
udah
everything
tahu.
is collapsing for T1. They're trying their best to cross map, but that top tower is barely
Anjay.
dented. Zeus should be able to get it, but
Temen lu menyatakan dirinya VTuber dan lu sendiri yang VTuber tidak mengaku-ngaku. Anjay. Rendah hati sekali ibu-ibu ini.
And all the towers are not equal value. The outer tower is 550 gold for your team. The secondary towers on the side lanes only worth a full 800 for your team. So even bigger rewards there still for BLG, and why they're investing their Rift Herald into those tier 2s. So many of
Tapi
the
kalau
towers
misalkan
are
dia tahu,
wiped clean
jadi
off the map,
dia tuh
and
konsepnya
it
gimana?
really
Dia
does
tuh
show
dibiayain dari menang dari agensi atau gimana?
Belum tahu, cuman sekilas nih orangnya langsung hilang, anjir lah. Padahal gue mau nanya.
Bilang aja, nanya aja. Kayak lu karena lu wibu kan excited. By the
Oh,
way,
anjay.
gue suka VTuber nih, padahal ini VTuber gitu kan. Gue pengen nanya gitu, apa gimana gitu, basa-basi. Misalkan basa-basinya kayak gimana harimu menyenangkan, cuacanya baik hari ini ya.
Gak gitu ya, kocak lu kayak Dora banget template.
Selamat pagi. Tiba-tiba itu malam tanya pagi.
Ntar deh gue tanyain. Sumpah gue kaget sih kayak, oh my god, VTuber. Saya berteman dengan VTuber guys.
Tapi kocaknya kan karena gue terbuka banget sama teman-teman gue, karena kalau gue VTuber ya teman-teman gue yang lain juga tiba-tiba pada terbuka gitu. BTW gue juga jadi VTuber loh gitu.
Sumpah.
Iya. Anjay. Kill. Dapat satu.
That was very aggressive on under tower. They go for the blitzcrank ult and they start to play very early. They still get it.
Tipis,
And
Wak.
they trade in the kills.
I really thought that was going to be a huge throw for BLG. T1 did a good job of
Enggak sih,
clearing out the
termasuk
way
tebel sih.
first
134 yang
before then turning their attention to
127.
BLG, and it felt like that their focus was divided between the tower and the fight. But somehow they get away with a 1-for-1
Iya,
along
tebel
with
itu
securing the
tebel.
objective.
Again, and the extra objective.
Tapi fun fact-nya gitu
the
sih
outer
waktu
tower 500 gold
gua
plus the
bilang
kills. But
gua
here's
VTuber,
the
temen
early
gua kayak,
hook on the blitzcrank to start it
oh
out.
my
So they're
god,
still tanking tower a bit.
resign.
They're fine with
Iya,
it.
gitu.
Galio comes down.
Gue tuh cuma takut satu hal aja, Wak.
Then they're
Apa?
trying to both
Doxing.
get their
Takut
kills, but then
di-doxing.
also finish off the
Iya sih
tower.
betul. Gue juga kadang mikirnya kayak gitu. Tapi ya untungnya teman-teman yang tahu gua VTuber tuh orang-orang yang gua percaya gitu.
Gua walaupun temen-temen gitu adalah disaring-saring yang mungkin trust isu gua.
Iya sih biasa. Yang namanya apa tuh namanya?
Namanya juga dunia berteman ya
Berhati-hati.
guys. Dan iya harus berhati-hati.
Apalagi identitas lu paling harus dijaga. Gak bisa tiba-tiba bilang BTW gue VTuber, gak bisa. Beda sama cowok, kalau cowok tuh emang apapun ya, apapun di sharing.
Iya lagi.
Dan juga cowok tuh biasanya setelah ngobrol 1-2 hal tuh lupa gitu ke depannya.
Bisa gitu, Bah.
Iya, misalkan ngobrol tentang apa itu namanya kemarin nih, apa ya contoh kayak adek gue berak di celana, udah gitu gue malu-maluin gitu kan.
Masa langsung lupa sih bocah?
Iya, biasanya kadang lupa gitu. Seringnya lupa. Jadi kadang meskipun gue VTuber juga kalau udah urusan main mah ya nggak ada yang peduli juga gitu, main aja. Gak akan cuma karena gue VTuber tiba-tiba kayak kita musuh, nggak gitu. Ini udah agak jauh sih, susah nih buat T1 menang.
Sulit ini, sulit.
Sulit banget. Tapi gue penasaran banget ini ultinya Kindred nih. Sumpah gue pengen lihat.
Ya udah lihat kan, lo lagi lihat.
Iya betul. Soalnya Kindrednya kalau udah ulti tuh montage banget, itu montage parah.
Jir, win probability, BLG ya, diprediksi BLG. Yang semangat dong, BLG gue sendiri. T1 BLG gue sendiri. Aing mah capek, pengen sare.
Anjing. Tapi T1 Faker tuh udah tua anjir. Kalau dari segi e-sport biasanya. Dari umur
Sport apa umur ya?
Umur dia. Biasanya kan
emang berapa?
Umur orang-orang e-sport tuh anggotanya biasanya di umur 17 sampai 20-an gitu. Anjay, ya 20-an lah rata-rata.
Emang ini berapa anjir?
Faker tuh 27 atau 28.
Masih muda ya, kurang anjir.
Enggak, biasanya di umur segitu tuh nggak akan main jadi coach. Oke, mati 2. Faker mati dah. Gumayo sih mati lagi.
Iya mati. Saya berbahagia. BLG kalah. Menyala BLG.
Menyala. Bingkiling.
Bingkiling lagi. And on the re-engage, BLG just melted T1. Menang ini, BLG menang ini, menang.
Tai. Ayolah T1, tunjukkanlah taringmu. Jangan buat bersedih.
Udahlah, ngaku aja kekalahanmu, brother.
Gila, tim banget.
So they try and get the jump on tonight, but it's so difficult. The defense there, Binamili arrives, Shun right afterwards, and so they don't even have to use a Kindred ultimate, didn't even force anything out of BLG there, just too far ahead. And then look at the damage that's going to come through from Elf as well.
Udah.
Going for the lethal.
Beda ini apa? Beda item.
Tore Gumayushi apart, and
nah kan,
BLG jauh banget nih, udah 10.000 kayaknya perbedaannya, udah kalah.
On the inhibitor towers of T1's base. T1 have to be
tapi
thinking about game 4.
plot twist seri gimana ya? Kocak betul seri. Apaan anjir, emang bisa seri kagak?
Apaan sih?
Just a matter of how BLG
pulang kah?
Pulang.
Apa Cian?
Tiwan pulang. Pulang. BLG kok udah pasti BLG.
Tidak. Kayaknya untuk pertandingan ini ya, T1 harus mengalah dulu. Tapi next fight, ya Bismillah. Bismillah. Aku berdoa kepadamu, wahai Tuhanku. Ya Allah. Oke, owner. Enggak sih, enggak kuat. Akan kuat disiksa ini owner. Ih, gue pengen lihat itu
Tapi tumben ya di sini strateginya bagus si BLG. Tadi awal-awal enggak tuh.
Iya, makanya mungkin karena
Ada
dari
apa dengan BLG?
kayaknya ini sih Wi. Dari tadi tuh kan hero champion yang di ban tuh ini kan Kalista yang itu tuh yang biru. Tadi kan di ban di draft pick, terus tadi nggak di ban, di pick. Hero power datang, dar. Anjir, ulti Kindred, gila. Akhirnya gue lihat sesuatu yang menarik. Gila, Zeus gokil.
Anjir, bedanya udah jauh, Wak. Itu.
Iya sih, udah beda 10, 13.000.
Iya. Coba kok bisa? Gue kira nggak bisa beda sejauh itu.
Nggak bisa kok. Kalau nggak salah sampai 20.000 juga pernah.
Oh, no way.
Tapi bagus banget sih, nggak bagus banget sih tadi. Kurang montek ininya, ulti Kindrednya.
Apa iya?
Tapi lumayan lah. Kayak itu kan,
lumayan.
itu ulti Kindred tuh, jadi gak mati.
Iya.
Tapi itu kena lagi tuh, dibunuh Kindrednya ya. Kurang keren. Pernah tuh keren banget tuh waktu ini apa? T1 yang make Kindred, dia tuh rebutan dragon kan, rebutan naga.
Iya, rebutan naga.
Nah udah gitu waktu nyawa di terakhir Kindrednya ultinya dipakai, jadi naganya
Iya,
immortal.
nice.
Nah itu gila, itu keren banget sumpah. Naganya immortal, terus jungler musuh mati. Nah udah gitu baru didapetin dragonnya. Gila, gokil banget. Tapi susah sih dapat momen kayak gitu, kayak jarang banget. Montek parah.
Sesulit itu.
Oke, wall breaker apakah tidak?
Gold difference. Oh, nggak terlalu tipis tapi nggak terlalu tebal juga.
Ini mah Kalista sih emang hero power kayaknya. Oke. GG. Bing Jiling menang. Oh my god. Gua pengen si Jinping. Siapa sih namanya? Kim Jong Un. Beda negara tadi. Udahlah. Pemain Korean yang menang.
Oh yeah.
K-drama. Tapi anehnya tuh kayak bentukan muka barudak itu, anjir barudak lagi apa ya, orang-orang T1
barudak.
Kayak beda banget sama orang ini BLG.
Ya beda lah, walaupun memang masih sama-sama Asia ya, tapi memang dari struktur muka mereka udah beda.
Iya, udah beda banget ya.
Kalau orang yang teliti ya, maksudnya orang yang tahu perbedaan struktur muka itu pasti notice. Beda orang ini sama orang ini tuh nyadar. Tapi kalau untuk orang awam pasti dia bilang kamu Cina ya. Terus orang Jepang pun dibilang kamu Cina ya. Semua dikatain Cina anjir.
Iya makanya. Tapi kenapa harus Cina ya? Kenapa nggak yang lain?
Karena mungkin sudah tertanam melekat ya, Cina itu sipit. Mohon maaf. Enggak, ini Iya, enggak maksud gua berbicara jujur sebagai orang awam gitu loh.
Mungkin lebih ke karena ini nggak sih, Wi? Karena waktu awal zaman ini apa industrialisasi, Cina paling meledak industrialnya.
Iya.
Terus juga paling kemana-mana kan, jadi otomatis orang-orang kayak
enggak juga lah kalau dibilang paling meledak mah Jepang juga.
Maksudnya ini cuy, penyebaran warganya.
Iya sih kalau penyebaran ini ya.
Kan di seluruh dunia kan, di Amerika sampai semua negara ada gitu. Setelah itu juga kayak paling rajin, orang-orang yang paling berdedikasi dan ulet lah gitu.
Iya lagi.
Makanya stereotip Asia tuh yang rajin pasti Cina kenanya.
Iya pasti Cina lagi yang kena.
Yoi. Makanya orang Indo juga Asia kan hitungannya ya.
Iya, tapi kan beda. Kalau mereka kan Asia beda. Kalau kita mah Asia Tenggara.
Ya Asia Tenggara. Kita Asia ini. Asia pulu-pulu.
Asia. Gua nggak ikut-ikutan ya.
Kegelapan.
Hai banget lu racing kurang ajar.
Kan kredit sendiri nggak apa-apa. Yo, ora. Anjir, gua sebetulnya gue pengen banget main League of Legends anjir.
Apa? Kenapa?
Sebenarnya gue juga pengen banget main League of Legends.
Main lah.
Tapi susahnya itu, Wi. Buset dah.
Gak apa-apa kan lu kehidupan lu damai.
Damai dari mana anjir? Tiap hari digebrakin sama tugas. Ada aja gebrakannya.
Ada aja gebrakannya. Makanya lu jadi orang jangan ambis anjir.
Gua nggak bisa cuy, gua harus kumlot, gua mau tahu. Gua baru udah kumlot parah.
Kumlot ya. Gua kumlot nggak kumlot udahlah sesuai lah anjir kalau saya jadi ambis. Perbedaan pemikiran yang sangat kontras.
Iya. Tapi gue juga sebetulnya nggak ambis-ambis banget gitu. Kebanyakan tugas gue tuh dikerjain SKS. Cuma emang sayangnya
ini
itu
sangat terbuka ya.
sayangnya tuh karena setiap mapel ada tugas kan, otomatis kayak setiap hari ada tugas, jadi mau SKS juga tetap dikerjain setiap hari gitu. Karena kayak tugas yang mapel ini gitu, contoh deadline sehari lagi besok, terus mapel besoknya lagi juga ada deadline nih sehari lagi besok gitu. Jadi ya tetap aja mau kayak gimana tetap aja gitu.
Iya, benar sih, benar. Temen gue tuh apa ngomel-ngomel tuh setelah apa namanya dia milih jurusan dia sama kayak lu di kafe gitu kan. Ngomel-ngomel dia kayak anjir susah banget bla 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 segala macem. Gue cuma bisa tertawa, haha siapa suruh pilih jurusan itu, udah gue bilang.
Iya terkutuk lah kau di kafe. Tapi kalau soal pengalaman sih jujur aja di kafe emang gokil sih.
Ya kalau untuk pengalaman memang oke banget mereka. Sangat-sangat berguna untuk dunia. Sebenarnya semua jurusan berguna kok guys. Cuman yang main cantik itu di kafe memang. Kan banyak orang yang meremehkan kayak kamu ngambil jurusan ini gedenya lulusnya mau jadi apa gitu.
Ya kalau di kafe itu kan bisa dibilang kayak mirip kedokteran lah gitu, full praktek gitu.
Iya.
Jadi nggak bisa dijoki tuh guys, nggak bisa dijoki, nggak bisa di chat GPT.
Iya, cuman bedanya di kafe ini diam-diam menghanyutkan, diam-diam ada kerja aja gitu.
Diam-diam ada gebrakannya.
Soalnya kan stereotip orang-orang mikir di cafe itu nggak bakal ada kerja. Padahal mah banyak.
Betul. Pagi zaman sekarang tuh udah mulai luas banget kerjaannya nih.
Iya, apalagi serba digital. Mama belum di cafe.
Kita nih sekarang nih baru dak. Contohnya nih.
Coba gitu guys. Minnya mau gila emang.
Iya, minusnya insanity. Tapi kayaknya emang semua kerjaan juga gitu sih. Kita cuma Gen Z aja yang suka ngeluh.
Lu Gen Z ya kurang ajar.
Ya gue juga Gen Z. Maksud gue kan kita gitu. We together forever. Gen Z all together.
The Baron is about to come. I've seen none of that today.
I've seen none of that.
Yes, but
gue nggak terima, gue Gen Z, gue harus awet muda, gue Gen Alpha, harus Gen skibidi di toilet.
Ya silahkan. Gen skibidi apa sih gimana sih?
Skibidi dap yes.
Dap. Gak apal gue, yang apal nggak apal gue, sorry ya.
Gue ngapal itu karena terpaksa sih awalnya, serius.
Skibidi dap.
Serius, karena teman-teman gue pada pakai itu kan skibidi, terus kata-kata apa lagi?
Sigma, Mewing, Lux Maxi,
Jelky. Awalnya sumpah gue nggak tahu apa-apa. Sumpah gue awalnya nggak tahu apa-apa. Terus gue nanya kan, temen gue cuma jawab kayak, masa lu nggak tahu Mewing apa, BBD apa? Jadi gue cari tahu sendiri anjir di Google.
Iya sih, sama gue juga sih. Gue mikir kayak orang-orang yang jokesnya skibir itu otaknya udah agak kelainan gitu. Taunya gue juga.
Sama. Ternyata sama aja ya.
Taunya gue juga ikutan lagi, kocak. Kayaknya gue juga kelainan deh. Yaudah, let's go. Lanjutkan kawan. Kita udah mulai alpha nih. Aduh, ngantuk gue.
He hasn't at this tournament been really able to step up and be that playmaker, play with the confidence and the bravado that we've seen from him domestically. This game in this series, he has been able to step up, work better with Shun, buy the space that he regularly does.
Kelelahan lalu karena mengejar dia yang tak pasti.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Damn.
Gua mengejar
tugas di kafe yang tak kunjung selesai.
Anjay. Berat.
Yeah, true, and also the fact that
udah.
from the red side in game 1, it kind of breaks up everything.
Aku pengen minum Red Bull tuh di kulkas, bejir dibiarin gitu. Penuh, gue satu dong, bagi.
Red Bull itu minuman apa sih? Minuman energi?
Iya, minuman energi. Kayak kerating deh.
Oh, kira bir anjir. Bir tapi alkoholnya kecil.
Bukan. Kerating deh yang ada kafein, ada apa. Jadi kuat lagi.
I think the coolest thing, Rob, because I know you wanted to take a look at this, was
kalau bir mah atau masa main game minum bir kan malah jadi mabuk. Wah jadi teleng anjir, teler. Kemana-mana anjir jalannya. Disuruh bunuh dragon malah masuk ini apa base musuh anjir mati.
Where you look at where the Jax is on the map, he can't really contest in on the push. You're now getting this Rift Herald for yourself as well. And as we start to play out the clip, look at what BLG do off.
Tapi emang efeknya tuh kuat banget sih Red Bull tuh. Ya kerating deng lah gitu.
Kuatan Red Bull atau Monster?
Sebenarnya sama aja. Gua nggak pernah nyoba dua-duanya sih aja.
Walah weh. Gue kira lu pernah.
Enggak, Krating Deng doang sih. Yang Indo-Indo. Tapi gue beli di mana anjir? Gak ada di sini.
Yang Indo-Indo. Anjir.
Kalau Krating Deng kan kayak apa ya? Kayak extra jos tapi lebih kuat gitu.
Iya. Level up-nya lah.
Kayak bagus banget lah ibarat buat kerja. Enak.
Gue tuh bingung sama orang yang minum ini, minum yang gelasan. Ada tuh yang ada warna kuning, ada warna ungu. Aduh, apa nama minumannya?
Ini apa?
Bukan torpedo. Ada warna kuning gitu rasa-rasanya.
Kuning sama ungu kan? Oh, ini apa?
You gotta clean up the early game because early
rosok gitu lah pokoknya di
it's been the biggest indicator of how a game is going to play out throughout this series. And
Maviton, bukan Maviton apa namanya? Lupa gue. Ya itulah.
Bukan.
Struggles have continued. They weren't able to actually
Aduh, apa ya?
Aduh anjing.
And then when they faced off against BLG,
itulah.
Iya, tidak boleh. Yang ini sering dibuat minuman mabuk sama anak-anak jamet, dicampur Yakult, terus campur minuman itu.
Masa iya?
Iya, anjir. Serius?
Gue baru tahu. Apaan komik?
To 3, 18 to 3, 17 to 3. And every game has ended between 27 minutes and 0 seconds and 27 minutes and 59 seconds.
Gak ada efeknya, lebay itu mah. Ada efeknya.
Iya kan buat gaya-gayaan, nunjukin ke orang kalau mereka tuh mabuk gitu loh.
Championship point for BLG for T1.
James Bond.
Opportunity to prove once again that they deserve that shot at the title.
Apa ya? Aduh, gue lupa lagi. Ini dia nih namanya. Oh, Panther.
Oh, Panther, iya. Ya torpedo lah sama-sama.
Banyak tuh anak-anak sok-sokan mau mabuk tuh pakai minuman itu.
Anjay, langsung pick Ash.
The insta-Gnar lock-in here. Blind here for BLG, of course, with the Jax ban. And into the Ziggs combo, nice. Alright, they have their AP damage secured from the bottom side. They have the safety of Ziggs playing back, and maybe they go for lane swaps, try and get away from it.
Gue jadi keinget kata-kata lu barusan.
Yang mana?
Wih Faker lu nggak suka sama dia, Wih kan lu suka apa Korea gitu, Wih anjir.
Iya, ini tuh Faker.
Anjir masih berusaha dong dia.
Pretty sure Bin will be happy with any of those matchups.
They also look to lock in jungle now. Maybe they can grab the Vi for themselves.
Emang kenapa dah?
Even though it didn't work out last time.
Tuh, Faker tuh.
Ya, tidak apa-apa.
Baru mulai ada kesem-sem.
Kagak bejir. Kan tadi ada screen time-nya dia nih kan. Jadi gue keinget kata-kata lu kayak gue suka Korea, ya emang gue suka Korea, tapi kan gak semua makhluk hidupnya gue sukain, tolong banget lah. Bapak-bapak saat ini menyimpulkan kalau kita suka Korea, satu isi Korea kita suka. Bapak-bapak banget ini.
Iya sih,
bapak-bapak sekali.
Soalnya kalau gue jujur-jujuran gitu kayak ketampanannya tampan gitu. Dan gue sebagai
kalau untuk diukur Asia Korea memang ganteng-ganteng, tapi kalau dibandingin Western ya menang Western anjir di mata gue.
Masa iya? Lu lebih suka Western?
Kayaknya semua negara deh gue suka.
Nge-ship ya? Oke.
Nggak, maksud gua ya gue akuin orang Asia ganteng gitu, kayak ya yang kalian bilang tuh kayak Taehyung, BTS Jimin Jungkook. Memang ganteng, tapi kalau dibilang western ya gimana ya? Ya, western juga ganteng cuy. Tapi tetap kok guys, sesuka-sukanya Jui dengan orang western, Thailand, Cina, Korea, Jepang, dan kawan-kawannya, tetap lokal yang menang.
Betul sih, jujur aja, betul banget.
Sejauh apapun kita melihat orang-orang cantik atau ganteng, orang western dan lain-lain, tetap lokal lah yang menang di hati.
Iya ya, gue juga bingung anjir. Dulu tuh gue kayak ini banget, apa, western banget tuh, bener-bener kayak pokoknya gue kalau mau punya istri harus western, harus orang barat, gue nggak mau tahu, harus yang matanya biru gitu. Tapi giliran sini tuh gue ngerasa kayak, perasaan gue lihat orang barat tuh ya lebih mirip kayak boneka gitu.
Iya kayak, iya cantik, udah cantik tok gitu aja.
Kayak ya udah gitu, cantik doang.
Iya.
Oh Poppy, oh my god. Kayak gitu. Cantik, cuma kayak gak relate aja gitu. Apa ya, kayak gak relate aja gitu.
Iya, intinya gitu dah. Intinya lokal menang, lokal tetap di hati.
Yoi, lokal pride boy. Let's go. Cuma ada fun fact Jir sebetulnya terkait
apa?
Ras mungkin. Mungkin gua rasis. Tapi ini fun fact-nya gitu. Kalau orang barat ya, orang kulit putih sama kulit hitam gitu, mereka tuh punya feromon yang lebih kuat dan ketalin mereka tuh bau.
What the hell? Serius?
Sedangkan orang Asia feromonnya tuh lebih lemah. Atau ya nggak bau gitu, biasa aja baunya.
Iya. Tapi karena itu tergantung ini juga sih, feromon, hormon sama gen juga.
Iya betul. Soalnya ya jujur aja, gue pernah tuh waktu gue di Komifuro, kan gue duduk ya, sebelah gue tuh ada orang kulit putih gitu. Ada orang putih, udah gitu dia tuh ya duduk aja gitu, kayak sebelah gue duduk gitu. Kalau misalkan gue pokoknya di momen itu gue nyium aroma bau badan yang beda gitu, dan baunya kuat. Serius gue, jadi baunya tuh bener-bener lebih kuat daripada bau orang Indo, orang Asia biasa gitu. Kayak bukannya gua rasis ya, ini lebih kayak biologi aja, biological gitu.
Iya, paham. Tapi memang iya, karena memang ya lu lihat aja lah sendiri, orang Asia orangnya lebih kecil daripada western kan. Ya sepadan.
Enggak, orang Jepang tinggi cuy. Cuma orang Indo doang yang pendek tuh Cir.
Jangan diperjelas, mohon maaf.
Bener, gue mah gak peduli, ini ras gue sendiri. Orang Indo doang yang pendek, ini udah biologis. Itu kenapa?
Tapi emang ya sih, Jir, Indo termasuk negara Asia paling terpendek.
Iya, negara terpendek. Nggak Asia doang, sedunia. Worldwide.
Iya lagi. Gue nangis banget ya sama fakta ini.
Ini worldwide, gue harus ngasih fakta.
Iya.
Fakta Indonesia.
Gue nggak denial, gue terima. Watashi menerima itu.
Masih menerima. Udah gitu kayak ya terutama pertama dari aroma kan, tadi bedanya tuh bener-bener kerasa banget baunya tuh bukan bau dari negatif ya, emang aroma tubuh lah gitu. Lebih kuat gitu.
Terasa ini nggak sih, kerasa kecium pabrik-pabrik bule emang biasanya.
Pabrik bule. Gimana ya gue bilangnya ya, kayak bau apa ya, baunya tuh kayak
apa, Citos?
Anjir, Citos. Iya lagi. Kayak apa ya? Bau kentang gitu. Serius gue. Serius anjir. Kayak bau kentang. Lu pernah nyium bau kentang kan? Kayak
Pernah.
Anjir, si Zeus disiksa mulu dah. Biar di kenapa ya? Setiap saat. Anjay, let's go Keria. Gokil. 4 lawan 2. Oh my god. Zeus hidup, Zeus. Fuck.
Masih awal, masih belum jauh bedanya.
Ini kena first blood terus ya dari awal.
Elk here cashes in once again. So many games we've had Elk getting first blood.
Jadi sebetulnya keuntungan orang Indonesia tuh pertama nggak bau, tapi minusnya pendek.
Nggak berhalak aja. Oh, pendek aja. Aduh, jangan diperjelas.
Anjay.
And the gold still remains even.
The big thing affecting these lane swaps though is that Ziggs also takes teleport
here. Tapi kalau misalkan lu lihat ya, orang Eropa secara langsung tuh aneh banget sih.
Aneh gimana?
Lu pernah nggak sih lihat orang bule di depan mata lu gitu?
Pernah.
Kayak lihat kulitnya aja deh gitu kan. Putih tuh putih banget. Sudah gitu ada merah-merahnya gitu.
Kayak nggak terbiasa aja, soalnya isi kita kan, isi orang Indo kan kulitnya sawo mateng, rata-rata. Terus kelihat yang putih tuh kayak wow, mataku tertuju padamu.
Kalau orang Indo kan kalau putih putih lah gitu. Kan jadi kayak warna kuning gitu kan, kuning langsat. Set disiksa guys. Di kuning langsat itu kan. Jadi kita tuh selalu terbiasa putih tuh kayak gini gitu.
Iya. Tapi ternyata ada yang lebih putih, kayak kaget aja.
Nah itu tuh. Makanya orang Asia tuh disebut kuning langsat. Karena ternyata kuning. SpongeBob.
Iya. Gak SpongeBob juga, mohon maaf.
Tapi gitu sih uniknya. Tuh kalian tuh kenaik kan, atau faker gitu kan, putihnya tuh gak putih kayak kuning gitu. Makanya emang ngeliat kayak misalkan lu pernah gak sih ada fenomena sih, kayak kita sering gitu sekali ngeliat orang buatnya kayak artis gitu.
Iya.
Padahal cuma orang bule doang gitu, cuma sekedar dia turis.
Iya, cuma sekedar turis biasa yang dimana kalau misalnya di negaranya mungkin orang biasa banget ya dipandang. Tapi nyampe di Indo tuh kayak orang luar biasa.
Iya.
Paling ganteng sedunia gitu.
Dunia betul.
Kok cepet ya?
Kayak pernah tuh dulu tuh kayak banyak ibu-ibu suka minta foto bareng, anak kecil foto bareng.
Padahal orang biasa.
Iya gitu.
Nangis buat gue.
Ada bule gitu kan.
That had previously been built up in favor of ZAESS.
Ada bule, mata biru.
Passes through mid. T1 are trying to stick to that game plan of taking down the grubs to be able to snowball turret plate money and turrets later on.
Begitulah
ya guys ya. Tenang aja guys. Lokal tetap menang kok.
Iya, lokal tetap menang. Karena sesuatu yang tidak terbiasa membuat kita terbiasa dengan lokal dan mencintai lokal, anjay.
Betul. Cintai produk lokal.
Produk-produk UMKM.
Gak UMKM juga ya.
UMKM. Tapi kalau dipikir-pikir produk sekarang Indonesia tuh bagus-bagus ya. Lu ngerasa gak sih?
Iya lagi. Udah pada tinggi-tinggi, Wak.
Iya anjir. Gue kira sih zaman dulu waktu orang-orang nyebut produk Indonesia tuh bakal cepet hancur.
Iya. 2045 tenggelam.
Kayak dulu 2010 kan. 2010 tuh kita nganggap produk lokal tuh berak lah gitu.
Iya.
Gak akan laku lah gitu ada produk lokal. Tapi sekarang kayak misalkan produk sepatu, produk
laku malah.
Bagus gitu, jujur aja gue mah. Bagus jir.
Tapi serius merek lokal sekarang pada bagus-bagus, anjir gue seneng banget.
Iya anjir, UMKM meningkat anjay. UMKM Indo cuy.
Menyala UMKM.
Menyala UMKM. Jadi bahas ekonomi ya, gokil banget ini malam ini. Dari tadi ngeliatin uang T1 sama BLG kan beda 1.000, 2.000, 5.000.
Sama anjir, gue dari uang.
Bikin uang aja di tadi.
We're going to use these objectives, try and draw them out to you.
I mean, there are different ways to look at this, right? Because from POG's perspective, the fact that they've been able to find these advantages in what is a very scaling comp, Knights, going to be forced to flash away, knows that the setup play from Ona was very risky. So BLG having this advantage in the early game just better sets them up for scaling later. Faker face checking. Straight into Shun, the Glacial Prison hit.
Anjay, gila. Dia langsung kabur sini nih. Akan ada pertumpahan darah.
Doesn't manage to escape, doesn't burn the flash, and holds on to that summoner.
And I mean, what I'm talking about, things can look good from the perspective of BLG.
Ngomongin soal UMKM kayaknya merchandise gokil juga nih. Tapi lu ini gak sih sering lihat ya sih kayak VTuber yang di Indo apa teman-teman lu lah gitu, follower atau following lu yang jualan di Komifuro?
Ada. Itu
gimana jualannya ya? Maksud gua kan dia VTuber ya. Jualannya muka-muka gitu, pakai masker.
Ada yang pakai topeng, ada yang pakai masker.
Anjay, Faker. Anjay, gila nge-flash. Oh my god. Gelo. Tapi bisa ini langsung pada teleport nih. Penap sama Faker.
No way, no. Jangan dong.
No harm, no foul though.
Mulai datang nih.
Iya.
Oh enggak.
Kusebut dia gagah dan berani. Iya.
Getting a solo kill on the sideline has to reignite the T1 members and the T1 fandom as Carrier now in danger.
Ya, Carrier jangan dong Carrier please. Anjir ulti langsung. Pada mukul langsung. Ada Poppy.
And we've come back to the game plan overall for T1 here with this composition. They want to stack these void grubs.
Ini susu.
Get that bonus to be able to take down a lot of these towers, open up
Anjir,
areas
gue nge-lag lagi, gue kira topi saya.
on the map by denying vision and using ash arrows.
Faker, his ultimate is going to be available soon. GAESS has the TP and the ultimate available for Vin as well.
Anjay, mau emang anjay. Tidak. Mereka lebih memilih grab.
Use the blink instead of one of Rakan's many
tadi buang flash.
Too far away from the plate, now making his way down, but Faker controlling the river.
Wait.
The arrow isn't quite going to connect, and that is looking to be 6 grubs for T1, so part 1 of the plan coming true, Kobe.
Exactly. Even though BLG getting some extra early kills in the lane swap and in the side lane
Naik
T1
datang,
still.
naik datang.
Let's see if they can actually get the 6th one here. It is actually kind of important to get the double Void Might spawn. Should be able to, no problem. Nobody around to smite steal. And they will secure that very big objective. We have seen how quickly you can get tower gold.
Shun hovering around the bot side of the map. There's a potential play onto GAESS on the rumble, but there's no way for him to really play through. Instead, the rest of Team 1 is
Anjay, gua nggak sadar baterai gua sekarat.
from finding those early kills onto GAESS, but after losing his life on Gumayushi, kind of playing the map well, he's been able to close that goal gap thanks to the CS advantage that he's been able to find. And we find ourselves in a neutral game state.
Kalau sambil gua ini panas, cuy.
Tiny gold lead for BLG. You can see Shun about 500 gold ahead, the bot side about 200 gold ahead each as well, but as close to neutral as you can get in this series. T1 though do have the
enggak sih, sebenarnya gua nanti palingan lanjut konten. Yoi.
Jam segini.
Enggak lanjut konten maksudnya ngerekam dubbing gitu loh.
Lu udah ngantuk apa? Lu udah tidur ya? Tadi siang.
Ngantuk? Enggak sih, ngantuk sebenarnya cuman.
Ayo Popi. Anjir, Popi dilawan balik. Sekarat dan tidak mati Bin. Ngeri, no recycle Bin.
Gue ngakak banget tuh ngatain recycle.
Owner hampir dibunuh. Oke, owner siksa, owner dikit lagi mati. Anjir gak mati, gila owner, what the fuck. Gumayushi, sikat Gumayushi. Anjir dikit lagi cowok. Keria bantai Keria. Gokil Keria. Fucking hell boy. Let's go. Bantai Gumayushi. Bantai. Oke lah, udah cukup.
BLG. Gak ada T1. Gak ada.
Beleg.
Massive play for T1.
A massive play from T1.
The follow-up from the rest of T1 as well as BLG tried to collapse onto T1.
Yang satu blok, yang satu TP.
They're welcome on the bottom lane, but they're able to turn the play around thanks to the arrival of Gumayushi and Keria. T1 looking strong here in game 4.
And BLG off there, resets off there. Deaths immediately trying to get out onto the map and take this Rift Herald away because they know if T1 get the Rift Herald alongside 6 Grubs, that is a tower-taking machine. Faker's here to check though when the rest of T1 are making their advance through the mid lane. On and Shun in the pit, the
Faker berani banget.
2000 HP
Brutal.
The Rift Herald still sitting at 2000, that eye is
Anjay.
T1 will close it and seal
Oleh.
as well in BLG's
Fucking owner.
Back out onto the map, T1 don't waste any moments.
Gila
Securing
sih,
the
gokil
Rift
banget,
forcing
gokil
BLG
banget
back. They can look to drop that mid if they want. The Ziggs wave clear is going to be so obnoxious, so they're not going to look to use it on this wave. We come back to a crucial point. BLG's composition have a lot of tools to stall, so securing that Rift Herald is going to help T1 unlock these towers and keep the pressure up.
Game plan moving ahead here. Faker deep into enemy territory, finding
Buset dah Faker ya.
Beliau mulai serius.
Iya, beliau mulai mengeluarkan taringnya. Bahaya.
Takutnya.
Immediately move up, snowball all of this money. This is what we've seen in so many of the games in this series, is such an acceleration at this point, the mid point of the game for the team that did get the early lead, and T1 are that team this time around.
BLG trying to defend. Glacial Prism hits onto on, the arrow also connects.
Gelo. Anjay kena combo recycle Bin. Popi mati, Popi pun mati. Bin enggak, anjir Bin enggak mati cu. Gumayushi kena, Keria mati. Oke. Faker hidup, tinggal Faker sendiri. Dan satu tower dihancurkan, 3 orang mati. Anjay, gila gokil. Tapi tadi Bin gak mati, anjir gokil banget.
Idola Michael.
Hello Vicilor, selamat datang Cisil. Punten monggo.
Cisil. Punten monggo.
Because of the void mites, T1 stick around. They just can't quite finish the tower though.
But Bin with some crucial playmaking there, getting a beautiful ultimate off onto two members of T1,
di dalam
and then
game
just barely getting away with his
Mobile
life to
Legend
deny
versi
coming back to life thanks to the
hardcore.
Renata passive as well. Mid tower, still not going to
luar
fall just
biasa.
because of the wave flip from Elk. Carrier tries his best. The mites should be able to secure this.
Ya.
No, not going to deny that once more. BLG fighting that tower's life. But here we are. Let's look back at the replay.
All right, so it starts out. They use both Faker's ulti as well as the Ashe arrow, and as you say, Bin, just as he goes in, gets the knock back on.
Cisil mabar Sil sama Michael Sil main League of Legends Sil.
Ya Sil, ayo kita stres bersama.
Flashing forward to chase them down with his freshly completed Trinity Force. And BLG, I mean, we have seen Smolder scale into terrifying areas for a long time in the last few patches, actually. So we'll see if we can put this to the test here. Carrier knows that one is going to be rough.
It's a tense situation. The gold finds itself even once more.
Tadi yang T1 memimpin, sekarang mulai seimbang kembali. Anjay.
Wow.
Secara gold T1 masih lebih kuat, tapi tower 3-1.
Yoi.
Mengerikan.
Might already be a serious problem as we'll see him continue to scale. I mean, when you accelerate at the beginning, then you get to stack much quicker, and so we'll start to see the execute and the burn really come in.
Only 60 seconds short of that 225 mark. Alongside that, BLG helped by the fact it's a Chemsol this game. Obviously, you don't want to give the enemy team a soul when they stack two Drakes. Giving them a Chemsol to let yourself scale isn't as impactful as if it were in Inferno or if it were Hextech.
Kayak terlalu susah, jadi tidak pernah mencoba. Berasumsi buruk lah sebelum mencoba ya guys.
Yoi, itulah Ui.
Iya.
Semangat mundur, pantang maju.
Bener lagi. Telek lu.
Enggak, Ui itu seorang pekerja keras guys. By the way, dia adalah masyarakat veteran di dunia opusling.
Tidak veteran.
Ya, wah. Gue pengen bikin apa ya? Konten apa ya, Wi, bagusnya Wi? Ide streaming selanjutnya ya.
The losing team in every game, 3 kills.
Handcam anjay, handcam.
Bejir gue punya kamera.
Well, I also do have to say I would be willing to bet a lot that this will not be a 27-minute game ending, especially with BLG having Smolder plus a Ziggs. The reason why this is such a good pairing as the arrow goes.
Ya lu main League of Legends, gue saranin.
Anjir, gila Faker. Mau brutal. Let's go. Woohoo. Gila. Oh my god.
BLG please jangan kamu jangan terbantai sama T1 anjir.
Oh my god.
Yo masih live ternyata. Halo Bang Rayman, selamat datang. Iya kita masih live.
Belum beres soalnya.
Iya belum beres.
Ayo dikit lagi itu on bantai. Sial.
Bare apa kabar? Gimana kabarnya? Gimana harinya?
Gimana kabar dan harinya?
Betul. Mari kita nobar. BLG.
Anjay, perang. Tapi ultinya udah pada habis anjir. Susah banget.
Perang dunia ketiga.
Warkah. War apa enggak nih? Aduh, Faker karat guys. Anjir, hampir mati dia. Krias karat. Zeus.
Please BLG kamu jangan kalah dong.
Anjay, ngeri. Tentu saja BLG akan kalah di lawan T1.
Begitulah. Anjay.
Singkat padat begitulah.
Lu nge-stream Hawk aja. Kel coba.
Apa?
Hawk.
Masalahnya ML aja gue udah stres nih lagi HOK.
LOL kah? Yoi, betul sekali Bang Ray. League of Legends. BLG lawan T1.
Yoi. By the way, gua tim T1 ya. T1 pasti menang.
Jui tim BLG guys.
Ajay. Kita saring roasting dari tadi tuh. Dari tadi tuh kita roasting umur hanyalah angka. Bus pariwisata tidaklah bagus. Roasting.
Saling merosting adalah budaya. Gak bercanda ya guys, bercanda enggak, jangan.
Apa-apa. Kan kita orang-orang luas.
Anjay,
seluas negara Republik Pancasila. NKRI harga mati. Jangan matilah Keria. Oh my god. Zuuweeyyy, let's go. Kill. Lagi Bin, itu bunuh Bin. Bantai, let's go Faker. Let's go. Sikat. Mati
Kel, mohon maaf tapi gue berharap mati anjir, mati.
Ayo,
jangan
bunuh dia Bin. Bunuh L. Tidak. Lebih udah mantap sih. Mantap. 3 mati dibantai 1 Faker, mantap.
Saya tim yang menang aja. Belum tahu ini menang siapa.
Ini yang menang udah jelas T1 boys. Tapi bakal 2 sama nih. Ini bakal 2 sama sampai jam berapa kita?
Ya sepertinya ya.
Kalau 2 sama berarti ronde terakhirnya kira-kira jam 1. Sekarang jam 1 ya? Anjay. Kapan? Udah dengar Wi?
Apa?
One fighting.
BLG
apa yo bahasa Cina?
Hayo.
BLG lu sama.
Gini gue tahu bahasa Cina ya dikit walaupun.
Apa? Cisil ni hao me.
Cisil mah guru kocak.
Kan gue tahu itu doang. Cisil ni hao me.
Game apa nih Wak? Mapnya luas banget. LOL Sil, League of Legends.
League of Legends bro, beda sama Mobile Legends mah pendek-pendek. Ibarat lu jalan 5 langkah ketemu temen, ketemu musuh langsung base.
Yang biru menang sih, maybe. Gue lumayan jauh. Nggak boleh kayak gitu lah Bang Ray.
Beda goceng.
Yang menang tuh BLG.
Enggak, T1
ya. Gua katanya BLG
jagonya di bin chilling, dan dia dari tadi belum menyinari dirinya sendiri. Faker lagi bersinar coy. Menyala Fakerku.
That doomsday clock has ticked over to midnight for T1. They are still in the lead. Kemsol 4,000 gold ahead.
4,000 gold ahead. Dengerin apa kata si komentator botak. 232 215 Baji Redemption. Ya si dia mage. Bisa dong.
Berapa tuh dia? Aduh nggak beda jauh itu.
Apanya? Enggak lah, beda lah, lumayan.
Jauh. 5 4.000 itu dikit.
4.000 itu. Tapi beda 6 tower, lihat tuh, towernya hancur semua.
Iya sih. Udah, terima nasib, nggak mau. Nggak mau terima nasib.
Tapi emang dari tadi tuh ya, Remo cuman BLG menang parah sih. Wajar kalau kayak gini.
Kamu jangan meremehkan lawan ya, Michael.
Iya nggak, gue nggak meremehin tai. Gue lagi merespek. Anjay, owner, let's go.
Emosi dia, guys.
mulai. War. Let's go.
Baru kali ini Michael emosi.
Gue gak emosi. Gue cuma membenarkan situasi. Anjay. Warni. Let's go. Bantai dia, Faker. Bantai, let's go. Mantap.
No way.
It becomes a question of can the ban be secured with shut down? I believe that the answer is yes. There is no smite available. Elk crucially still has his ultimate up.
500 kills Edward, lihat sampai dikasih
Aku tidak mau terima nasi.
penunjukan apa ya namanya? Isi title 500 kill Edward boy. Oke. Wow. Owner bisa mati nih. Anjay, let's go. Gila. Pakai freeze. Pakai zonya tuh freeze by the way, guys. Apa? Bukan freeze, winter.
Baker plays a dangerous game there, so close to the execution, but he's able to immune it, flashes out, and escapes with his life.
My goodness, Faker has turned it up to 11 in this
Menit ke-28, guys.
He knows the stakes.
98 dan 6 tower untuk T1. Apakah T1 akan lanjut ke babak selanjutnya atau akan kalah di tangan BLG?
Enggak.
BLG
Nggak tahu dah.
Jelas kemenangan untuk T1.
Nggak kemenangan
T1.
BLG.
Pada maksa begini. Jadi kurang bagus.
And the murder, let's be up. Normally they prefer to play that 4-1 setup.
What do you think of BLG? Shit, what do you think of shit, BLG? Thank you, that's alright. BLG trash.
Jangan meremehkan lawanmu ya. Kamu ya, Dek ya.
T1. That's alright. Tau gak sih itu yang Hamilton apa sih aslinya tuh? What do you think of Birmingham apa sih?
Lu ngomong apa sih?
Itu yang yel-yelnya pemain bola. Punya Liga Inggris lah. Lu gak nonton bola ya?
Kagak, udah kagak lagi. Dulu nonton.
Dulu ya, waktu World Cup ya pasti.
Enggak World Cup juga sih waktu. Aduh, apa namanya? Gue udah lupa anjir, 2022 belum.
22 baru dong. Gak jauh-jauh banget lah.
Iya, gak jauh-jauh banget lah.
El Clasico. Oh my god, sikat dia Oner. Gumayu si pembunuh. On. Let's go.
Will BLG even try to mount a defense around the Elder Drake? They TP to the bot lane. Looking at that flank position, his Mega Knot is going to expire pretty soon, and Baker's looking for a flank of his own as he TPs in towards his blue side. Bin now.
BN disiksa nih dari dua arah, tapi yang lain juga disiksa. Siapa yang akan kena siksa? Oke, Bin ditangkap oleh Faker. Bin pun bisa sekarat dan Bin pun mati. Let's go Faker. Bantai dia, gue sih. Bantai dia. Gila. Shut down. Gumayusi killing spree. Anjay, let's go, Faker. Game 5, boy. Game 5, let's go. Game 5. The defense is not strong enough. Game 5 boys. Gila, Faker maksa banget anjir. Sampai base anjir, gila. Orang gila.
Enggak lah itu.
Oke, final nih, Wi. Game terakhir nih, Wi. Aduh, mulai ngantuk gua.
Sama.
Mata mulai berat. Kopi hitam tadi anjir, salah dulu. Guys, final guys. Let's go game 5 nih, game terakhir. Semangat. Ayo. Lu baterainya udah habis, Wi. Cek baterai lu.
Gua sambil ngecas.
Oh, sambil ngecas. Kocak.
Gue di depan kulkas jir berdiri.
What the fuck? Harus banget berdiri ya? Nangtung. Buset dah.
Kagak ada kursi.
Senangtung itu anjir.
Nongki.
Itu nangtung artinya apa enggak?
Kagak.
Nangtung itu berdiri. Maksudnya aneh-aneh ya? Berdiri aja nangtung. Aneh banget bahasanya.
Ini gue gak bisa heboh-heboh ya.
Gak apa-apa, santuy aja.
Udah masuk kamar. Kakak gue udah tidur.
Gak apa-apa, santuy. Gue yang heboh kok. Anjay.
Terakhir tim apa yang main?
Terakhir
tim ini.
Ini final.
Ini final game.
Ini. Gila.
Ini sudah final Bang Ray.
Dua-dua cuy. Akhirnya ada pertunjukan buat T1 cuy. Buat Worlds lah. Buat Worlds.
Kan gue sudah bilang mereka sudah berubah. Mereka sudah berevolusi. Mempelajari kesalahan yang lalu. Iya
betul. Dari telur jadi kecebong.
Anjir. Oh my god. Kapan-kapan kita main Wi. Nggak tahu kita hidup mentalnya aman apa kagak main game ini. Masih T1 sama BLG. Iya. Ini grand final.
Ini udah grand final cuy. Kalau di kemarin, enggak kemarin sih, kayaknya minggu lalu dah. Minggu lalu tuh BLG lawan WBG. Tapi dibantai habis sama BLG 3-1 kalau salah.
Bejir.
Terus kemarinnya lagi
juga.
Kemarinnya lagi T1 lawan Genji. Genji itu Korea juga. LCK.
Oh, Korea juga.
Jadi kemarin tuh Korea lawan Korea, terus Cina lawan Cina. LCK lawan LCK, LPL lawan LPL.
Kalau ini sekarang Cina Korea.
Dan dua-duanya 3-1 kemarin tuh. T1 3-1, BLG 3-1. Jadi emang gokil nih dua-duanya nih. Lagi menyala
Korea Cina.
Korea Cina. Hanya 2 sama nih, bejir. Ini game terakhir nih.
Ini tim dari negara mana? Korea dan Cina, Bang Ray? BLG Cina, T1 Korea.
Kemarin tuh ada yang
Korea
Eropa. Korea Selatan lebih Korea apa?
Takutnya dikira korut ya kan?
Nggak bisa lah main game, nanti dipanggil. Kalau kemarin ada North America tuh ini Kanada, tapi kalah lawan apa ya kalahnya ya, lupa gua. Lawan WBG gitu apa BLG gitu gua.
Anjay.
Terus ada juga yang Eropa G2 itu kalah lawan T1 itu di awal banget. quarter final. Sebelum quarter final.
Lah, ya, yang lu yang lu share di DC itu apa? Siapa lawan?
Share DC kemarin tuh semifinal T1 lawan Genji.
Oh, oke.
Waktu Korea lawan Korea. Makanya gue rusuh banget kan, soalnya Genji itu terkenal pembantai T1 justru.
Lah malah T1 ya yang maju.
Iya makanya.
Anjay sekali.
Soalnya dari tahun 2022 sampai 2020, 2021 lah. Sampai apa sih namanya? Lomba MSI kemarin dibantai abis T1 sama Genji.
Bejir.
Makanya waktu Genji kemarin itu gua hype parah anjir. T1 menang. Ajay, akhirnya T1. Let's go.
Menyala T1 ku.
Kalau lihat di atas kan di pojok kiri atas kan lu lihat ya LCK 4.
Ya.
LCK itu ibarat kayak lomba nasionalnya gitu. Lomba di Koreanya. T1 dapat nomor 4. Runner up anjir. Sedangkan Genji dapat nomor 1.
This team wants to kick your teeth
Oh my god.
BLG always want to kick your teeth in. This is delivering.
Tadi kan
We got our game 5.
Kalau tadi kan BLG itu LPL 1 kan.
Iya.
Dia juara 1 di Cina waktu nasionalnya.
And I know we keep talking about it, but we have to talk about it. It's Faker, that's the difference maker again.
Yeah, and I know that people are always like, oh, they're glazing him again. Well, why would you not? And I think these replays that we're going to see, right, in just a second, it's going to be a good play to a great play to a GOAT play.
Absolutely, and it was so funny when we were watching this. I turned across there and I said, someone on T1 needs to actually step up if they're going to win this game. Not 10 seconds later, solo kill heal from Faker, and it just felt like the momentum really started to swing.
And the big thing for me in this series, we talked about the early game, talked about level 1, but an even bigger indicator of which team is doing well is which mid laner is making the impact. And in the wins, both Knight and Faker have been absolutely crucial.
They have. We said a good play,
a
great play, and the GOAT play, we saw the good one already. Well, roll the great
Gedang
one
apaan?
in the bot lane.
Gedang tuh kalau bahasa Jawa pisang, kalau bahasa Sunda
As we see this setup from Owner going
Ciu
with
apa
the
nih,
Poppy
Ciu?
again, something that he
Ciu?
is also super comfortable with, and this is coming off
Jauh
of
banget sih
Zeus
bilang kecil.
actually getting dove over and over again on this
Ciu
bot
tuh
side
ini,
of the
Pak.
map,
Kepikiran.
right? And so you
Ciu
see
tuh
BLG are gonna want to try to end up with a
Amer.
collapse, but then here they
Alkohol.
go. And again, this is like we've talked a lot about Faker.
Bukan
This
Amer
is
sih,
also Zeus's
alkohol
redemption arc, I
dari
think. I said before, I think
apa ya,
he's gotten the
kelapa gitu
better
atau apa,
bin
nggak tahu gue.
overall across the series.
Walau gue kira buah-buahan anjoy.
In a lot of these fights.
And this is also after the
Maaf ya,
topside
guys,
play
ya.
that ended up backfiring immensely for T1.
Ini
And
fermentasi
more
juga.
importantly, it also
Tapi gue lupa
highlights I
deh
think
apa
why
ya.
Carrier, even though you look at this is in the dive comp, you're playing into a lot of range, a lot of poke, but they're still able to make it work. And I think part of that was also because BLG, why are
Tuh,
we
si
fighting
Kumis.
this? You have
Kumis
Smolder
kan.
and Ziggs, you can stall until
Kagak
infinity, which
suka
you
ya
didn't
anjir,
do,
gue cuma
but it
salpok
also
kurang
makes
ajar.
these skirmishes
Tebel
so
banget ya.
insanely oppressive.
I got blamed for the glazing
Iya.
so much because he wasn't even in that.
Enggak, sabuk masuk
Iya,
botak.
kumis
It's a
sama
different
sofa.
one. Regardless, you brought up a good point though. And this is
Kagak,
always
makasih,
the case
matahari
when we
udah
talk
cukup
about
satu
T1
di
in
hidup
these
gua.
situations, right?
Terang banget
Although we
anjir,
need
terang
to
benderang.
respect
Oh my god, mata gue.
that we know what this
Tidak.
team looked like without Faker shot calling and his presence in the team. You also always need to mention all of them who can rally for moments like this. We even heard that in this
Sumpah
tournament
itu Red Bull ya, pengen
specifically,
gua ambil
right? Zeus,
satu
who was
dah.
calling a
Haus
really
gua.
important fight in the
Ngantuk.
knockout rounds. We know that Carrier can do the same. We know that Owner
Banyak
Jadi
banget.
pajangan doang ya, aduh.
Di kulkas dibiarin. Please lah, gue pengen satu.
So, you know,
Bagi-bagi kek.
Iya,
it was great to
bagi.
But then we have the Faker Silas play, right?
Now for
Where
real.
Faker
you probably
Silas,
know it's
yeah.
coming. He ends up
Let's go.
stealing the Recon ult. here when after BLG
Dang.
you think it's over,
Lihat
the arrow
Silas.
misses,
Faker,
right?
Faker.
But here
Der,
comes
der.
Faker from the side. They even see him
Anjay.
coming, steals the recon ult, sets
Dar,
up
der,
for
dor.
this beautiful
Anjir,
combination with the
gila
carry of
ngambil
Renata.
Rakan,
It's just
ulti Rakan.
insane.
I mean, he used it perfectly. He E's forward, then he
Ultinya
rocket
on.
belts flashes onto the next two, charms up everyone, sets up the CC, and it's
Faker,
those
I name my god
plays
after
that are
you.
so iconic. And Faker has so many
Iya
of them
tadi kan
leading to
dari
world
awal
titles.
pas kita nobar itu tuh kan ada Faker I name my god after you.
Versus an
Gua nggak
LPL
merhatiin
team
anjir,
in a
lupa.
situation where you're up against match point, Maurits. Class is forever.
And then it's
Anjir.
also the follow-up, right? Like owner flashing on immediately,
Owner
Carrier
flashing.
being at the ready, and they're gonna need that as well because in this game number 5, do not forget because of the fact that
Soalnya kalau
T1
misalkan
lost
contoh nih ya, gue
on
nggak
red
nge-streaming,
side,
Wi.
BLG will
Gue
have
bakal
the
banyak
opportunity
bacot
to
di
go back to
Twitter.
blue.
And this roster T1 7-7
Ya
in
gak
game
apa-apa
5, so they are beatable.
Hey,
We'll see if
makan
BLG can pull it
pisang
off.
sehat.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna write off BLG
Pisang
either. They love
again.
playing these
Pisang,
grudge
vitamin
matches,
P.
these best of 5s back in the LPL. They can go
Apaan
forever,
anjir,
Emily,
P?
but this is their backs
Pisang.
against the wall. Everything that we have set up at the beginning of the day
Apa
about the
sih?
pressure of all of the LPL fans, of all of the BLG fans, they are the ones that were supposed to exact their revenge on
Aduh,
T1,
capek,
and they had him, and they didn't finish it. Is it gonna come
Alah.
back to bite them?
I mean, they're on the blue side, so I'm super curious. I want to see them go for full comfort, right? Because even though that composition that they had in the last game was good, it's like, do you really
Pisang.
want Knight on Smolder?
Eh,
Even when
semut.
Smolder is insane.
Iyalah.
But you want him on something with agency. You
Terserah
want him
kamu,
on something
Pak.
where he can control it. You see the players
Oh my
coming
God,
out now.
let's go.
That's what I want to see from BLG. Default to comfort, play your game.
Hey, you get to walk past your own name there if you're T1 from last year, Azale. Must give him some confidence.
I mean, it's engraved
Gila
on
sih.
the trophy. They can see it. You
Cu,
just have to reach out
stadionnya
and grab it.
mahal
And we'll
banget
see if T1
anjir.
can pull it off on the red side. BLG earned themselves that blue side advantage by beating
Ini
them
cuma
on
buat
red.
dua tim
That
doang
is the
nih.
edge that they have going
Demi
into this
dua
Iya,
tim
all-important
main.
game
Segede
5.
ini.
If you look at the games
Iya.
thus far, I actually think BLG have looked better. It's obviously close.
Bayangin
The games have been
duit
really
sebanyak
one-sided,
ini
which
ya,
makes it
udah
hard,
gitu
but like this punch back that we saw
mainnya
on
langsung
top side for
dibantai.
BLG, for example, I
3-0.
think spells a lot of hope. But the real
Cuma
question
1 jam
is, how
setengah
are they gonna be
beres.
able to deal with the pressure of being in that
Ngabisin
game
duit, gak
number
seru.
5? And I gotta say, I think it's a toss-up at this point.
Tapi ini
All 10 players walking in
dua
were
sama nih.
completely unfazed. Neither side
3-2 entah
seemed
siapa
nervous
yang
at
menang,
all.
ini udah seru banget
Absolutely.
jujur aja.
And that's what
Worth
we
it lah
wanna
kalau
see.
misalkan
And
kita
you feel like
ikut
it
ke
is building
stadion.
up to a crescendo. I hope
Anjay.
so as well. We heard some of the
Iya,
music
oke
pieces,
banget.
but one was too loud for the one orchestra and the other was
Buset.
too loud for the other. I want to see them
Buset.
synergize and fight it out till the very, very end. It is
Kalau gue
only
tegang ya,
one
sumpah ya,
game that
diliatin
stands
orang-orang
between
main
us and knowing
game
who our
depan ke
2024 world champion is. Will it
Itu yang
be
gue bilang
Faker
tadi
with
kalau
his
gue yang
fifth
ikut
or
apa maksudnya
Knight
runner
with
up
his
dalam
first?
ikut andil game gitu ya, gue langsung getar tangan anjir. Kayaknya langsung resign gue abis itu.
Asli deh.
Please you too much. However, I can promise you the 10 players in the middle of this arena.
Berhadapan lagi anjir. Kayak main warnet tuh, ibarat lu main warnet depan-depanan sama musuhnya gitu. Ya udah misu-misu aja tiap hari, tiap saat. Oh lu jancok kowe. Wah. Marah nih Pika sebelum.
He has lost one to DRX. He has won one all the way back in 1-1 against Samsung Galaxy, so in 2016. And now we'll see if he can
Anjay,
win
Varus di
against
band.
BLG.
Band pertama
On
Varus.
the blue side, Varus, their first
Final game 5. Oh my god. Aurora lagi. Buset semeta apa nih
Nyala.
Aurora?
Harris, Ash, and Skarner bans. And T1, they did their duty in doing the Aurora and Yone bans, and threw in the Nico
Yone,
as well, as both Knight and Faker are very good on that champion, as well as on Encaria, this flex pick. But I'm really curious, will they still ban the Nico once again?
I think it's Kalista. I think they'll take it away. I think it's proven to be too strong in this series, and I don't think they're going to allow it to go through.
Kalista,
Honestly,
pasti
I agree
Kalista.
with you.
Gak Kalista gila sih.
The
such a powerful
Ben
bomb.
Kalista.
We had the same conversation where it's a question of do you trade Kalista for Jax, and then T1 couldn't find much success from the Jax pick, and BLG really made the Kalista work for them. Now they have to
Anjir,
make the
jelas
decision that
pasti.
Kalista will be banned, but that does mean that in game 5, Bin is going to get his Jax.
Jax.
And without hesitation, hesitation, he immediately locks it in.
All right, are we going to get the GAESS Gragas, the GAESS Nar perhaps?
Ini ngeri banget nih. Bin megang Jax ini udah master nih monster. Itu doang, lu yang dukung BLG gimana sih?
Iya, gimana ya? Semangat BLG lu kan gak mungkin gitu, Bejir.
Oh, Gragas.
Bin lays down the gauntlet and GAESS immediately answers. Bin has only lost 3 times on his Jax this year. Twice against T1, once against Genji. Now we'll see if GAESS can stand in his way once again. T1 looking towards perhaps a Galio in the mid lane here for Faker. And it's going to be locked in as well, so they have a very tanky front line already. Gragas obviously has a big sustained tank, the Galio as well, which is pretty much unkillable unless you can manage to get ahead of him.
I'm honestly surprised to see the Galio.
Nggak aneh sih sebenarnya, cuma kalau dari lu ya agak aneh sedikit. Dikit.
They've chosen to go for it, maybe in anticipation of BLG potentially going for the Silas and knowing that the Galio can be an effective answer into it. Elk gonna get himself his Kai'Sa.
Ooh, we have to think they're going to build more on top of this dive then for BLG.
Silas.
Some strong side laners plus some dive.
It's just comfort. BLG are just saying, how comfortable can we be?
Oh my goodness.
Jax.
Gila. Kai'Sa. Siapa ini namanya lupa.
How many legendary player champion combos are we gonna get in a deciding Game 5 of World Finals? Knight on his Ahri, Bin on his Jax. Those very well, if they win, would be their skins.
I mean,
ini movenya kencang semua nih BLG. Pertama Ahri ngindar mulu.
But you cannot afford to underestimate it. The Xayah going to be locked in for T1.
Terus ada
you imagine that Rakan is going to rise in priority. BLG likely looking to ban that one away.
100% agree with you.
Tawelah sama Jax, gila ini udah mobility semua nih.
Bans towards BLG be here for T1 though, as we try and whittle down. I mean, possible jungle, possible jungle takeaways here for Shun.
I mean, if BLG continue down their comfort route, do you just get rid of something like the Rakan as well? Obviously, T1 kind of want the Rakan themselves, so BLG will remove it. In the end, no one's getting Rakan.
I'm thinking like the Vi is just such a no-brainer pairing with the Ahri as well.
True.
But they do leave the Vi up there for Shun to take.
The Kindred ban is like, okay, we can see how much comfort you're drafting. We're not going to allow
that. I would even prefer a Vi over a Kindred if you know, if we're running Ahri, plus we have lots of dive on our side too. We're not a no-brainer as well. Follow up to the Rakan ban there, take away those two.
Soalnya saya Rakan tuh kayak dua champion duo gitu, yang emang dibuat untuk berdua, anjay.
Was thinking maybe Viego, but I don't love it.
Romantis
I feel like Vi does make the most sense. The Poppy into the Jax.
Poppy lagi. Let's go.
But it's so good at shutting down all of these carries that BLG are already.
Gila.
You can also put it into the support position so they can wait to see what BLG draft and then decide after that. Because you're 100% right, Kobe.
Nggak juga sih sebetulnya, Desnya lumayan, tapi Ahri cuy.
Sebetulnya anjir langsung jadi pesimis buat dia.
What the fuck? Serius Jarvan nih? Serius Jarvan? Gelo Jarvan cuy. Asli ini full mobility ini BLG.
The Jarvan ultimate is better versus Xayah than the Vi ultimate is. So much better there. So really intelligent move.
Anjir, rel lagi. Rel diambil udah sih. Pike gak mungkin Pike. Udah gak mungkin Pike. Gak terlalu gila. Rel, anjay.
I will say Poppy is really nice into this entire BLG lineup. The question is now, is the Poppy going to support? Will Carrier be piloting it, or will Owner be the ones with his hands on it? It's synonymous with Owner to me. He has such a great record on this channel. My expectations are Carrier is looking through his support pool right now, wondering where they go, but it seems like perhaps T1 wants
Wait, what the hell? Serius? Gelo. Karya Poppy cuy. Poppy. Oke, berarti T1 ini main seimbang. Mobility-nya 2, sisanya batu. Kalau BLG full mobility, batunya cuma 1. Gila sih, gila. Wah gila sih. Ini menarik banget tuh. Ini gila banget sih game 5.
Kayaknya lu yang mulai gila dah.
Yes. Gila, ini high banget cuy.
I think that this is the most exciting game of the
entire
series from what we've seen. Both of them have capability of fighting those critical, important top-side fights around the world.
Kocak aja tadi tuh. Diterak-terak bin.
Also such a good combo. And we get Bin's legendary Jax versus Zea's legendary, I would say, Gragas at this point. He is 23-4 on the Gragas all-time. Impressive stats to say the least.
Ini top lanernya brutal banget nih, Gragas sama Jax.
The defending champions battle against the first seed from the LPL one more time. We see these titans on the ring challenge each other one more time. We see the weight of expectation so great on these two team shoulders. One more time.
Fakernya jadi tanker nih sekarang. Susah nih buat main-main brutal kayak tadi.
As T1 made their way through every single LPL team. T1 looking to raise their 5th trophy. LPL and BLG looking to hoist the Summoners Cup. So much on the line, and a single game will decide it all. A standard line of scrimmage to start off the game.
Tapi tidak ada musuh sayangnya.
Pathing up towards the top side. A lane swap possibility seems very real. We were optimistic, we were hopeful for Bin versus Zeus, but it looks like we're going to be denied.
Yeah, looks like we are. The ward goes down in defense for T1. Sweeper comes out immediately though for BLG as they move in for that lane swap. Now we got to track, are they going to try and soak experience this time around for their level 2s to defend against these dives? Looks like Zeus just immediately going right down, and we'll head on through that mid lane once again.
Ini top laner dibiarin coba. ML mah nggak bisa top laner dibiarin gini. Gak mungkin anjir. Pagi early gak mungkin. Bin langsung disiksa, baru level 1 udah mulai nyiksa coba. What the hell man? Game apa ini?
It's that melee right there that was one auto away. He does soak a little bit now though. I mean, every little bit. We're on pins and needles because of soaking experience in lane swaps. It's every little bit that top laners can get.
Note that Zeus grabbed XP in the mid wave and is now making a way towards top. On his path towards bot, preparing for the potential dive, knowing that the split map has come through. Zeus going to take a bit of damage, a lot of damage from Elk, but he's going to tick over to level 2 and he should be fine now on the top side.
And they should be able to defend this dive. On was able to soak his level 2 before heading down. There's so much CC with a Rel plus Jax. I think that
Elk's already swapping as well. So Bin's going to get level 2 here. Going to farm this experience underneath the tower on there as well. Knight gets the charm.
Gila Faker gila.
The Justice punch Faker punching in
langsung dipakai flashnya. Iya.
And it might seem weird that he would do that, but it's because he knows that Owner is on the bottom side of the map, and he hasn't showcased on the bot lane dive, meaning that he's in the jungle, and the possibility of him showing up mid is very real. Knight showcasing that respect, doesn't want to give over first blood. He's getting pushed underneath this tower, but his farm.
Tapi kebiasaannya Faker nih ini anjir. Ini nggak pernah pakai skin.
Kok bisa sih kocak
skinnya skin normal terus.
Beliau ini sangat langka ya.
Oke, mati nih Faker. First blood seperti biasa.
BLG find first blood.
The Jarvan Ari strikes first blood here into, wait a second.
Elk has flash, has cleanse. Keria looking for that flank position. Onto it to use the
flanking.
Ignite goes down and flashes. You
Langsung
can see
pakai flash.
Keria trying to bait the early flash. They're on just able to escape to the relative safety of the other side of that wall.
Another game, another BLG first blood. Finding it onto Faker, crucial.
Semua game BLG first blood anjir.
Earlier, but a good response from T1 as they lay in wait in the bot.
Gokil.
Ready to try and trap Elk.
BLG tuh bro.
BLG.
Look at this bot wave.
Bin bisa apa?
Very awkward. Slowly pushing towards the bot lane of T1. They're going to require Jun to shadow in the lane to help them get that push out.
Umar bin up.
Come all the way down here.
Umar.
Because Keria and Guma are doing such a good job just holding it. Meanwhile, topside, easy trading up there. The Jax into GAESS matchup is so much denial there for the GAESS. The phase rush for Zeus usually able to hold them off. But here comes Shun, as you mentioned, came to shadow, make sure that they can move up to the wave.
Anjay, Bin mulai gila nih pakai Jax.
The damage onto Zeus there. Relatively even top lane after obviously the first few levels were spent on opposite sides of the map. Very tiny gold lead for BLG. Faker again with a good justice punch to dodge away from the charm in mid.
Shun hovering around.
Yeah, really cost Faker last time. Giving up that first blood, no flash on Faker. Pretty good movement so far from Shun, doing so much for his lanes, you know. Going towards Knight to make sure they can get their first blood, going towards bottom lane, make sure their wave is in a good state.
So you have to do on the Jarvan, right? It is a very gank-orientated jungler.
It does cost him in CS though, so this is something you're gonna have to keep track of. Just remember that Shun did a lot for his lanes. Now he's gonna try and catch back up though and see if he can clear the rest of his jungle.
And you know, you can sit there and go, oh, it's a shame that T1 didn't get that kill in the bot lane 2v2, but they still benefited massively. Look at the AD carry difference, and because of the farm that was denied from Elk and the wave that Gumayushi was able to catch, he finds himself with about a 200 gold lead. Now he paths back up towards top. T1 have done this consistently, ready for the growth spawn.
Sumpah jalan antar lane-nya ini lambat banget
taking over to level 6 very soon. Nice trade onto Keria. It's going to make this contest of the grubs very difficult for T1, but Ona has found an angle onto Bin.
Waktu main tuh pertama kali kayak ini lama banget, buset jauh banget. Jalan doang.
Kayak 2-3 kali enak gak sih? Emerald kan pendek.
Tapi kalau misalnya lu disuruh jadi jungle tuh, tawaf lah. Buset. Drama brutal. Seperti biasa, memancing. Oh my god, Faker dapat 1 kill. Bin, ayo bantai dia. Oh Jax gak bisa sih Jax. Mobility terlalu banyak.
That has been so focused on grubs. In the game number 5, all 10 players show up, and it is T1 who get Owner's Poppy Slam into the wall on. They get the kill, they get the grubs, and they immediately get turret plate money.
T1, even though they conceded first blood, they set up for the grubs extremely well, and BLG got caught off guard.
You feel that, Venius? That is a wave of T1 fans.
Gila, rame banget.
You look back at the replay, Ona walking into darkness, but he knows he has the support.
Not
quite connecting on the stun. It could have been crucial, especially with Knight right there for the follow-up. The Galio ulti comes in, the connection into the wall, and then Faker securing that first kill.
Maaf ya guys.
Yeah, and it's Keria Poppy this time around, of course.
Waduh, sorry.
He's the one who got it, and the grub secured.
Maaf ya guys, tidak heboh seperti awal soalnya lagi pada pegang ini pegang.
Is because you can balloon these gold leads so quickly, but Faker under attack.
Penentuan.
Faker. Oh my god, disiksa berempat dan dia hidup. Gila. Impossible buat gua. Pasti aku mati.
Cuman Faker doang emang.
BLG should be able to secure the first dragon
of
the game. They haven't actually set their sights on it. No TP available for Faker. I am a little bit surprised. The bot push is going to come through for Gumayushi, who has sticked over to level 6. The LG right now, resets come through. Elk making his way back towards bot now.
More turret plate money, more demolished procs. Void grub passive.
See just the pressure that Faker's absorbing in the mid lane. T1 now using that to garner a 1.7k gold lead. Guumayusi's been picking up plate after plate. Ona now looking towards this bot side. Elk yet to hit the level 6, still half a level of XP away. Elk has to run.
Okay, diving, Owner.
Back in the lane.
I mean, the Xayah is just so far ahead here. 2 levels for Guma over him, not to mention all the extra gold, the biggest gold lead holder on the team. So much.
Oh my god, let's go, Keria. Anjay, mantap Guumayusi, 1 kill. Let's go. Let's go T1.
I mean, a masterful performance from Keria in the top lane grub fight.
Anjay, let's go Faker, bantai dia.
Angles for Poppy to connect into the wall. T1 find another kill, extend their gold lead to 2k, and they'll secure the first dragon of the game.
Gila nih. Dapat nih dragon. Hashtag dragon. Portal dapat nih.
Xayah is so weak early on and
Portal
being
dinyalakan.
denied so much early into this game. It's going to be very hard for BLG to get their dive comp really online and get him scaling up into being a threat. Very far in the future, you're going to have to look before Elk is really a danger.
Knight felt the pressure of this position last year on JDG in the semi-finals. It was T1 that denied JDG the Golden Road. Hoping to get revenge, he is one of the players that we will be keeping our eyes on as this game continues. His Ari has been able to turn around some incredibly difficult games before. The pick potential is real, but right now Guma is just
going for it.
Oh, Keria with a good set fast presence. TP coming in from BLG as they look
there he comes
to make the play. Spear rush
Knight.
forward by Knight.
Apakah mau digokilin? Apakah mau dibantai? Keria mati, pasti. Guumayusi apakah dia mati? Tidak akan. Let's go. Owner apakah dia mati? Jati yang mati.
Beda berapa itu? 15 sama 17. 2.000.
Double kill dipegang oleh fucking BLG.
Udah positif BLG menang mah. Lalu BLG
fans berat T1 to the bone.
Udah terima kenyataan aja BLG.
BLG recycle bin.
I mean, yeah, the bot tower falling means that there's a huge wave as well. Knight forced to catch it.
Tapi Jarvan tuh bener-bener jarang banget dipakai anjir.
Committing all of their summoner spells to make this play happening.
Jarvan tuh ibarat kalau ML tuh kayak Sylvana.
Gets a nice flash, two-person stun off.
Tapi jarang dipakai.
Ons then able to disengage while Guumayusi does get away.
Buat ngekill satuan tuh kuat banget, tapi kalau war kurang sih
The
Jarvan.
kills in favor of BLG, but the gold still in the hands of T1.
So much pressure on the shoulders of these BLG players.
Yes.
And now even more so onto that of Knight. A player that is so well renowned in the LPL here. Really looking to take that last step and acquire this first world
kalau misalkan lu punya
championship.
temen yang tiba-tiba pengen jadi VTuber, tanggapan lu
on
gimana?
Ari, such a playmaker.
Goblok aja. VTuber apa emangnya?
That's the question that everyone asks themselves in moments like this as well.
Soalnya gue pernah keciduk, pernah hampir ketawa, lu VTuber ya Wi, gue pura-pura goblok. Kayak apaan VTuber? Terus ya maksudnya gue tahu VTuber gitu, tapi kan gue kayak ngelak apaan VTuber ya, kalau gue jadi VTuber masa gerak-gerak gitu, gerak-gerak apa maksudnya kayak masa nge-live stream pakai karakter doang, gue gitu-gituin, padahal yang gue lakuin emang itu. Yang gue lakukan itu.
VTuber itu emang salah satu fenomena sih VTuber itu ya, salah satunya kita. Gue keren bener lagi kalau gue VTuber.
Cek gimang beliau.
Gue tuh VTuber ya, tapi kadang gue tuh mikir kayak, oh ya gue VTuber ya, oh iya ya.
Kacau pisan.
Soalnya kayak gimana ya, gue bukan VTuber tipikal VTuber yang role play gitu kan, yang punya karakter tersendiri gitu, yang setiap streaming tuh harus jadi orang lain. Enggak, gue kayak jadi sendiri aja gitu. Jadi kadang gue tuh kayak ya udah ngobrol aja sama lu gitu.
Iya, sama kayak nggak ada perbedaan, jadi ya udah santai wae.
Iya, makanya gue kadang jadi lupa gitu, karena gua ngobrol biasa sama lu juga kayak gini, ngobrol di streaming sama lu juga kayak gini gitu.
Iya,
jadi ya udah gitu.
Jadi kayak terbiasa kayak oh ya udah
Thanks to the feathers, thanks to the ultimate, but with a poppy and a Gragas.
Ayo dong cepet anjay, siapa yang menang, gue greget kurang ajar.
That question is you highlighted in draft, Kobe. Can the Jarvan actually lock the
itunya si apa?
Both neutral objectives are alive. It's T1 that set their sights on the Herald, and they're going to be the ones to start this objective.
2.000 beda 2.000.
Begin it. They have the vision control around there as well. You can see Knight pushing in the bottom side does have the TP.
Tapi turretnya kebanyakan si ini T1.
Iya, dapat satu. Satu lagi tuh kayaknya. Herald tuh.
My God, doi.
Top side objectives have been turned so quickly into tower gold during this series.
Ayo tunjukkan taring Mubin sebagai player Jax terbaik.
Rifthold was not put down by T1. They just disengage as soon as they see that teleport used, that investment from BLG. They'll happily take it. Zeus is catching the wave in the bottom lane, so T1 not losing any gold on the map either.
Yeah, BLG feeling like they need to invest Knight's teleport to deny that big influx of gold from one of those side lane secondary turrets to try and stop that snowball that has been so prevalent. Allows them to push right back out here for Bin as well as take care of the wave in mid 2. Some critical income for them.
One of the things we were very excited about coming into this game was Bin versus Zeus, but
Mati 2 tambah 8
versus Zeus for the vast majority of this game. And remember that given that Elko's been so far behind, he's been either playing into the Galio or he's playing into the Gragas. And Zeus has quietly built up a very healthy lead for himself.
Sekarang berapa sih total? 11 ya?
11 ya.
He spent that gold. And Bin yet to actually complete his first
kerjaan emak gue tuh.
And there it is.
Kan pertama gue sama kakak gue ngelewat 5 doang kan, mati 2. Terus emak gue emang ada kucing di sono. Pertama tuh masih ragu mau dibawa apa enggak. Tapi kata emak gue ya adalah bawa aja. Ternyata 8 ekor, astaga.
Terus kalau misalkan
BLG here
gue
just keep
sebut
playing in mid lane here where it's nice and safe with your outer tower still up.
Kan kita mau ke Bandung. Kalau misalnya lu ke Bandung lu bawa lagi dong.
Iya itu dia makanya. Itulah gue juga. Hanya mak gue dan Tuhan yang tahu.
Padahal gue ya jujur aja, waktu gue kemarin pengen nyara kucing tuh emak gue kayak mikir lama banget. Padahal awalnya emak gue yang pengen, tiba-tiba kayak ayo ini dong, ini kucing, Michael apa gimana. Tapi nama gue lah gitu.
Iya.
Terus udah gitu, kalau ayo ini kucing. Udah gue mau gas-gas aja ya, gue senang kucing juga kan. Tiba-tiba kayak waktu gue tanya gimana mau jadi gak gitu, dia kayak gak tau deh, dipikir dulu, tanya dulu aja. Terus akhirnya seminggu 2 minggu kemudian gue ngomong lagi gimana, gak jadi deh. Ya udah deh, serah.
Emak gue kebalikannya, gue yang pengen kucing, apa pula kucing, gak ada. Sekarang dia yang paling banyak kerawat. Dasar emak gue.
Kocak.
calm down over these next 2 minutes until we start to see that vision plate begin to be established for the neutral objective.
Ya kan dulu tuh sebetulnya sebenarnya gue tuh ngerawat kucing dari gua bayi dari dulu lah pokoknya. Iya. Tapi waktu gua SMA enggak deh, waktu gua kuliah dah. Nah kucing gua kan gua pindah rumah jadi ditinggalin. Soalnya bukan kucing gua juga sebetulnya itu, kucing saudara gua.
Oh saudara.
Kucing saudara gua yang tetanggaan saudara gua tuh. Ibarat kayak ngerawat bareng lah gitu.
Iya.
Nah kayak gitu. Jadinya ya setahu gua kucing cuma sebatas itu doang. Jadi waktu mau ngurus kucing lagi kayak mikir-mikir lagi, kayaknya nggak bisa deh. Soalnya gua sibuk mah, gua sibuk, keluarga gua sibuk semua.
Berat juga ya kan, daripada terlantar.
Yo, masalahnya kan yang di rumah tuh kadang jarang gitu, jarang ke rumah. Guanya gitu kadang kayak gua kerja tugas di kosan temen apa gitu kan, jadinya susah gitu.
Yeah, BLG, they need to open up the map more so they can start to make use of some split pushing and some GAESS ultimate follow-ups. And so they do have everybody hovering on top side. They were thinking about trying to finish off that outer tower. They don't want to overextend too early for it, though.
I think they should commit to it, though. T1's obvious play next should be towards the dragon. They've set up good vision towards it, and Knight knows that he doesn't have TP. He's on the top side of the map. They will spot out Faker as
bisa-bisanya Jax Bin dibullying. Bin loh, Bin anjir, selevel Bin.
Try and help out his top
Gila anjir, Bin loh. Bro,
causing a loss of headache for Bin.
That and the phase rush, some very useful tools for Gragas to always keep you at arm's length or belly's length in his case. Meanwhile, Knight did end up finishing off that outer tower, that extra gold that they wanted in payment for the dragon. So they still got a bit of what they wanted. BLG kind of giving up the minimum amount here in order to still get some trade back.
Ultimately, yeah, I think it's the best trade for them rather than try and force the fight around the dragon at this point in the game. Especially when you know that Elk still hasn't even completed his second item. Meanwhile, Gumiyushi, Infinity Edge.
Lu ini ya nonton di stream gue ya nontonnya?
Yo,
just finishes his kills as you say that statement, Betty. It's 2 items on the Kaisa, but she scales up so well as the game goes on.
Oke, lu nonton di ini juga di.
When that W is just artillery more than anything else.
There's so many things that he has to consider when he's going in for it. You know, he's playing against, like you said, the Poppy plus Galio plus Zinzao, and even Gragas. So BLG definitely going to be looking to control some vision first so that actually they can be the ones to try and set up some
Tadi sih dari stream langsungnya, tapi apa pas gua dari kulkas gua buka aja dari stream lu.
With clear win conditions laid out for both sides. The 4th dragon of the game is where I expect a lot of action to be happening. In the meantime, both teams are prioritizing farming, looking for outer objectives, and ideally, if either one of them could break open that mid tower, that would be great. But in terms of the siege, I think that it's not easy for either side, given the amount of wave clear that they do have. But that point of tension continues to build up. As both of these teams fight for that crucial edge to help determine who will be the 2024 world champ.
Elk put on for Shun. For Knight, it's their first time here in a Worlds final. It's fallen short a couple of times in the past for T1. Obviously, they were here last year. They've been here 3 years in a row. Weren't able to win it in 2022. But in 23, they dominated Weibo. They dominated the LPL. And just say down 4 teams in that year now. 3 teams in that year.
Kalian ini muter-muter ya, gue gerem banget nggak ada yang mau terabas gitu.
Nggak ada yang keluar ya, kadang bosen ya.
Iya, muter-muter gitu.
Iya, kadang
iya sih emang strategi, cuman
kadang greget gitu.
Iya greget anjir.
Kapan nih perangnya? Gue pengen lihat skill-skill ulti montek-montek.
to get them to where they are today. They ultimately built this roster to get to this point against, as Azael said on the desk, possibly the greatest roster that League has ever seen in history with their continued international dominance.
Meanwhile, the T1 roster here. Legends already with making 3 World Finals in a row, looking to win 2 back-to-back. And we get the side lanes traded. Jack's on bottom side, Galio on the top side. Mid lane waves traded back and forth as we just build and build to this crescendo of pressure in our final game of the year.
It's crazy that it's all come down to this. So many comfort picks on both sides. The Sun and Sky now.
Nih gold beda 500 perak nih. Sangat-sangat setara ini udah. Tipis-tipis banget. Gue nggak bisa ngeprediksi nih kalau kayak gini. Bedanya setara.
Udah BLG AL lalu.
Nah, T1.
Terima aja kenyataan.
BLG Bejir langsung gila. Anjay.
Elk not yet completed.
Elk not yet.
That we often see from the Kaiser.
Bottle water.
He's almost there. Has the blasting wand. Has an amp tome as well. Gumayushi on the other side, sitting on a Zeal alongside his IE and the Essence Reaver. It feels like one of those games where a single fight's going to decide it, you know? As soon as a team starts snowballing, it's a Drake into a Baron, into a few towers, into a gold explosion. And I think that's why we see some
hostnya aksen Amerika ya, bukan aksen yang UK British gitu. Gue salpuk aksennya, untungnya Amerika. Masih bisa ngerti gue. Kalau aksen British ya Allah, meninggal loh.
Kemarin ini ya aksen Prancis pembawa acaranya.
Anjir, ngerti loh.
Yang ngerti aja, cuma ada yang aneh gitu. Ini orang ngomong apa kadang tiba-tiba tidak paham.
Iya.
Inggris aksen Prancis.
Kayak langsung ngebug.
Critical defense of their vision here from BLG.
And T1 immediately fight back. They reclaim control of that space. Control one still sitting in the inventory of Carrier, but crucially none left for BLG.
Diincar Elk.
I'm sure On would love to get a quick reset off.
Aduh, udahlah kalian langsung terabas aja. Iya anjir gue. Dan gue cubit nih pinjal kalian satu.
Oke. Dan mulai nih. Aja, let's go Gumayushi.
Sends him back to the fountain, and now BLG have to play a 4v5 if they want to try and contest. I think their decision will be not to. They'll just back away, clear out their own jungle, but On went in on Zeus and T1 immediately collapsed.
Again, T1, they're so confident.
Ini udah mode hati-hati banget nih. Dua-duanya udah nggak bisa main brutal.
Iya.
Lihat 26 menit baru 3-3 killnya. Ini kalau ML tuh udah 30-30 biasanya.
Asli. Bahkan ada yang 50 jir.
Iya makanya kan.
3-3 ever present in the arena
as well. Satu nyawa tuh bener-bener sangat berpengaruh.
Real. Kalau ML mah kamu udah bunuh berapa? 50 dalam waktu 20 menit gitu kan. Coba LOL 20 menit dapat berapa? 3.
Terima kasih.
On the map, how T1 is slowly but surely beginning to gain more control. BOG feels like that they're being pushed back even further onto their side of the map. And T1 remaining calm. Of course, this game is far from over just yet.
HOK
The deciding
bisa
fight is yet to happen.
seimbang, bisa nyaingin ML.
On the rift
Nah, sebetulnya kan kemarin terlambat, padahal sebetulnya kalau misalnya dilihat-lihat gak bisa tuh ML disaingin sama Honka.
Iya, gak bisa. Dari segala apapun
jauh banget. Tapi yang lebih anehnya lagi, Wild Rift yang gak bisa nyaingin ML. Dulu kan pernah tuh saingan Wild Rift sama ML sampai lama banget. Sampai drama-drama, malah drama itu aneh banget lagi, kayak apa ya,
berdrama,
kayak ngebuat review bintang 1 di Play Store sampai cuma 3 bintang itu 2. Oh my god, on bisa shutdown Gumayushi, tidak. 2-1. Gila, elf kuat banget tadi. Let's go. Anjir, Faker, Sun bantai Sun.
No.
Aduh, pakai zonya, bantai elf. Gaskeun. Let's go. Triple kill, let's go. Terbantai habis. Gila, Faker pembalik banget tadi, anjir, bagus banget. Oh, tadi udah 2-1, anjir, udah kalah T1. Gila, pembalik situasi, Faker.
Kembali keadaan. Aduh, BLG, ayo dong.
What a turnaround. Udahlah.
Dibaliknya kata-kata gue ya.
Sudah.
Ya kocak banget ya.
Karya mati, Gumayushi mati. Kayak 2 hero utama mati tuh. Gumayushi mati. Karya mati. On mati mah kecil banget dampaknya. Itu langsung Faker, anjir. Langsung brutal. Dang. Pada zonnya 2.
The awareness from
Bin
T1 to
langsung
realize that
mati.
TP was a mistake and then to create the
Dibantai
collapse
elf.
to turn it in their favor.
Gokil.
Unbelievable turnaround.
Gokil banget, guys. What the hell, man? Anjir, disiksa Zeus. 4 lawan 1. Anjir, datang. What the fuck, gila. Itu pas banget zonanya, what the fuck, man. Bantai elk, let's go. Anjir, 3 lawan 1 gak mungkin Faker masih mati. Zonnya, orang-orang pada masuk, pembantaian, let's go, double kill. Fuck, yes. Woohoo, bantai. Let's go. T1. Gila sih. Anjir. Anjir, tadi gila banget sih, gila. Faker ngeri banget, coy.
Beliau tidak main-main ya, guys ya.
Fuck, anjir, gila lah tadi. Gak lucu banget, bagus banget anjir mainnya. Apakah Faker mau bunuh diri? Mengorbankan diri? T1. Oh my god, let's go. Woohoo. Anjay, gila, last game Faker ngeri banget. Galio anjir.
What the fuck?
We are the champion, guys. Faker the GOAT still standing here for the last game in 2024. He's still standing. T1, the winner of Worlds 2020. Everybody. Oh my god.
Ekspresi gue sudah terpapang jelas ya di PNG.
Oh, let's go menyala.
He is the GOAT for a reason, and this will be his 5th World Championship title.
Bener kata lu di bomnya di akhir-akhir, tapi nggak expect aja seakhir ini gitu loh di bomnya.
Bener-bener ronde 5 gitu ya.
Bener-bener di akhir gitu.
Gebrakannya ada aja.
Gua kira kan kayak di 1-2 belum, 3 udah mulai, 4 itu digebor gitu loh, tapi enggak, ternyata bener-bener di akhir.
Heartbreaking for BLG to be so close.
Gila sih.
Jadi gila sih.
That's when you face T1, when you face the best in the world.
Faker kelima ini World Champion kelima dia. Dan dia menang ke 1. Let's go. Oh my god. T1.
One game away from not even qualifying to the World Championship to make it all the way to the final. A full 5-game banger. They will lift the Summoners Cup once more.
Mungkin Faker tahu kali ya, bahwa mereka bakal menang lagi tahun ini.
Udah taman bermainnya T1 untuk main Faker. Seremonial nih, angkat piala.
Anjay,
It's back to back. London, Europe, the world, give it up, it's T1.
Anjir, karya nangis show kasihan.
World champions once more.
Gila.
Bang, kamu kecil ya Allah.
Gila, let's go T1. Congratulations for T1. Kamsahamnida.
Just unbelievable.
Annyeonghaseyo.
Anjir.
An incredible run.
Punya mah Ice Teru.
Incredible rival and opponents. And they push them to the very brink. But what a performance. T1's
Let's go! Let's one, everybody.
And they will raise that cup once more.
Sangat what the hell sekali ini mah.
To the final.
GAESS owner, Faker, Gumayushi,
Oh my god.
Remember the names, legends, all of them.
Megang
Tadi
lagi.
gue janji sama lu 11:30 dah.
1:30. Bagus Wi. Gila. Keren banget sih. Gimana Wi menurut lu Wi? World Champion pertama lu.
Ajay.
Ini diangkat jatuh, kocak juga. Wah.
Sangat anjay sih, Chris ini anjay banget.
Kayak momen-momen brutalnya, momen-momen deg-degan, tegang, momen-momen pengen asu lah gitu. Aduh, kenapa kalah gitu. Inilah dia e-sport, bro.
Emang kalau e-sport ini berapa tahun sekali sih?
Setahun sekali.
Tahun sekali kan?
Iya. Akhir tahun.
Itu kalau piala copot mendadak kagak lucu sih.
Kan kita piara 15 ribuan anjir. Plastik.
Siapa tahu.
Anjir dulu gua ini anjir apa? Kecewa berat waktu gua tahu ternyata piala tuh harganya 15 ribuan. Waktu gua SD tuh kan. Dulu tuh gua kayak ambis ya. Wah, pengen banget dapat piala. Ternyata waktu gue liat ke pasar ada piala tuh harganya 15.000. What the fuck, kata gue. Murah banget anjir harga diri gue. Nggak jadi, gue gak mau beli lagi. Gue nggak jadi ambis dulu.
Harga diri Michael luntuh.
Iya, 15.000 ternyata harga diri gue. Si juara satu yang gue lihat kayak wah keren banget dia dapat piala. Ternyata 15.000 pialanya. Tae. Ngapain capek-capek gue berusaha sesuatu yang cuma 15.000. Ini gue jualan piala waktu itu gue mikirnya. Gue yang jual.
Gila sih.
Keren banget Iwan. Anjay. Airborne 3 biji.
Gila sih, ini keren banget sih.
Asli.
Kece.
Gila sih. Woi, animasi.
Kece pisan.
Animasi terakhir, wi.
Mejir.
Gila. Oh, enggak ada yang itu doang. Tai, kira apaan? Berarti Empire masih dipegang oleh T1. Gila, the world's Empire.
London, please give it up for your reigning and continued world champions, T1.
Wow. Juara bertahan sih.
We have G-Sun here with us to help
Iya,
with the
bisa-bisanya ya juara bertahan.
continue on. And also a quick note,
5 kali loh, wi. 5
Zeus will be
kali.
joining us very, very shortly, but we do have
Sumpah
Chris
ini
Greeley
gila
here
sih.
to celebrate T1 as well, the global head of LoL Esports.
Thank you, Shox. What a series that was. Congratulations, T1, our 2024 World Champions. We are beyond excited to crown you as this year's
Ternyata
champions
sebutan
and
orang
welcome
itu
you to the legacy
tidak
of
datang
greatness.
asal-asalan ya guys ya.
Yo, nggak sembarangan.
Diakui banyak orang.
Betul banget. Gak asal ceplos aja gua goat ya BTW.
Iya.
Bener-bener title yang didapatkan atas kerja keras, anjay.
Your journey throughout the season and the tournament was nothing short of incredible. It was a joy to watch you rise to the top.
Gila sih, ini 5 kali berturut-turut mana?
Gak berturut-turut sih.
Nggak, maksud gua kayak bukan berturut-turut juga, nggak, maksudnya kayak gimana ya, 5 kali Wak, itu kebanyakan.
Sebetulnya kemarin tuh ada wi yang sampai 3 kali sebelum T1 nih. Nama tim itu Samsung Galaxy.
Panjang bener.
Serius. Di tim Samsung. Biasa kayak sponsor, jadi kayak ya Samsung bikin tim e-sport gitu kan. Ya namanya Samsung juga gitu. Samsung Galaxy. Dia menang tuh pra World Champion dulu tahun 2015. Berturut-turut. 2015 kayaknya 14 13 lah. 3 kali berturut-turut. Tapi udah dibubarin kan. Gak tahu sih, ya emang banyak, ya emang apa ya, cepat gitu perubahannya.
Jir, lu nge-stream 5 jam hampir.
Masa ya?
4 jam 40 lebih.
Oh iya, gokil.
Dylan Jahada to share their congratulations as well.
Gila sih.
GG to your world champions.
Sumpah ini kece sih, kece. Gue mau masukin story ah.
Yoi, gas kan.
Gas.
2 orang random nonton game yang tidak dipahami oleh mereka berdua. Cuma teriak T1 BLG doang. Padahal ngerti kagak.
Tapi kan lu ngerti dikit, wah. Setidaknya lu ngerti.
Thank you so much, Chris. Now it is of course time to hear from our
Setitik
winning
2
team.
koma.
We have
Setitik
gathered that
2
perhaps
koma, cakep.
the players don't have the perfect audio, but we will go along as we see and hope that they can understand us as we ask these questions. So let's fire off the first one. Faker, I have to go to you first.
Interview Faker. Let's go.
Gini, 1.2 koma. Nona cantik, nomor WA-nya berapa?
You won your very first world title. We are now more than a decade later.
Kenapa nggak ngomong tadi? Kenapa malah nggak tahu? Momennya udah nggak tepat.
And that you can celebrate your 5th world title in League of Legends.
Gue tuh mikir dulu tadi.
Udah ngantuk ya, udah teleng.
2013년도에 첫 월드 우승을
Kasih anjir gue fresh lagi cok gara-gara menang.
다시 한번 월드를 우승하시면서 5번째 챔피언십을 얻어가게 됩니다.
Walaupun yang menang T1 ya.
10년간의 본인의 여정을 되돌아보시면서 어떤 길을 걸어오셨다고 생각하시는지
이번
다섯 번째 우승은 어떻게 기념하고 싶으신가요?
시즌가요? 시즌가요?
네, 또 이렇게 우승이라는 기회가
Pak udah
찾아와서
Pak.
Nggak ngerti jir. Ini ngomong apa Faker gue? Traktir semua, gue nggak ngerti bos.
Gue cuma ngerti dikit lagi dia ngomong.
우승을 할 수 있게 돼서 정말 너무 기쁘고 또 여러분들 앞에서 이렇게 우승할 수 있어서 너무 좋고요. 또 이제 이번 우승은 또 팬분들이 열심히 응원해 주셨기 때문에 있었던 것 같습니다.
Tapi tadi blunder terbesar tuh BLG waktu Faker sendiri terus disiksa rame-rame kan pada nafsu sama Faker. Malah datang teman-temannya dibantai ya.
Congratulations, and once again we saw how you react to these big moments, be it in the moments where you can't.
Tapi bener sih Carrier sih kata gue mah selain setelah Faker gitu.
Can you look back on these last 3 years and what you've done with this team
Carrier tuh
roster and
dari
tell me about how
yang
proud you
waktu
are
lawan
at
Genji
what you
juga
have achieved.
selalu dapat momen terus gitu.
캐리어 선수 그리고 또 한 번
모men-momen buat
굉장히 주요한
ngebalikin
순간마다
situasi,
멋진
buat
플레이를 보여주셨습니다.
bikin war
지난
menang.
T1과 함께한 3년의
Gokil
시간을
banget.
되돌아보면 이겼을 때도 있었고요, 졌을 때도 있는데요. 이제 오늘 우승과 함께 지난 세월을 되돌아봤을 때 팀원들과 어떤 멋진 길을 걸어왔다고 생각하시나요?
일단 T1에 오고 나서 좋은 팀원분들과 예?
Baru ngomong dikit udah berteriak. Kasihan. Kocak.
Iya. 예?
일단 땡큐 하고요. 그리고 일단 T1에 오고 나서 이제 많은 선수들 분들과 많은 이제 좋은 사람들이랑 계속 함께 하면서 많이 인간적으로도 그렇고 게임적으로도 그렇고 많이 배워가지고.
Tapi comel kali ya dia, pendek kali loh.
Iya kan makanya.
2연속으로 우승할 수 있었던
Pendek-pendek tanker coba role-nya.
너무 감사한 것 같습니다.
Tidak sesuai badan tapi nggak apa-apa.
Makanya itu yang paling tinggi tuh yang Gumayushi. Dia mainnya hero-hero damage dealer yang biasanya tuh role-nya cewek-cewek damage dealer itu. Atau yang kurus-kurus.
And grow so much as a player but also as a person. And because of that I was able to claim this
Ketuker aja.
championship.
Yang tinggi main yang pendek main yang tinggi.
Iya, agak-agak.
Agak-agak.
Itu masih muda kah dia yang pendek itu? Kayaknya masih muda deh.
Itu selain Faker tuh umurnya masih 20-an semua.
Anjoy.
이제 22년도 결승에 진출하시고는
Si
정말 우승하고
siapa ya? Zeus
싶었다라고
tuh
하셨고
umur
23년도
19
결승에
kalau salah.
진출하고서는
Apa
유진스를
20
정말
ya?
만나고 싶었다라고
What the
하셨는데 올해
fuck?
결승은
Serius?
어떤 게 가장
Serius?
기대되셨나요?
일단 이번
Anjir.
결승은
Carrier tuh beda setahun, paling dia umur
Newbie.
20 21.
되게 후회 없고 열심히
무다-무다.
가지고 이제 지든 이기든 받아들일 수 있을 거라고 생각했던 것 같고.
Yang tua cuma si Faker doang,
네, 지든 이기든
27
받아들일 수 있을
28.
거라 생각했고 이제 그래서
Dia kira-kira kapan ya pensiun?
너무 기쁨에 눈물을 흘렸던 것 같습니다.
Nah itu yang gue pertanyakan. Sekalinya Faker pensiun, T1 langsung jatuh parah.
Iya, itu
Looking
dia
back at
takutnya.
the journey we had throughout Worlds this year, I am extremely proud of the path that we were walking on. So I was thinking to myself, regardless of the outcome, I will be just really happy and proud of ourselves.
Kayak
And
takut
I am
aja
really
gitu kan.
grateful that I
Soalnya
managed to win this
udah dapat
back-to-back title, so
titel
I was in tears.
pemegang tahta terlama lah gitulah ya kan.
Iya makanya.
Koma, my sincere congratulations
Tapi
to you
kayaknya
for yet another
enggak sih,
world's
kayaknya
title.
bakal
You
masih
who
agak
were
lama
there
gitu.
in the first
Paling kalau
iteration
misalnya
of the
pensi
back-to-back
berarti
championships
jadi
way back
coach aja,
in 2015
biasanya
and
gitu.
2016. How do you look
Iya.
back on this run with the team after you came back to
Tapi
coach
pasti bakal agak
T1
lama.
after 7 years?
Kemungkinan
코마
besar.
감독님도 정말
Soalnya duitnya di sini
축하드립니다.
gitu.
이 팀이
스폰sor이 banyak
15년도,
banget.
16년도 연속
Iya
우승이라는 첫
lagi
대기록을 썼을 때도 팀과 함께 계셨는데요. 이번에 또 한 번의
Kalau
연속
lihat
우승이라는
animasi
대기록을 썼을 때도
lagu
7년
Worlds
만에
ya,
팀에
yang
돌아와서
kayak
팀을
Heavy
지도하고
of the
계셨습니다.
Crown
어떤
atau
의미를 갖고 있을까요?
Gods atau
Yap.
kayak ya semuanya lah gitu.
7년이라는
Rise,
시간을
ini semuanya pasti ada
날짜로
faker.
조금
Pasti
해보니까
ada
정말
faker.
긴 시간이었더라고요. 정말 그동안
Sudah
이제
pasti.
우여곡절도 되게
Pasti ada faker.
많았었는데
Padahal setiap tahun gitu.
이렇게
Setiap
다시
tahun padahal nggak
T1으로
semuanya dia menang,
돌아오고
tapi ada faker aja
너무나
gitu.
좋은 선수들과 너무 이제 스태프들
Kocak ya.
네, 진짜 항상 뒤에서 아낌없이 지원해주는 뭐 프론트 분들
Kocak
이렇게
anjir.
이런 분들을 다
Gokil
만난
makanya.
게 그냥 너무 운이 좋은 사람이라고 좀
Jadi
생각하고 있어요.
maskot
그리고
League of
마지막까지
Legends
항상 또
sebetulnya dia tuh.
응원해주신 팬분들에게도 너무
Oh ya, ini mereka
감사드리는
live stream kan?
감사한 마음밖에 없는 것 같습니다.
Apanya?
감사합니다.
Mereka ini live stream kan?
Live stream.
Jir, berarti di sana udah jam 3, setengah 4, 4 kurang.
Iya.
Iya, Indo sama Korea cuma beda 2 jam.
Ini nggak di Korea anjir. Ini di London.
Oh di London. Lah di London juga berarti
Hampir 12 jam kan.
Iya, berarti udah ini. Udah pagi sih, udah pagi-pagi.
Bukannya siang ya apa sore?
Gue lupa ding. London berapa jam sih?
London sama Amerika mah kan kayak pokoknya ibarat lu siang mereka malam, lu malam mereka siang gitu.
Iya, kita kan malam nih, mau subuh. Ya sore mau menjelang malam berarti ya.
Iya, biasanya sore. Nah, siapa ini?
Are you okay?
Oh, si Zeus. Ngapain ini?
좋아졌어요.
Very good, much better.
Much better. I'm glad you. When it comes to this game 5, Zeus, you counterpicked Bin's Jax, and I know that in your career there have been moments where people have counterpicked you and it didn't end up so well. So talk to me about the confidence you must have had going into this game 5 to secure T1 the championship.
오늘 정말 중요한 5세트에서
Gila sih
빈
emang.
선수의
Tapi
제스처
Zeus
sebenarnya
gokil.
ngobrol
선수만의 카운터 픽으로
apa
완벽하게
kenapa?
정복했습니다. 사실은 굉장히
Enggak,
중요한
lu dulu aja.
순간마다 제우스 선수도 카운터 픽 당한 경우도 굉장히
Gua mah-
많았는데요. 오늘
gua
5세트
ganteng.
임하시면서는
Lu
어떤
gimana?
자신감으로 경기 들어가셨나요?
Sebenarnya kalau ngomong dua bahasa gini agak gimana? Agak susah tahu karena lambat reaksinya gitu loh.
Iya betul.
그라가스를 하면은 제가 더 잘할 수 있고
Harusnya ketawa jadi loading dulu. Karena harus
Iya.
자신
ditranslate.
있게 뽑았던 것 같고요.
Betul.
그리고 네.
Setelah itu kayak beres ngomong nih, teriak nih. Ini sebenarnya nggak ngerti. Teriak aja gitu.
Iya.
Wah,
Nah iya benar.
But also I was pretty confident that with my
Kocak ya.
counter pick, with our play, we'll be able to overcome this. So I was entering the rift with a lot of confidence.
Yes, we definitely saw it. Owner, you have been a pillar for the team this year when it wasn't always going so well for T1. How do you reflect on all the work you have done for T1 and the work you have contributed in this phase of your career to the 2 Worlds victories that T1
Lu pernah
was
gak sih
able to
kepikiran
book?
pengen jadi apa
오너 선수
translator
그리고 올
sini?
한 해 T1의 조금 흐름을 돌이켜 보자면 힘들 때도 오너 선수가 언제나 단단한 기둥처럼 팀을 밑받침해주는
Nggak tahu
역할을
sih,
많이
kayaknya nggak
해오신 것
pernah.
같습니다. 지난
Pernah
2년간
mungkin,
T1의
nggak tahu.
연속 월드
Kayaknya nggak pernah
챔피언십
deh.
우승의 여정을 돌이켜 볼 때
Oh,
오너
nggak
선수가
pernah.
팀에 어떤
Enggak
Lu kan pada bahasa
승리에
Inggris,
기여를
Wak.
했다고 하시는지 지난 여정을 어떻게 좀 감상하시나요?
Masalahnya tuh
네, 어쨌든 2년 동안 저희가 이렇게 우승을 했기
ininya
때문에
apa?
굉장한
굉장히 많이 기여를 했다고 생각하고요. 그리고 또 이렇게 좋은 선수들과 함께 할 수 있는 거에 대해서 너무나 좋게 생각하고 있어서.
Oke.
Lebih ke ya animasi dia kan gede nggak sih gitu di pikiran gue.
우리가 저희가 힘들 때나
Oh.
좋을 때나 언제나 저희 T1을
makanya gue ya
응원해주신
udah animasi
팬분들이
aja.
너무나 많다고 생각이 들어서
Soalnya
그 팬분들 덕분에
translator
저희가
tuh gue juga
안
ngerti
좋은
gitu
상황에도
kayak
불구하고 좀 잘할
biar
수
bisa
있는
dapat kerjaan tuh
동기부여가
gimana.
되는 것 같아서 팬분들한테 너무나 감사하다는 말씀 좀 드리고 싶습니다.
Anjay.
First of all,
Kalau animasi kan ya ibarat ya udah gitu gue lakuin apa yang gue lakuin sekarang ini.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, there were some hard times,
Gue
but
bikin
there were
3D
also some
modeling,
good times.
3D
But
modeling,
looking back
3D
at the entire
modeling
journey,
sampai
I
dar.
can say for sure that I was surrounded by amazing players, so we were able to accomplish this greatness together. Also, sometimes there were moments where the hardships were
Kocak.
getting us, but
Enggak sih,
thanks to
enggak.
the support
Bagus,
from the
bagus.
fans, we were
Kok
able to
kocak sih?
overcome it, and
Sorry,
you guys
sorry.
are my biggest motivations.
Siapa yang menang? T1. Ini
Iwan.
dari lama ya? Apa lupa gue. Premier League.
Tom, I would also like to ask you
T1
about this
menang
huge
pokoknya.
achievement and
T1
what
di
you want to
hatiku,
say about your
hatiku
group of
T1.
players that have worked through, as we heard, these hardships and came
T1 ya guys ya, yang
on
menang
top
T1.
once again.
T1.
톰 코치님께 여쭤보고
톰
싶습니다.
뭐야?
정말 올 한해도 여러 가지 역경을 딛고 산전수전 다 같이 함께한 동고동락한 우리 선수분들께 해주고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
저희가 올해도 작년과
Yalah,
비슷하게
anjir, ini mah interview doang.
힘들었던
Apa sih gue nonton
순간들이
interview?
많았다고
Yaudah, makasih.
생각하는데 이렇게 힘들었던
Ngapain gue nonton interview?
캐리아 선수가
Yaudah, wi.
형
Gue juga mau
플레이오프만
tidur udah
가자.
malam anjir.
또 플레이오프
Ngapain ya?
가자.
Gue lanjutin interview.
경주
Udah hampir jam 2 anjir.
경주
Yaudah, thank you ya.
Yoi.
Ngapain sih? Aneh banget ya. Nunggu sampai beres anjir. Mana gue gak ngerti bahasa Korea. Yalah, guys, thank you udah nonton guys. Ini ada 3 orang
Iya.
termasuk gua.
Terima kasih
Makasih
yang
udah
sudah nonton.
nonton. Ada Raymond Arkwich, ada Cilor, ada Cian, ada Nata, Menata, ada udah itu. Makasih udah nonton. Mungkin sebetulnya emang karena gue cuma pengen nonton ini aja sih. Sorry kalau tadi gue banyak diem ya guys ya, lagi fokus. Gue teriak-teriak gak jelas. Dan gue ngejokes-jokes yang agak pinggir jurang.
Betul.
Soke lah.
Thank you yang sudah datang, sudah nobar.
Yoi. Mungkin saatnya
Dan-
sih kita bye-bye dulu ya Wi ya.
Ya, bye-bye dulu nggak sih?
Bye-bye dulu.
Bye-bye guys. Selamat subuh ya? Subuh nggak sih?
Iya lumayan lah. Sepertiga malam.
Iya. Ya masih malam. Selamat malam guys
selamat
semuanya.
malam
Selamat
semuanya.
tidur, beristirahat. Sampai
Yoi.
jumpa di next stream ya guys ya.
Yoi. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Makasih semuanya.
Terima kasih. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu.